What's up, everybody? We are live here in Miami at the Fontainebleau,
Fontainebleau.
Fontainebleau. I am David Kitchen, aka Soccer Dave, joining me, Jer Dinkmeyer, Dinkface, the guy you see in all the commercials. I'm not going to have you do the facial.
Well, you just did it on
I know,
on
I did. If you're
on
watching,
social.
if you're following DraftKings on Twitter, they did do a little behind the scenes mention. But we're having the sweat show going on. We're talking like this is not just like a normal sweat show. We're talking about 7 hours of sweating, like hot yoga type sweat show going on tonight here at the Fontainebleau, where they had a draft kickoff bash. Most everybody left this morning. We're here, and we're going to be just hanging out with everybody, going across the country, checking in with people that have sweats tonight. Someone is going to win $2 million, and someone else is going to win $1 million. Two millionaires tonight.
Yeah, it's incredible. DraftKings has been crowning millionaires ever since last NFL season, and seemingly every week. Now this week we're going to go two at a time, I guess. So a really cool night, life-changing money and opportunities for people. And I'm sure a lot of people are very anxious because it's not sweating just one game; it's sweating two games, and that means a lot more combinations that are potentially in play tonight.
Yeah, and not just two games, but especially the first game is a game that has a lot of fantasy implications. And there are so many teams, for instance, in this Millie Maker, where when you talk about 500,000 teams, there might be some teams that still have 3 or 4 players left that could just absolutely go off and surprise us in the end. So I know anything could happen. Last year, it happened a few times. You were fortunate enough to come away with $1 million. As far as like before that happened, like you kind of knew what needed to happen. Tonight with two games, the people that are kind of up in first or have her sweat, like they don't know who's basically going to be chasing them down.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult thing with two games is there's so many different combinations in play. And certainly with this first game, I think the most popular targeted game of the week, the highest total game, the game that's expected to be played at the fastest pace, two very good offenses. So I think you can see game stacks of this game as well, where players are using five, six, seven players, and those teams could potentially come out of nowhere. So it's very difficult to get a feel for who's really in contention and how narrow the field is because there's so many different combinations of players that can be used.
Yeah, not just for tournaments, but there are a lot of cash games that are depending on tonight. I know you have Adrian Peterson and Jordan Matthews.
Yep.
Will be sweating pretty hard for your cash game. I've got both of those guys and Sam Bradford.
I've got some Sam Bradford too. We can be on the same page.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, I said it before. Like the energy level of the show, like directly correlate to how good Bradford, Jordan Matthews, and AP later on. But yes, we have some definitely some guys that are sweating at home. We have some Skype interviews set up. We got maybe a couple of guys at a bar with film crews. Everyone wants to be the next guy that's put on a commercial with Big Tech because they've already done a lot of commercials with guys like you.
I think everyone out there wants there to be a next guy. I think they're a little tired of seeing me and the Gomes brothers on. So I think we're ready for a new set of millionaires to get their spotlight shining on.
Yeah, so we're gonna have like call in. Make sure you're using hashtag DKTV, and we'll be reading questions on air. We'll make sure that if you want to go have a snack, get a drink, come back. It's fine. Like 7 hours. We're not expecting you to be here for all 7 hours, but
just stay logged in for all 7 hours. Make sure our statistics look great.
Yeah, just keep just don't go anywhere. Yeah, just turn the volume down. Yeah. But I guarantee you, we'll be way more entertaining for the daily fantasy side of things than the actual commentator, especially in the last game. Also, what we have to remember is that the $1 million, someone who wins this in the ESPN league, their league $1 million.
Yeah, that's crazy too. You not only are you playing for yourself in your prize pool, but you're potentially playing for all your league mates in your season long league as well. So great promotion that DraftKings did this year with ESPN, where the highest scoring ESPN league member, it might not even be the person who wins the $2 million. It could be the person who finishes 3rd, 7th, 12th, highest scoring ESPN league member we'll be doling out $1 million to them in the league mates, which is a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, and if you're in that guy's ESPN group,
Do you think they know?
I don't know, or like maybe the guy that wins it, like he tried to have his league somewhere else, like and like they find out about this promotion, so it's definitely definitely the pressure is on for whoever to win that, because if you're just in that guy's league and you can win 100,000, 200,000, however much.
I hope if you're in that position and you've got the chance to win $1 million for your league mates, you've let them all know,
right?
Because then they're all sweating it with you alongside tonight, and then they're probably going to be interested in playing a little DraftKings later on.
Yes. Speaking of playing on DraftKings, 2 games late tonight.
Yeah.
That you got the ESPN. I think it's doubled money or something. Lots. Yeah, $3 price point for another qualifier for the 15 million fantasy football world championship. Last night, our friend Lofty D was on the show with us on the Hangout show last night. He won the first ticket, 200 contestants, and then the top 10 move on to LA for the first week of the playoff.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. You have, the 2 sets of the live finals experience now, where you're going to have kind of the first live final to then whittle it down to the final 10. I think that's a really cool idea, mimicking some of the things that have been done in poker. The November 9 with the World Series of Poker in the final table. I think that'll be a really cool experience for the people that are able to participate in that. And we're 1 for 1 in DKTV guests sewing up a spot. So if you're out there contending for the Millie Maker tonight, you got to feel good if you're our first guest, if you're the first call-in, right? Because we're 1 for 1 and putting people at the top.
Sure, but we're going to be interviewing many people.
I don't think we need to talk to them about that. But right now, whoever we have on first, we have 100% winning percentage.
Or maybe we just say people that we want to just increase our odds and say people that have won $1 million, they've been on our show twice.
That'll be next week's statistic that I give out. For now, we've never had someone be on the show and lose this season.
And that's the off the charts segment from Drew Dinkmeyer on DKTV, going in depth the statistical analysis. We're about to kick off the Monday night game, as far as this is going to be interesting for us because last night we were doing the show, no distractions, right?
Yeah.
Tonight we're going to have a game right in front of us.
Yeah.
So there might be times if you're watching that we just pause. It's not your stream.
That's when Sam Bradford is on the ground and we're trying to evaluate how bad our night is going.
Are David crying on TV? Yes, we are.
Real people, not actors.
Yes, exactly. The little subtitles at the bottom. So it looks like the Eagles are going to get the ball first. I will go ahead and say that during the pregame show we were watching, and they just kept on showing Sam Bradford, and he was on a cart on a trainer attending to him. There's 10 pictures of him being hurt. Your thoughts on just Sam Bradford in this Phillies offense?
I really like Sam Bradford a lot. You saw what Chip Kelly was able to do with Nick Foles, with Mark Sanchez last year. Pretty much anyone he put in that starting quarterback slot got better, got more efficient, more yards per attempt. I think his offense is very quarterback friendly. And Bradford was a guy, highly touted prospect when he came out of Oklahoma, a guy known for being very accurate with the football. And so I'm hoping Sam Bradford will be able to put together a big game in this offense, and hopefully he can stay healthy. One of the nice things about Chip Kelly's offense is it's a lot of quick decisions, and so a lot of times the quarterbacks don't have to deal with as much pressure because the ball's out of their hands quickly. So hopefully Bradford can stay healthy and have a really great season under Chip Kelly's guidance.
Yeah, case in point, just now, just a really quick throw to start off. It's going to be interesting, Mike, because I think most people have Bradford and Matthews. There are some Aguilar teams out there, but I think for the most part, people do not want to see DeMarco Murray rushing the ball into the end zone. They don't want to see a rushing touchdown. They don't want to see Sproles. We want points in the air for the most part.
Yeah, I think that's the way on both sides of the ball. I think that's the way most people are taking this game. expecting the passing game to be the dominant feature, whether it's Sam Bradford and the Eagles or whether it's Matt Ryan and the Falcons. I think people are looking for points through the air in this game.
Some people that are not looking for points, John Nato, and he is Indy 597. He has 214.06 points and is currently leading the Millie Maker, or 2 Millie Maker. We should call it like the 2 Millie Maker.
The double Millie Maker?
Yeah, because Millie Maker, I mean, Millie Makers, maybe? We'll just go plural. We'll go plural. He has 214.06 and is 20 points ahead of the next person, and that is Ray of Hope, who looks like has a player left, and on Twitter he has kind of let it known who that player is.
Yeah, he's referred to Adrian Peterson as being the guy, and I think if you have Adrian Peterson as your last move and your person with the most point player minutes remaining, you probably want to control your own fate and have it be in the hands of Adrian Peterson, the best play, I would say, of all of tonight's games. So that'll be an exciting late night sweat, putting off that first game and focusing on the second game with Adrian Peterson.
Take a look at the lineup for Indy 597, and this is his 12th entry into the game. Let me pull up the lineup that he has with 214. The big story is like avoiding the landmines. If you take a look at the lineup that he has, Andy Dalton, and that guy is like a quarterback. He's like or a millionaire making machine.
Yeah,
because we talked about it earlier that he wants someone the first $1 million a couple of years ago, and Andy Dalton with Tyler Eifert was his combo.
Yeah, and that was a combo that I liked this week. I did use quite a bit of. I used a lot more of AJ Green with Andy Dalton, so I think this was a good way to separate from the field. I think the interesting thing is we talked all week, with 500,000 plus entries, would it be a perfect lineup that ended up winning? And I know Ethan Haskell, part of the DraftKings team, tweeted out the perfect lineup from just Sunday's game, and it wasn't the perfect lineup in first. There was still some room for error, so I thought that was interesting, and we'll see where we finish. Obviously, this game will have a big impact on things, but there was definitely some room for error. Not much to beat out 500,000 plus people, but a little bit.
And I think the name of the game, as far as strategy goes, and we have seen this before, where sometimes it's not a wide receiver in the flex position or a running back in the flex position. People use two tight ends.
Yeah,
because that is kind of contrarian. You don't really think to use another tight end. Like you just want to fill that one tight end spot, and that's it. You had a lot of Eifert, Safarian Jenkins, and Kelsey as top tight ends, and they scored more than wide receivers did.
Yeah, 3 tight ends that scored 2 touchdowns. Number of wide receivers that scored 2 touchdowns yesterday. I don't know that we had a single one. It was a tight end day around the league, and tight ends tend to come at cheaper price points than wide receivers as well. So it was a way that allowed you to maybe get some exposure to those top backs like a Matt Forte that had a really good game, or even an Eddie Lacy who had a solid game, or maybe Adrian Peterson later tonight who could play a big factor in tonight's contests.
Yeah, and I think looking at this, the interesting thing that sticks out, he had Forte, Kenny Allen, Larry Fitzgerald was interesting, 14.7, but Larry Fitzgerald paired with Andre Ellington. Ellington went out, so he could have potentially had more points had there have been not an injury where Ellington kind of an injury where Ellington he gave out.
Yeah, that's a very unusual strategy as well, pairing running back, wide receiver, 2 positions that don't correlate particularly well with one another. But if a team goes off on the whole in those 2 players and primary guys, you can hit it. But a lot of teammates in this lineup in general, when you talk about Dalton and Eifert paired, and then Ellington and Fitzgerald as well.
Yeah, so talk about like weird lineups. You have 2 tight ends and then also a running back wide receiver combo that's not paired with quarterback, and the quarterback is paired with 1 tight end. So as far as the lineup, interesting. Going by percentages though, Andy Dalton less than 2%, Andre Ellington 4.3%, Forte 5.3%, Keenan Allen 2.1%, Fitzgerald 6.8%, and then Eifert 3.9%, Travis Kelsey 2.5%. Basically, everyone under 7% sense except for Jarvis Landry and the Dolphins. So again, another
And there's
pairing.
another correlation.
Yeah, another pairing there where Landry got 6 points for himself for the kick return, and he got 6 points for the Dolphins D. So
you know what I think's fascinating about that lineup? The fact that you look at the wide receivers, Keenan Allen, no touchdowns. Larry Fitzgerald, no touchdowns. Jarvis Landry, punt return touchdown. But it was really the tight ends that did all the heavy lifting for this lineup. 4 touchdowns among the 2 tight ends. And if you would have told me yesterday that after that slate of games, that first place would be sitting there with a lineup with not 1, but 2 players that didn't find the end zone, I would have been very surprised by that. But that shows the value of point per reception when you rack up 15 catches like a Keenan Allen yesterday.
So you have we talked about Adrian Peterson going. You also have in 22nd place at 193.48. Hot Tub Tony 32.
Hot Tub Tony's got to have some big plans for this money.
Yeah. Hot Tub Tony 32. I'm not sure Hot Tub Tony period was like taken, but he just felt like he had to add the 32 in there. But he is Matt Ryan. And so if Matt Ryan get 30 points, 22 points.
Very possible.
Yeah, very possible. They stalled out on that last drive, so it's 3-0 at Atlanta. But you talk about 2 drives, only 4 minutes on the clock.
That's the case with these 2 teams. They play very fast. They throw the ball often. And obviously, to throw the ball often, games tend to get more plays because the clock's not always running. You have potential for incomplete passes when you run the ball. The clock's not always running. So this game should involve a lot of possessions, a lot of plays, and I think that's one of the reasons this game is most heavily targeted by daily fantasy players.
And we're going to be interviewing some of these guys, so I think something that happened yesterday was garbage time touchdowns.
Yes.
You had Martellus Bennett with the garbage time touchdown. You had Jason Witten. I'm not sure if that's garbage time, but it's like a last second touchdown. So you had plenty of guys. Hopkins was another guy who taken a look at this lineup. Had one. Landry was late, so
we talked about Austin Seferian-Jenkins with the late touchdowns and Vincent Jackson with that late catch that ended up swinging the King of the Beach tournament as well. And that's one of the great things about daily fantasy is that every minute, second on the clock counts, and that's not always the case for these teams, as we saw yesterday in Tampa Bay. There wasn't a lot of meaningful football being played for those 2 teams in the final half there, but for daily fantasy players, lots of meaningful football.
Yeah, and I think this lineup that Hot Tub Tony has is a really good lineup when you look at it because it's all explosive players. You've got Matt Ryan, Amir Abdullah, Chris Ivory. Abdullah we talked about being a playmaker. Chris Ivory was going to get 20 to 25 touches. And then you got Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Jarvis Landry. Then you got Jason Witten, who is just like
not usually explosive.
Yeah, just a reliable guy. He just went with the guaranteed points there, but. Yeah, how clutch was that second half of it?
Incredible. The final drive, obviously getting the touchdown and
everywhere.
Yeah, with Dez out, and they still found a way. I'm not sure the way the Giants executed down the stretch there is going to make it into any highlight reels, but great opportunity for Jason Witten with Dez Bryant out, and he really capitalized on it in that second half.
Yeah, you had to talk about that game. We were just kind of mesmerized at how bad that game was for fantasy. You can hear there's a lot of people actually in this room, and so you might hear like silverware and forks and stuff. That's just it's just going to happen with live shows.
Just forking around.
Oh man, that was too good. So I can't even really say. I was going to say something about spooning, but. No, I'm just gonna let you.
Save that.
I'm gonna let you have. Drew,
that's the late night edition.
Drew 1, David 0. So we'll be keeping track of the fun stuff tonight. We got 7 hours of TV, and I already feel like cottonmouth coming on. So we'll definitely be taking some breaks and making sure that we have plenty of puns on tap. Going though back to. What we were talking about earlier, just the different lineups, the explosive options. When you were creating lineups, did you look for guys that had that ceiling with your tournaments, or are you looking just for solid lineup construction.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I took down the Millionaire Maker last year, I had a combination of kind of explosive players and then old reliable players. Like Harry Douglas was in my Millionaire Maker lineup. I don't think that's a guy that a lot of people would think of as an explosive player. Didn't catch he did catch a touchdown yesterday. Did not catch a touchdown in my lineup that week, but racked up 10 catches. And I think that shows how on DraftKings with the full point per reception scoring, there's lots of different ways that you can construct rosters that you can end up with big point totals, and it doesn't have to be so touchdown dependent. And so I think that's interesting. I try to make a combination of players that have that big play potential, can find the end zone repeatedly, but also those types of players that rack up points per reception because it's so valuable on DraftKings.
Yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to get to us on Twitter, hashtag DKTV. Try to be better than the Eagles' offense has been this first two drives.
It's a slow start.
Yeah, it's brutal. Come on, Samuel, get your act together. Just a lot of dump-off passes to the running back. Nothing so far to the wide receiver.
No Jordan Matthews yet.
And doesn't look like he has time either. So, definitely looking like the Falcons have their number on the first two drives. We'll be keeping up. Going to Indy 597. Joined last year in September from Maine, and he is in Maine, sweating the lineup, up 20 points. I'm going to ask you if you had the choice of being in first with 214, or let's put you in Ray of Hope shoes at 194. Where are you going to go?
I'd rather be Ray of Hope. I think it's also a healthier position to be involved in. I think sweating out 2 games with no players left in first place, that's tough.
Yes.
That's tough on the emotions. It's tough on the stomach. And looking at the My Contest page and seeing that $2 million in your contest winnings, it's heart-wrenching if that goes away, especially when you're out of players and you don't have a chance. So if I had the choice, I would choose to be coming from behind in this particular instance.
All right. As far as the game goes, we were looking at like Vegas. Vegas was dead wrong last night. Tonight, but you just have to figure with the fast game play, it can't be another Dallas New York Giants situation, right?
Fingers crossed, right?
Yes.
For some guys who have a lot of exposure to this game, fingers crossed. But 3 points on 3 drives so far. Atlanta's got some good field position here to start their second drive, so another opportunity. But if yesterday's any indication, this game will be a slugfest, and the late game will be a shootout based on the way things were going yesterday. It was like all the games that were expected to be lower scoring environments turned into shootouts. So.
Right. As far as like the notable players in this game for the Eagles, talked about it. Sam Bradford 6,900, Matthew 7,200, Marco Murray 700, Nelson Aguilar 5,700. Also, we've talked before about having your late game players in the flex. So if you had a player in the flex position that maybe was Matthew Murray to block somebody off, you could in this game.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility and make sure to take advantage of that flex position, not only in tournaments, but as well if you're playing head-to-head games and different things like that. You can see your opponent, you can see what they've used so far, and you can add up the salaries and try to figure out who they have left in whatever position they have. And if you're ahead, you might want, if you figured out, they have 6,700 left and they have a running back, and you have 7,200 left and you have Jordan Matthews, and you see that they probably have DeMarco Murray in your head, you might want to move to DeMarco Murray just to block them off and, count your money. So it's very useful strategy to take advantage of that flex position, and always make sure that the players that you have in the latest games possible are in that flex position.
Yeah, I mentioned it on Twitter earlier. I had a situation today where I had 2 identical teams in the $1 million blitz on DraftKings, and was quarterback, running back, or quarterback, wide receiver, and flex. So what I did was I moved one to Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, and Charles Johnson in that second game, just kind of for the upside. And that's what you can do. That's like part of the strategy of draft is looking for those late swaps. And something we've talked about before is blocking people that are below you in tournament or even head-to-heads. Like you see if they've got someone who, if you calculate it, like, okay, well, they've got to play this person, and you have that. Sometimes you block them.
Yeah, and it's a really useful strategy, a very viable strategy in all contest formats. As we see Julio Jones pick up a pass interference flag, which does something to move the ball a little bit further down the field, but nothing for DFS players.
Yeah, and especially if you have a quarterback or wide receiver in daily fantasy, like the worst possible thing
towards the end zone
is pass interference in the end zone, because then you get someone to vulture your tight end. Jeremy Hill yesterday.
Yeah, I got a few shorties from that. Eddie Lacy, thankfully, for my sake, got one late in the game. But yeah, that's always something to follow. And another big play here to Roddy White, his second catch of the game, as Atlanta is just moving the ball down the field. Matt Ryan looks pretty comfortable in the pocket.
Yeah, they're having no problem at all moving the ball, which might not be bad, though, for fantasy implications. Like getting that first score on the board always kind of helps as far as, okay, now you're playing behind, a little more passive. Let's try it. You're like actively trying to score points. So I'm okay if there's lots of points scored and you have people in this game.
Yeah, you want to see the game flow work in the favor of your players. So, we talked earlier that we have more exposure to the Philadelphia passing side of the equation. So if Atlanta gets up, not as big a deal for us. If you have exposure to the running side of the equation, that might be a little bit more of a concern.
Let's take a look on the Twitter about the hashtag DKTV. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to chime in. We have some behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, so we've got some good stuff. People are retweeting the Lofty D picture from DraftKings last night. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask us on Twitter. I don't think we've had any questions yet.
I'm sure they're going to come in.
Oh yeah,
very shortly.
I bet they because people, they want to ask us stuff.
Yeah, all 9 of you out there are very eager to ask us questions.
Maybe we just have to warm up people later on. We're talking about West Coast. It's 4:30.
It's a little early for Monday Night Football for most people.
Yeah,
acclimating to that first weekend of the season where you've got the early Monday Night Football. We've got the Falcons down at the goal line now, first and goal, and they're running the ball, getting it down into that 3-yard line. If you're a Julio owner or a Matt Ryan owner, this is not the part of the field you necessarily want to see them on. Obviously, close to scoring, but you don't want them so close that the running game is getting all the attention. That's the way it looks early on right now.
Yeah, and you hope for a fade route or like a false start penalty. Those are always good.
Those are good.
Yeah, when they're on the 3-yard line and you get a false start, let's move it back and make an obvious passing down. That's what you want. So, all right, we've got a couple after this touchdown drive.
There's the false start.
I knew it. So this is definitely good for
Socradamus.
For Julio Jones and Matt Ryan owners. Julio Jones, did you have a lot of shares of him? And if not, was it because of his price point?
I did have a decent amount of shares, but obviously it was difficult at that price point. You had him 9,300, 100 more than Odell Beckham, a couple hundred more than Dez Bryant, 2 guys that obviously didn't perform last night, but that were unexpected potential shootouts. So I had a hard time deciding among those 3 wide receivers. I ended up with more in Dez of Odell, which makes me a little bit nervous for tonight because I'm sure a lot of people ended up great play as well. But it was just hard to choose between those 3 for me.
Yeah. Julio, Dez, Odell, and right now Julio. Oh,
Pick.
It looks like it's an interception in the end zone. So fantasy implications.
Not off to the greatest start here.
Yeah, kind of boring. And we have 9 minutes gone in the first quarter. So we'll take a brief break and come right back. And when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about what's been happening here in Miami. Yeah, because it's been fun. So we'll be right back right after this.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen, subscribe to DKTV for all the best fantasy picks, entertainment, and strategy. We've got a whole roster of proven winners to help you gain an edge. Plus, they bring you behind the scenes with exclusive access to DraftKings VIP experiences and World Championship live events. Don't miss out. Subscribe to DKTV now.
Okay, here's what you need to know to start winning real cash prizes playing one-week fantasy football at DraftKings. Whether you browse on your computer or on the free mobile apps, the game's the same. First, select your contest. Browse the featured lobby or view all NFL contests. Choose from many marquee tournaments, head-to-heads, and beginner-friendly contests. Pick your contest and you're ready to draft. For all NFL contests, you'll draft one quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex player, which can either be a running back, wide receiver, or tight end, and a defense. Your goal is to build the best 9-man roster under the $50,000 salary cap. Each eligible NFL player from that week's games is assigned a salary. They'll earn you points for receptions, touchdowns, total yardage, and more. Once your lineup is complete, click submit, and that's it. Track your team online or on our free mobile app to watch your squad rack up points in real time. And when the last game is over, bask in your own drafting genius as your winnings are automatically credited to your account. More sports, more winnings, more millionaires. It's a whole new season every week at DraftKings.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here with my top 5 NFL defenses of fantasy football at DraftKings.com. At number 5, I have the St. Louis Rams. They're one of 3 teams in the NFC West that made my list. I love what they've done with the defensive line. They added Nick Fairley to the already stacked defenses of first-round picks. I think Greg Williams is going to have a lot of options here, and they should be one of the best defenses in all of football. Moving to number 4, I have the Miami Dolphins. They made a huge splash with Ndamukong Suh on a $114 million contract. I think he's the difference maker, and I think they could be the best defense in the AFC. At number 3, I have the Arizona Cardinals. I absolutely love this team. They're another NFC West team on my list, and I think Patrick Peterson and the Honey Badger make an incredible secondary. Patrick Peterson's one of my favorite guys. I think he'll score a ton of fantasy points for you this year on the defensive side, and I also got to play golf with him this year. At number 2, I have the Jets. New York Jets, I know they're not a great offensive team, but they will make up for it with an incredible defense. They brought in a lot of guys, including Darrelle Revis and their first-round pick, Leonard Williams. They could be the best defense in football, and they definitely have a chance to compete in every game with this defense. At number 1, no surprise here, the Seattle Seahawks make the top of my list. They have so much talent in that secondary. Richard Sherman is an elite shutdown corner, and they play an incredible style of play, which should lead to a lot of fantasy points. So those are my top 5 defenses of the 2015 NFL season. Let me hear yours in the comments below. For more, subscribe to DKTV.
Hey everybody, this is Drew Dinkmeyer, aka Dinkpiece. I'm one of the DraftKings pros, and I'm here today to bring you my top 5 quarterbacks for the 2015 NFL season. These are my top 5 fantasy quarterbacks, so let's start with number 5. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but Tony Romo is going to crack my top 5. Ranked 22nd in the NFL last year in dropbacks. I expect the volume to be back with DeMarco Murray out of the picture. Less reliable running game means more passing attempts for Romo. Also means more opportunities around the red zone for Dez Bryant, one of the best touchdown converters in the league. I think Romo's passing stats take a big tick forward. Top 5 fantasy quarterback season coming from Tony Romo. Number 4, go to New Orleans, Drew Brees. People are going to be concerned about the loss of Jimmy Graham this year. I'm not concerned. Athletic backup tight end Josh Hill will fill that void, and he finally gets that safety net running back in the passing game that he missed last year without Darren Sproles. CJ Spiller is going to make a big impact in the passing game. I think Drew Brees is still going to be a top 5 fantasy quarterback heading into this 2015 season. Number 3 on my list is Russell Wilson from Seattle. He finished number 3 last year in fantasy points at the quarterback position. He's not going to replicate the 850 rushing yards or the 6 rushing touchdowns, but the presence of Jimmy Graham and his offense will allow for more pass play calling around the goal line.
That's going to lead to more passing touchdowns to Russell Wilson, and I think it'll mitigate some of that loss in rushing total. He probably won't put up the same overall totals, but I still think he'll be the number 3 overall fantasy quarterback. Number 2 on my list is Aaron Rodgers. He's the number 1 quarterback in all of football, but in fantasy football, he's number 2. They play in so many blowouts in the second half, and he just doesn't get as much volume in his main dropbacks as my number 1 fantasy quarterback. Rodgers is still the best in the game. Jordy Nelson's back. Randall Cobb's back. They brought the whole gang back, added some new pieces. They're going to be great offensively, and Aaron Rodgers is going to lead the way. He's my number 2 fantasy quarterback heading into this 2015 season. Number 1 overall for me is Andrew Luck in Indianapolis. He gets that soft schedule in the AFC South, Tennessee and Jacksonville 4 times a year, easy defenses to pad stats against, has the running component that he makes way in the end zone, gets some bonuses there, and also has more weapons this year than he's ever had before. They didn't invest in the defense in the draft. They invested more offensively. I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts again. Andrew Luck, a lot of volume, still remains the number 1 fantasy quarterback for me. So those are my top 5 fantasy quarterbacks here on DKTV. I want to get your top 5 fantasy quarterbacks heading into the 2015 season. Drop them in the comments. Drop us some notes on Twitter. Hashtag it DKTV with your top 5 quarterbacks for this upcoming season.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here, and I'm going to give you my top 5 running backs for the 2015 NFL season at DraftKings. Starting off the list, I have a Bronco. Probably my favorite player this year to watch is going to be C.J. Anderson. I think he has an absolutely monster year in Gary Kubiak's offense. Offensive line should be good. They're going to obviously be able to run the ball, and Peyton Manning should help him get in the end zone. At number 4, I have Jamal Charles, who I think is an elite upside play. Always can break the big play, and he's really good in the passing game, should catch a lot of passes. Andy Reid's always got a lot of fantasy points for his running backs, and I think Charles has another great year. At number 3, I have Le'Veon Bell, who would be number 1, but he's going to miss a couple games to start the season. I think he is an absolute monster. I don't think last year's a fluke at all. Excellent pass catcher, does it all, and I expect him to have a huge end of the season. Number 2, I have Eddie Lacy, who I think is going to be on the best offense in all the NFL. Packers should be incredible. Aaron Rodgers is going to move the ball. Lacy's going to benefit dramatically because he's going to face less people in the box, and he's going to get a lot of touchdowns. At number 1, I have Adrian Peterson. He barely played last year, and I think that's going to be great for him coming into the year fresh. He's an absolute freak of nature, most talented running back I've ever seen. And I think with this offense, Bridgewater is going to actually move the ball really well, and I think Peterson will be hands down the number 1 running back. Make sure to check us out here at DKTV, subscribe, and good luck in all your contests.
In Miami, this is the DraftKings Sweat Show for Week 1. $10 million Million Maker drew. 2 millionaires going to be awarded, one with $2 million, the other with $1 million. And we're going to be talking to one of the guys who's possibly going to be a millionaire because he is fading everything now. Currently in first, John Nato, and the game script for him is going pretty well right now.
Yeah, if you're sitting in first and you're out of players, you're rooting for lots of field goals, and you're rooting for the clock to run and punts, and we're kind of getting all those things so far.
Lots of runs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure that if it's a completed pass, if it's a 1-yard pass, that sort of thing is definitely what John's doing. We'll be talking to him in a second. But this is kind of like an interesting situation because even if you get second, you still get $1 million. Like, does it really feel like a loss if someone passes you and you still get $1 million?
No, and I think that's the beauty of this year's Millionaire Maker Series so far compared to last year's Millionaire Maker Series.
I get excited when I win like $10 on a scratch ticket.
I need a headset. Earbuds and a headset. You tell Peyton I need that? Yeah, just tell her to go give it to me.
It's not much of an option. Maybe because my phone's in airplane mode now. Why? Thanks, Elliot.
Looks great down here. I saw it all.
And 2 years ago, even, which it seems like an eternity in the daily fantasy world, but 2 years ago is not that long ago. It was one preeminent tournament a weekend that people were chasing or looking to qualify for, and it's just a different experience now. Daily fantasy's become a lot more mainstream, and the tournaments have reflected that.
All right, looking at the box score, it is not pretty right now. Sam Bradford, 5 of 8, Matt Ryan 5 of 9, but you look at how many yards they have. Ryan with 80, Bradford with 34.
How about DeMarco Murray's rushing?
Minus 10 yards.
Yeah, that's not good.
And he has 2 catches for 0 yards.
That's a tough start. Negative 10 yards on 4 touches.
Yeah, so that's definitely a bad thing if you have DeMarco Murray. And when Darren Sproles is leading, again, you look at who has caught a pass or been targeted. Sproles, Josh Huff, Zach Ertz, Miles Austin, DeMarco Murray.
Yeah, so Jordan Matthews not even with a target yet.
Nelson Aguilar?
No.
Jordan Matthews? No. Meanwhile, on the other end, you've got Julio Jones, 4 target and 2 for 23. So they just have stalled out. So this first quarter, still 4 minutes left, and you've had, I think, 5 or 6 possessions. So a lot of, at least the clock is like not, you don't have like a 10-minute drive. And I don't want to jinx it, but that's something you had like yesterday during that Dallas Giants game. Is like literally to start off, you had a 10-minute drive.
Yeah, and I think that's unlikely with both these offenses, the way that they play. Neither's really a power running attack, and Philadelphia a little bit more so, but they play so fast and they like to go hurry up and no huddle. And Atlanta just doesn't really have a sustained running game. So I think they're more of looking to soften up the defense on the pass side by using the run and maybe get an explosive play here or there, but not a consistent running game.
And something that we'll be keeping an eye on is Tevin Coleman versus Devontae Freeman.
Yep.
We talked about it in the Poolside preview show earlier on Saturday, but Coleman, 3 carries for 7 yards. Devontae Freeman, 4 carries for 5 yards, and both have had a target in the passing game. So it definitely looks like 50-50 split so far. So you've got there has been the first target to Jordan Matthews.
Incomplete.
At least there is a target though for that. And again, if
proof of life is all you want when you have zero points with a player,
right?
You just want proof of life
and
that they're on the field.
And if you're John Nato, you're thinking just interception, catch the ball, like keep on flip flopping, stay in bounds, that sort of thing with the games. Let's talk though a little bit about Miami. And just this overall experience. I got here late Friday. I know you got here Friday as well, so I missed it. But there was like at the Live nightclub was I hear it was pretty insane.
Pregame party.
Did you
for
go?
Everybody? I did get over to Live for a little bit.
You went to a nightclub?
I was living it up.
No, I'm not going to count that.
All right.
I'm not going to count.
We'll keep it. We'll keep working on those.
Keep it 1-0.
But yeah, it was a great opportunity again to meet and interact with a lot of other daily fantasy players and grinders. And I think one of the great things about the DFS community is there's not only a lot of really good people in it, but there are people that can understand what each other goes through, because it's a little bit different than talking still to friends about fantasy football and stuff. And I think we're still, maybe another year away from that, the dominant conversation being daily fantasy instead of kind of season-long drafts and different things like that. So it's really nice to be around a bunch of other people that get you, understand kind of what you're going through. And Liv was incredible, an awesome DJ, a dance team. That wasn't just the DFS players. Some DFS players participated in the dance ensembles as well. That's where I felt like you could have done your best work had you been able to be here on time.
If I was, I would have definitely been out there. So probably a good thing for my social media mentions that I wasn't there. And then Saturday, just everybody by the pool, and we had the poolside preview show. Everybody was hanging out. Like you had, if you watch the video, like 3 or 4 millionaires just in the pool, just hanging out. That DraftKings has made them a millionaire. They weren't millionaires before. And then you also had that night, they set up this huge room. In this room, I mean, you could probably have like 3 full court basketball courts in there. Like it was insanely large with one wall complete full of TVs.
Yeah, the war room was amazing to be able to watch all the games, to be able to sweat and build lineups there. They had so many stations available where it was easy. Every table had a plug-in, so you could, sit there with your computer and make lineups and watch games and sweat if you were playing college football or or MLB. It was awesome, and all the food and the open bar, and surrounded again by like-minded people playing DFS. It was really quite the experience, and definitely the best party associated with daily fantasy sports that I've been a part of.
Oh, for sure. And it definitely had a live event feel. Obviously, had the qualifier yesterday, but even Saturday, having that many people in there on their laptops, making lineups till 2 a.m., waking up 9 a.m., getting back in there, having breakfast, drinks, whatever, and going right back at it. Like, there's it was cool, like just making lineups, like talking to people. They had like little couches, so you saw people that were talking strategy, like while they make lineups. And then Sunday, we just got to kind of zonk out and just watch football the whole afternoon. I almost fell asleep.
Yeah, I caught you mid nap,
and the
mini nap.
I was just thinking, don't fall asleep because my picture will be taken and put somewhere. So Eagles stall again, and
more punts.
So lots of punts in this game. So I know for your cash game team with J Matt and AP, that doesn't bode well. So hopefully they'll start getting some
attention.
Yeah,
soon.
Just some offense.
Soon.
Just like, we just want to see
just a flicker of hope.
We want to just, I think if you have guys, you just want to see like a flow, like just guys getting into rhythm. And we haven't seen that really from either side yet.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Teams shake off the rust, clicking. That is definitely what we want. But getting back to the Miami thing, the view here, the hotel here, is awesome.
Yeah, Florida's not short on views. You know, being a being a peninsula and having the exposure to the water on all sides, and we've got some great views and so many pools here. There's like there's like 50 pools.
Also, hat tip for using the word peninsula. I didn't see the word peninsula coming up in tonight's sweat show.
Yeah, it's the secret word. We'll do DKTV giveaways maybe with the word peninsula.
Yeah, no, we're not at all.
Oh, okay.
But as far as like the view and stuff, and also the history, like Frank Sinatra, you had the like the TV, you're just like full of nothing but clips from movies and shows, like I don't even know what show.
Scarface.
Well, that's not a show. There's another mobster show on HBO, and it just slipped my mind with the
Sopranos.
The Sopranos, that was in here, and like just a lot of history, and that was pretty fun to see. Just like, hey, we're staying in the same room that apparently Adam Sandler stayed in, and that's pretty cool. So you got Julio Jones, 2 more catches.
Yeah, starting to get into that rhythm.
Yeah,
that you were looking for.
He's definitely starting to get hot, and that does not bode well for John Nato. And he is, I think, ready to come on. So, John, are you there?
I'm here.
Right. So, John, you're there. You can hear us. Take us through what you're going through right now.
Watching them punt right now, which is perfect. That's exactly what we need. I need a 3-0 punt contest, and we'll be fine.
How does it feel, John, to be sitting there rooting? You know, all day you spent yesterday rooting for your players to rack up fantasy points, and today you get to sit here and root for players to not rack up fantasy points. So, what's the difference in mindset?
I've never watched a game where I cared so much about no offense happening, but that's what we need. So far, we're there.
So take us through, like, you made a few different lineups. This lineup was definitely an interesting lineup because you had 2 tight ends, you had a quarterback tight end, you had a running back wide receiver combo from a different team, and you had a wide receiver defense correlation. Like, just a lot of stuff going on with this lineup, and it looks like it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it was dumb luck, really. I mean, there really wasn't. I wish there was some magical strategy. You know, I think the tight end and the flex was key. You know, that was a good use. And you know, other than that, who knows? I'm a huge Cards fan. That's probably why I had Ellington and Fitz in there.
Now, when Ellington goes down early in that game, John, did you think that was it? I mean, by that point, you knew your lineup was off to a really good start. Did you think that was the end of your day?
Yeah, but by the time that game was happening, we also had, we had, Keenan Allen ripping it up. We had Eifert and Dalton doing well. So I was rising fast, and Ellington should have done better. But it is what it is.
All right, so take us through the last possession when Witten scored that touchdown last night. Like, it seemed like everything was going right for you until then.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was tough. That put a lot more people within reach, and I didn't realize it until after when I started looking, and all these people had Witten. That's tough. All game I was rooting against Dez, and then he goes down with a broken foot, and I thought I was golden. And what can you say? You have the 60-second drive. It was awful. But
yeah,
hopefully we're okay.
I'm guessing you're not a big fan of Tom Coughlin's play calling about now, John.
Yeah, not could have done that a little better.
Yeah. Talk to us about just like you've played for the last year. Is this, I'm guessing, like the biggest sweat you've had on DraftKings?
Yeah, I'd say that the $2 million sweat's about it. Normally it's like winning enough to enter again next week. Yeah, this is a new thing.
Yeah, and so we can hear kind of in the background you've got some family around. Did you how have you chosen to watch and sweat this game? Did you invite friends and family over? Did you ask to be left alone?
It was a scramble last minute. We got all the food and drinks upstairs, and we're camped out in the man cave, and that's it. All I gotta do is make it to the next game. We gotta dodge some bullets. We need Ryan to stop throwing it, and that's it. Dodge some bullets, keep it in bounds, run it, field goals, punts, turnovers, and we'll see if we can somehow, some way get Peterson to not light it up tonight.
As far as have you mentally prepared yourself in case things go wrong? Have you mentally, if I don't win $2 million, I'm still okay with the $1 million, or I'm still okay with 500,000, that sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You got to. I mean, that's what I kept saying is, yesterday when I was creeping up and I'm in 25th place and it's at 10 grand, I'm like, oh my God, that's the best thing ever. So, whatever happens, it gives me a reason to care about these games tonight. That's for sure.
And has this sweat introduced some more of your friends and family into daily fantasy? Are they now interested?
A lot of people did a lot of scrambling, I think, trying to figure out what this is all about, because I made a lot of phone calls today and people didn't really have a clue other than, hey, it's DraftKings, that company that runs a commercial every 90 seconds, every football game. And but other than that, I think I got some people on board.
Yeah, definitely. And John, as far, it's fun just to see you right now. And obviously you have kind of kids in the background. And I'm guessing that you are a little nervous. Have you kind of warned them about, listen, I may say some things I don't mean. So just bear with me.
So far we're okay. They've heard me yelling at football games before, so maybe a little more on the line here, but it's she'll be okay with it, I think, when she understands why.
No calls for earmuffs.
Yeah,
no, they don't earmuffs. So I'm hoping it's getting late. By 1 o'clock in the morning, when we're right down to the wire, hopefully they'll be in bed. But if I wake them up with some yelling, that's okay too.
Talk to us a little bit about your background in fantasy football. Were you a big season-long player before DraftKings came along?
Yeah, for I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years. Yeah.
And how'd you get into DraftKings?
Playing in 4 or 5 or 6 leagues a year, and started playing on DraftKings last year, maybe the year before, and not last year, and that was it. And you still have the regular season-long leagues too, but.
John, as far as the guys that are chasing you, put yourself like in their shoes, or have the option, rather, would you rather be in their shoes, or would you rather be like in first, know where you're at in first?
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is would you rather be sitting here rooting, with all your hopes on one player, or sitting there in first place looking back and just praying it goes poorly for somebody, not even poorly, just average.
Right.
You can just get some, average totals with no explosions, will be in good shape, I think.
And this is like double brutal for you. Well, it's double brutal for you, but then again, like you're talking about double million. Like you might win 2 million, but you've got to sweat 2 games. So like it's like 7 hours of white knuckle sweating going on.
Yeah, and well, I mean, I count last night too, because it was the same. It was the same deal last night, and that's all you can do. Is be patient and dodge bullets.
Did that come into your mind at all when making the lineup, John? Thinking, all right, I'm not going to have any exposure to Sunday night and 2 Monday night games.
I made so many lineups that I didn't even. I was kind of just doing one a day, just excited about getting started with fantasy, and I'm like, I'll make 15 or 20 lineups and see what happens. And no, I was not looking at the time of the games. I didn't realize that every other lineup I have players still going.
Well, John, it was good meeting you, and obviously, we really appreciate you taking the time to do this while you're sweating the games. There's a lot happening right now with Atlanta, as I'm sure you're seeing.
Yeah.
So we'll let you go, and who knows, we might be seeing you later, and for your sake, maybe even like on a commercial or two. So I appreciate you being with us. And we'll let you get back to your family. And like I said, good luck.
All right. Thanks, guys. Hopefully we talk again in the next game.
Yeah. So that was John. I felt like a little nervous, like talking to him, because you don't want to say too much. You don't want to say John. Basically, a lot of people. We talked with Lafayette last night, who won the qualifier. A lot of people are superstitious.
Yeah, and I felt a little nervous for him as well. But he seemed pretty calm and collected.
Yeah, and like as Atlanta is just marching down the field, and now passing down. I didn't want to get him on
a little Julio bubble screen that's going to find the end zone.
Yeah, we see Julio score that touchdown with Matt Ryan. So we've got a little bit of a sweat going on. We got off just in time, though. Where he would have been really distracted, and you don't want to see someone like watch their chance at like $1 million or $2 million like dwindle in front of your eyes.
That would be difficult. That would be difficult.
I remember last year when we had you, and it looked like we were sweating the whole night, and it kind of looked like it was not going to happen, and you got passed.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, I've got to have a Marcus Wilson touchdown. And then he did. That's the cool thing that we want to see.
Yeah, we'd like to catch more of that. It's just a tough sweat.
Yeah,
the doubleheader, 2 games, a lot of really explosive offensive players involved in these 2 games, and so it's a long sweat. And it looked like John was buckled in for the long run. He looked ready for it,
and he said that he was a Cards fan.
Yeah,
which might explain the Ellington and Fitzgerald combo. When you just take a look at that lineup, it's just so weird that it's winning $2 million right now.
Yeah, especially a player that left the game early.
Yeah,
I would not have imagined that would be possible. And he also he lost some time with Kelsey too. He had Kelsey as one of the 2 tight ends, right?
Yeah.
So he lost some time in the first half when Kelsey went back to the locker room as well. So you got to, if you're in John's shoes, you got to be thinking what could have been had I had some extra time from those players as well.
Yeah. So we're seeing that Matt Ryan combo. Taking a look at the leaderboard, Hot Tub Tony 201. So he's 13 points behind. Like you're giving Matt Ryan odds to get 13 points for the remainder of the game. He's probably going to get it.
Yeah, and he's already racked up a bunch of yards.
Yeah.
So that bonus,
he's halfway to the bonus right now. He's got 150 yards.
That bonus 3 points. Every point is going to matter in this competition, and that bonus is huge. And we're early in the second quarter.
Yeah,
he's halfway to it. So
just another 150 yards, no touchdown would mean 9 points, would put him at 210.2, and then a touchdown on top of that would put him at 214.2, which would be winning by 0.14. If we kind of see like a last minute thing, that sort of thing. Again, though, you feel like you almost have left yourself an out with two people that are going to win $1 million. Like, okay, well, maybe I didn't win 2, but 1 million still pretty good. Also, Julio Jones, 8 targets, 6 catches. Like, it's pretty clear that they're going to him. And if you're on the other side, like, you're hoping that Sam Bradford connects with his receiver in the same way, just like them getting open.
Yeah, and if you invested in Dez Bryant or Odell Beckham and didn't pay that little extra money to get up to Julio Jones, feels very disappointing right now with the work that Julio's already put in. Just a little over a quarter and a few minutes into the game, probably outscored both Dez and ODB combined early on already.
And maybe that puts the pressure on Philadelphia, but that's something that we'll be keeping up with. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back after this, and maybe by then we'll have some sort of Philly offensive points to talk about.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen, subscribe to DKTV for all the best fantasy picks, entertainment, and strategy. We've got a whole roster of proven winners to help you gain an edge. Plus, they bring you behind the scenes with exclusive access to DraftKings VIP experiences and World Championship live events. Don't miss out. Subscribe to DKTV now.
Okay, here's what you need to know to start winning real cash prizes playing 1 week fantasy football at DraftKings. Whether you browse on your computer or on the free mobile apps, the game's the same. First, select your contest. Browse the featured lobby or view all NFL contests. Choose from many marquee tournaments, head-to-heads, and beginner-friendly contests. Pick your contest and you're ready to draft. For all NFL contests, you'll draft 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex player, which can either be a running back, wide receiver, or tight end, and a defense. Your goal is to build the best 9-man roster under the $50,000 salary cap. Each eligible NFL player from that week's games is assigned a salary. They'll earn you points for receptions, touchdowns, total yardage, and more. Once your lineup is complete, click submit, and that's it. Track your team online or on our free mobile app to watch your squad rack up points in real time. And when the last game is over, bask in your own drafting genius as your winnings are automatically credited to your account. More sports, more winnings, more millionaires. It's a whole new season every week at DraftKings.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here, and I'm going to be giving you my top 5 receivers for the NFL in the 2015 season at DraftKings. Starting off the list, I have Jordy Nelson, who has the luxury of playing with the best quarterback in the league in Aaron Rodgers. I think he has another huge year. They have unbelievable chemistry, and he's going to continue to put up the fantasy points. At number 4, I have Odell Beckham, who I think a lot of people are going to have at number 1. I'm absolutely convinced of his talent. I think he's going to have an incredible year, but I certainly want to see more of a sample on him before I crown him as the number 1 receiver. Still love him, think he's going to be a great play all year. At number 3, I have Demaryius Thomas, obviously another Bronco, repping my favorite number, 88. He is an incredible talent. Would have him number 1 easily. I just think the Broncos are going to run the football a lot this year. A little bit worried about Peyton Manning throwing the long ball to him as well, but he's still an amazing yard after catch guy, and I think he has a huge season. At number 2, I have Calvin Johnson, who's been number 1 for a long time. Still think he's right there. He's playing in a dome. He has Matthew Stafford throwing him the deep ball. I think he's an elite play, and he's definitely going to have a big season. He's just not number 1. Number 1 for me is Antonio Brown, who was the guy last year, and I think that continues. Love him in point per reception formats. He is the absolute man. catches so many passes, think he's going to get a lot of touchdowns, and he's just an elite talent. Make sure to check us out here at DKTV, subscribe, and good luck in all your contests.
Everyone knows DraftKings makes more millionaires than anyone else. And this NFL season, we'll be handing out a whole lot more big checks. Start planning your epic victory celebration by checking out some of the guys who set the bar on $1 million celebrations last NFL season. Eitan Jankowicz. The sweat for the top spot in the $2.5 million King of the Beach tournament was tense, but Kobe for MVP played it cool, watching his team, led by Russell Wilson and CJ Anderson, work its way up the leaderboard. But it was Doug Baldwin and his fourth quarter TD that cemented Kobe as the one true king of the beach. Drew Dinkmeyer, DKTV's own Dink Piece, found himself in contention to win the Week 15 Millionaire Maker thanks to huge performances from Jeremy Hill, Des Bryant, and ODB. But it was during Monday night's Saints-Bears game, when Dink was live on DKTV's Sweat Show, that Marquise Wilson's fourth quarter TD catapulted Dink into first. Infamous celebrations ensued. Dave and Rob Gomes. Now they're the faces of a national TV commercial. But back in Week 11 in 2014, the Gomes brothers were just two guys in the middle of one epic sweat. Thanks to strong Sundays from Aaron Rodgers and AJ Green, they were in contention in the Millie Maker heading into Monday night. That's when Jonas Gray of their hometown New England Patriots went absolutely nuts, scoring 4 TDs, launching the $1 million celebration that would soon live on in infamy. How will you celebrate your big win this season? Share in the comments below. And for more, subscribe to DKTV.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen.
And we're live. Back, we had Philly showing a little bit of signs of life. While
we requested some points.
Yeah,
we got
did.
some points.
They got on the board. It's 10-3. There was a target to Jordan Matthews in the end zone, just an absolutely terrible throw.
Really bad throw by Bradford. Not sure where he was really trying to put the ball. Matthews was kind of running a little bit of a wheel route, it looked like. And Bradford's throw was sort of in between two receivers. So Matthews did get on the board that drive, though. A couple catches. And as you mentioned, they got a little bit more rhythm. So, that was a quick drive, too. Didn't take a lot of time off the clock, about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, not a lot of time off the clock at all. And then we also have a guy, Ryan Hunter, who is like in 200 and something place, but he has Julio and DeMarco Murray going.
Yeah.
And so DeMarco, he's the highest guy with Julio and DeMarco could be one of those guys that breaks a long run and all of a sudden he's in contention. So
yeah, that's the thing about this game and this contest. 200, 300 spots, you feel like, oh man, I'm not really that close. But one big play can move you up really, really quickly because so many of the teams ahead of you usually are out of players. So if you can get that one big play in DeMarco, if you're the highest rated player in the rankings with DeMarco left, that's what you're rooting for. One big play from DeMarco to move you up and get you within striking distance.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting talking to him. And I'm not seeing maybe he has DeMarco and another person, not Julio. Or maybe he does. I don't know. I'm not seeing him on here, but we'll find him. He'll be on later, and he'll tell us who he has and where he's at. But 10-3 right now, still 7 minutes left. And anything, like the thing with these offenses is that anything can happen in a short time span. A lot of playmakers out there. You could have turnovers. And you're really just wanting to see the team that you have get into the red zone.
Yeah, and these two offenses are big play offenses too. So you could have, the landscape change very, very quickly. They both like to take shots down the field, and we've seen a lot of that off of play action so far, both from Matt Ryan and from Sam Bradford, trying to take some shots down the field. Early in the game, it was a lot of incompletions, but in the last few minutes here, both sides have been able to move the ball at will, and that's what people expected coming into the game.
Yeah, and we should also mention that CSU Ram 88 will hopefully be joining us during the second game. will be in, and some other guys that were in the King of the Beach final. Again, a once-in-a-lifetime experience where they got to fly to Boston, stay at a nice hotel, go to the game in the box suite, go in the field. Like, they were taking pictures on the field. I was kind of jealous. And then they had a private jet down here.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. And
I wonder if that's a fumble. We just have Ryan throw a sort of a fake reverse and then do a screen.
It's not a fumble. Like, only people from Buffalo would kind of mix that up, a forward pass and a backwards pass.
Poor Mike Leone, if he's
Leone.
listening in right now. But yeah, ruled a forward pass. If it was a fumble there, that would have been 6 points for the Eagles defense. Quickly.
Yes, except he ran out of bounds. So the guy that
do you not get 6 points for running out of bounds?
No.
I need to look at the scoring system again.
All right. Sam Hunter is joining us now.
Ryan Hunter.
Nope. Apparently his name is Sam. So we'll see. Either his name is Sam or Ryan. We'll play a game. Mr. Hunter, are you there? I'm not sure we have audio for you.
Right now.
Let's see. Can you hear us now?
Okay. He can hear us.
He can hear us.
We can see him.
And we cannot hear him. What about now?
Hey, guys.
There we go.
Yeah, okay, we're good. So is your first name Sam or John or Ryan?
Ryan, but you can call me whatever you want.
Okay. So we'll go with Ryan. And Ryan, tell us who you have left.
Julio and DeMarco Murray.
Okay, so you have to be feeling pretty good about Julio being targeted so much.
Yes, he's having a good game so far.
And pretty bad about DeMarco Murray.
Exactly. Settle down here.
So coming into tonight, Ryan, what were your expectations? What were your hopes from each one of the players? And when you kind of saw the game settle out yesterday, what were your thoughts heading into Monday night?
Well, I was just hoping that DeMarco can show off for his new team. I knew Julio would get targets tonight, and just see what happens.
Ryan, where are you from?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
I was about to say it sounded like an SEC country because I'm from Nashville, so I can tell an SEC guy when I hear him. So Little Rock, I'm guessing you're an Arkansas fan.
Yes, sir.
Where did DeMarco Murray play?
Oklahoma.
Okay,
with Sam Bradford.
Yes, I was mixing him up with McFadden.
Mm.
And Oklahoma, Arkansas, you actually used to have a little rivalry. Fun fact. Not anymore. But anyways, talk to us about this lineup that you have.
Well, my actual first selection was Eifert. I had him on my fantasy team last year and was real excited about him, and then he got hurt the first week, and so I was excited to see him play this year, and so I started there, and then I just went for Carson Palmer at home. You always can bank on him, so.
Yeah, you didn't really pair him with a receiver, and you used Chris Ivory in your flex with Eddie Lacy and DeMarco Murray. So you kind of played it safe with the three running backs instead of going a wide receiver in your flex.
Right. Yeah, I was going for running backs that would catch some passes to get me some points that way, and luckily Ivory had a good game, and I wish Lacy could have done a little more for me, but it is what it is.
I was right there with you, Ryan, wishing Lacy could do a little bit more. I had a lot of Eddie Lacy this weekend. One of the interesting combinations that you did use that is a combination we seem to be finding in a lot of these contenders lineups is Jarvis Landry and the Miami Dolphins defense. That punt return must have been a pretty exciting moment yesterday. Did that come into your thought process when pairing the two, or were they just two individual selections that you liked?
Just two individual selections. I knew Miami was going to be facing Kirk Cousins, and as we know, Washington's just a hot mess. And Jarvis Landry's a PPR monster, so why not go for him to get some points that way, even if he doesn't score a touchdown. So.
Were you able to watch? Did you see the punt return touchdown live? And if so, what were your thoughts as he kind of broke free there?
I did get to see it, and I jumped out of my chair and full couch slapping and went from there. That was a big turning point in my game.
You can't beat couch slapping. You have 34 points left. How, have you kind of calculated about as far as guys in front of you? And do you know how many that you need out of DeMarco Murray?
I've been kind of looking, and I'm not sure. I need Murray to do something. Obviously, I like a touchdown, maybe 2 from him. But just looking here, it doesn't look like there's too many ahead of me that have him. So we'll see.
Now, have you kind of broadcast this opportunity to friends and family? Were you on the phone with them last night talking about Julio Jones and DeMarco Murray and what it would mean for you if they had big games tonight?
A little bit, not so much. It's been it's been a little crazy with the family because we just moved, so we're kind of still in boxes.
Oh wow! So as far as like a target goal, do you have a target for what your top 10, top 5, top 2?
Top 2 would be, I'll take whatever. At this point, it's all. I'm playing with house money right now, so if I'm cashing, I'm happy. So there's some passes for Murray, and I'm liking that. So.
Yeah, and on DraftKings, every catch that he gets, you get a point. So even with those first 2 catches that he caught for 0 yards, he still got points. And that's something that he can do with Bradford in this offense, is catch a lot of passes.
Right.
Do you want them to get down to Atlanta so that he does catch more passes?
Honestly, I don't think it matters. I think if they'll go to Sproles more if they need to pass, but I think he'll be on the field. They want to showcase their big acquisition. So, honestly, I just want Atlanta to keep passing and let Julio rack up some points as well.
Now, when did you start playing on DraftKings, and when did you start playing daily fantasy, Ryan?
I've played for a couple years. This is probably my 3rd year, and this is obviously the biggest lineup I've had so far. So. Just off and on playing.
Do you play primarily football, or do you play any of the other sports as well?
I'm big on baseball, and I've been getting into college football a little bit. So
little Alex Collins in your lineups?
Little Alex Collins.
Did you know that he had an infection earlier this week when they didn't tell anybody until Brett Bielema told someone, I think today, in their presser, that he had an infection?
I did not know that, and I'm pretty plugged in. With Fayetteville, so
that's the thing with college football, is that they don't have to disclose stuff like that. So on the beat, Alex Collins was pretty heavily owned. I know I owned him on Saturday. I didn't find out until today that he had an infection on Wednesday and that he didn't get to practice all week.
And my lineups had an infection as well with Alex Collins.
And if you had Alex Collins and were an Arkansas fan, that was the double whammy.
Yeah.
Because they didn't rep the SEC well, did they?
It wasn't a good weekend to be a Hog fan for sure.
Yeah, or an SEC fan, because Tennessee choked to Oklahoma as well. You've got Atlanta driving. Even if you have some Julio Jones teams in front of you, I'm guessing you're just wanting all the Julio Jones to go up as high as you can, regardless of who's in front.
Right.
Awesome. Well, Ryan, we really appreciate you being on with us, and maybe we'll see you later on in this game. Maybe we'll see you later on tonight, depending on what happens with DeMarco Murray. But I know that you're wishing that he busts a long one.
Yeah, buddy, let's do it.
All right, that's Ryan Hunter from Arkansas. I should have had him give a Woo Pig Suey.
Yeah, the war chant or war call for the SEC.
Yeah, not the SEC.
Well, for the SEC fan from Arkansas.
It's just for Arkansas fans.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I am getting an alert that we have a calendar invite for the sweat show tonight. So
did we make it?
we made it.
Okay.
We're on it. Not to worry. We are on the sweat show. So we've had 2 interviews and both seem really calm.
Yeah.
Like calmer than I would definitely be. People
Calmer
know
than
that.
you are sweating your cash games. As Sam Bradford refuses to throw touchdowns.
Yeah, I know. Drew and I both have cash games out there with Bradford or with Matthews and AP, and I also have Bradford. So, yeah, we've got 3 minutes left, and now it's like, okay, now you're kind of in panic mode if you did have Bradford or Jay Matthews.
Yeah, no touchdowns for Bradford, no touchdowns for the Eagles offense, and Bradford's not exactly racking up yards either. So just not racking up fantasy points in any meaningful way. And this is the part of the game where you want to see the game play pretty fast because you want to maximize possessions towards the end of a quarter, especially if you're on the passing side of the equation, because usually those are highly valuable opportunities. You tend to see softer defenses kind of towards the end of halves and teams taking less chances. So this is an important opportunity for the Falcons right here as they drive down inside the 30-yard line. And if you have Eagles players, you're wanting this Falcons offense to get off the field, no matter what way it happens, as quickly as possible.
Like if you typically, especially in that Chip Kelly offense, if you could have like a minute and a half left, that is an eternity. And I tell you what, they just keep on going to Julio Jones.
Yeah. They're finding Julio open on quick stuff over and over and over again. And he's usually a guy that you worry about down the field from a defensive perspective. And he's doing a lot of quick stuff. They're doing a lot of unique stuff to try to get him the ball in space. And as a fantasy owner, if you have Julio Jones, that's just got to be a great feeling that they're actively trying to find creative ways to get him the ball.
Yeah, you had an offensive pass interference call on Roddy White that made that call coming back. But if you have any questions for us, use hashtag DKTV, and we'll make sure to get to these questions later on. We've got halftime coming up, and we'll break for about 6 or 7 minutes, and then we'll be right back, and then it'll be halftime. So people that are watching the game, they want to see us more than the halftime show.
Definitely.
So they can tune in then. But we'll be right back after this 7-minute video.
Oh man, I cannot wait to go over there and get. What? We're still going here? Are you serious? Oh man. What else do you want? We've gone about 4,000 miles. We've talked to team after team. By the way, how cool is this DraftKings Lounge? Check this out here in the Cowboys Stadium. All right, if you want to know, guys, we have interviewed player after player, coach after coach. I had the best time on this tour, I really did. But check out some of the other highlights of some of the biggest names in the NFL. Stop by the Glaze Across America DraftKings Tour Bus.
You've got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh.
Holy Toledo, man.
Who gave you permission?
What?
To put my picture on the side of this bus. Dude, are you serious with a fireplace right now?
Are you serious?
I'm so serious.
I don't think you're licensed to handle this vehicle. You like the bus?
Welcome
What do you
to my
think?
bus. Oh,
Welcome to your bus, that's it.
Sweet.
TVs, right?
Good setup.
All right, sit your butt down with me, man. Why are you still doing this?
Because I love it. I love it. I love it. The competitive part of it. You know, I love that part of it. In the back of your mind, there's always the idea of, you know, being a champion once again.
Yeah, I think it's a completely fresh start. You know, obviously, a change of scenery, completely different system. It's just exciting to be in an offense that gives the quarterback so many options.
You don't turn on until you start getting your butt kicked a little bit.
But you kind of want to take that first hit because it's been since January, February since I've been hit last.
Johnny's done a great job. I think he's in a great place personally, which has allowed him to be in a much better place professionally.
Where have you taken the biggest jump when you came into now?
You learn a lot of football. You really do. Every year, especially that rookie year, second year, third, you learn a lot.
Last year's team wasn't good enough relative to the standard we've set and our expectations. And all of us, starting with me as the head coach, need to be better.
I think the year 3 is a big deal. You know, that we've had the stability, coaches in place, a lot of the key players in place here now for 3 years.
You want your receivers, they're all competitive, and they want the ball because they feel like if they get the ball, they can make plays, and they're going to help out the team.
So Jimmy was my guy. I mean, Jimmy was like a younger brother to me. But it's not like we have to go out and find the next Jimmy Graham. No, we have to evolve.
I felt for Ray. I think we all felt for Ray. And we all do a pretty good job of kind of compartmentalizing everything and going out there and doing our job.
You know, he's confident in what he believes in. And he tells us all the time, trust me, I know what I'm doing, trust the process.
He just challenging us to be the absolute best. One thing about being wise is seeing what other people do and using it yourself.
I've seen terrible leaders win, and I've seen great leaders lose. Right. But what are we saying? The determining factor of all is what? If you win.
We went 4-12 last year, so I mean, we can be worse, but how much worse can we get? We can only go up. So that's how I look at it.
Worst part of training camp?
The time here.
You mean the entire thing?
Yes.
That's it. How great is that? Finishing off in style here in the Cowboys Stadium. Folks, that's it. Jay Glazer, I am taking off. DraftKings, thank you so much for everything. Make sure you play DraftKings all year long. Fox, thank you so much as well. You guys know I absolutely hate flying. I terrorized America in our DraftKings bus. Thanks a lot, folks. Hey, can we change that, by the way, to just say Glaze across America? Where's Jerry and Stephen Jones?
I feel like I went into the basketball and nobody knew who I was or anything, and it was, I'm gonna make the best lineup I can, and I made that and came down and, you know, I had a couple cocktails and watched basketball go on. And
honestly, it was probably the last 20 minutes. We kept moving on up from 10th to 7th to 4th, and it was like, wait a second, I think we might have this.
It was unreal, it was a dream. I met my beautiful wife in the kitchen here. Her brothers were my first bosses.
I didn't even know it at the time, but he was giving my brother a lot of crap.
As I told my wife, persistence wears down resistance. I called him to say, hey, can I ask Nikki out on a date?
But my brothers were totally against it.
His exact verbatim was F no. And then I totally wore him down, and
7.5 years later, he's here and we're married. Big family, 3 brothers, 2 sisters. Everybody has kids. It is an Italian family ritual that every Sunday, my mother is cooking, the family comes after church, we're here.
Every Sunday, I would always not come over to her parents' house because I was watching NFL football.
Well, yeah, it used to be my other brother-in-law that got all the crap, but now that Adam's in the picture and you know that Adam, you know, is actually good at his hobby, they give him a little bit more respect and giving us time to watch and research. Now they get it. They understand. They have always given Adam a really hard time, always. But now that he's won, it was kind of like, bring home the belt, bring home the check. We want to see it. They were so ecstatic.
They're putting on a weight belt on him. Oh, he loves it. Oh, that's awesome.
Since I've won the million, things have changed where they have a lot more respect for me. Almost at the respect level. So you'll have to ask them about that. My nieces and nephews love hanging out with them. They're great. I mean, I treat them like they're my own kids. I love them.
I'm just a little jealous because a couple of my nephews have kind of drawn towards Adam instead of me. I used to be Nene, who was number 1, and now it's, where's Uncle Adam? Where's Uncle Adam? But he's a good guy. He's good with the kids.
I'm playing for the same reason everybody else is. I want to win as much money as possible to take care of my family.
Winning another $1 million, I think that our whole dynamic, you know, we had a lot of stuff we had to get in order, and houses, paying off things, debt, whatever, spending money on fun stuff too. But the second $1 million would be like, you know what, now we can actually really have fun with it. We can buy a house sooner than we were planning instead of saving for another year or 2. And we can start Baby Factory.
As I told my beautiful fiance when we came into it, I was like, I'm either winning or I'm finishing last. And we have one shot at another $1 million, which, you know, I'll back it up there and swing for the fences, you know? It's the only way to do it.
All right, and we are live. Sam Bradford just got crushed, and
So did our dreams.
Yes, your cash game dreams. My cash. Anyone that had Bradford or J Matt. It is first half is not looking good, and now you've got the Falcons ready to score. And keep in mind, Eagles got the ball first.
Yeah. Yeah, so they could really put things, and we've got a fumble from Ryan now, and scooped by Philadelphia.
Wow.
So turnover city here in the last 2 minutes.
With 52 seconds left. So lots of stuff going on. We asked people to send us some questions for Twitter. If you have any questions for us, feel free to use the hashtag DKTV, and we'll make sure to get those questions. But I think
a flag
that
on
there
Philadelphia.
was a illegal contact play, and that's just kind of how it works. Kiko Alonso.
Things are not going well for the Philadelphia Eagles right now.
They could go better.
They could go a lot better.
They could go a lot better, but that's life sometimes, especially with that. So let's take a look at the first question at Packers fan 91790. With Dez going down, who becomes the number one wide receiver in his place for Dallas?
I don't think there's going to be necessarily one wide receiver that fills that void. I don't think Dallas has that kind of talent. I don't think anybody really does on their roster to replace a Dez Bryant with just one player. As we see Julio Jones find the end zone once again, and Julio's just going nuts. And anybody who has Julio is just surging up the standings right now.
He might have 30 or close to 30 now
in the first half. That's incredible. But getting back to the question on the Cowboys receiving situation, I think Terrence Williams is the guy that a lot of people are going to gravitate towards because of the wide receivers they have. He's the only guy that's kind of a big wide receiver on the outside. Cole Beasley is their slot guy. I think they'd like to keep him in that role. So I don't think there's going to be an obvious candidate. I think you get a little bit of a boost across the board for guys like Jason Witten and Terrence Williams. But I think they'll continue to try to play conservatively. Run the ball, grind down the clock, play slow, and try to win games that way.
Yeah, and now you have that. Of course, they just had the extra point. That penalty was crucial.
Yeah,
but the Eagles have the ball now with 45 seconds. What do you do with 45 seconds?
I mean, they're at a point now they have to take advantage of every possession and try to turn it into points.
Yeah, at least if you get a field goal, you're down.
And you mentioned it before, Atlanta getting the ball to start the second half.
And they're not slowing him down at all.
And that Matt Ryan team that we talked about earlier, surging up the standings that needed only 13 more points, has got to be in a position now where they only need 5-6 more points, something like that, and the bonus is well within sight.
And we can take a look now at the Millionaire Maker, and sure enough, wow! Taking a look at the standings. Julio Jones, Peters, Imar 40. An Elephant is there are number 2 and number 3. Hot Tub Tony, number 5. Peter Gibbons, number 6. Ray of Hope at 7. Another Ray of Hope lineup. And the guy that we just talked to Blitzberg is another guy that just moved up to 8. I don't think he's the guy that we just talked to. That's somebody else. So with a Matt Ryan, Julio Jones combo,
that's the highest one.
He might be the guy that we're talking to. Like, it's looking like he's 9 points behind with Ryan and Julio Jones. Julio Jones, 3 more yards catching, and he gets a 3-point bonus.
Yep.
So this, for me, this is the new content. This is the new favorite for the Millie Maker, Blitzberg, and I think we might have some. He just jumped 200 places. They're telling me, and
200 places in one set of plays. That just tells you how quickly things can change with a big play. And I think the interesting thing here about that combination is I saw Matt Ryan at just 10%. We're talking about Julio over 20%. In this format. So a lot of people were playing just Julio, not Ryan together. And the question is for Atlanta, this isn't a team that has a steady run game. Will they decide to take their foot off the pedal with this lead, or will they continue hammering with the pass game? And when you've got an opportunity to get exposure to teams that will pass regardless of game script and regardless of game situation, those players are very valuable. And Atlanta's offense might be one of those types of offenses this year.
You've got Sproles, and that's something that we just talked about with R. Hunter, who he also jumped pretty high, but he said if they get down, then it's going to be a lot of Sproles.
Yeah, and he needs DeMarco Murray to be able to have a shot. And the hopes of potentially finishing first or second are probably dwindling with each big Matt Ryan play, because that's the challenge of owning just Julio in that spot. Is
Right.
if other people have Ryan and Julio, Ryan's moving up alongside.
I don't think that I can't really see, but I don't think that Philly has any timeouts left either. So I would say even a field goal at this point would be pushing it. But maybe you get some garbage time points. Maybe Atlanta just they don't want a touchdown, so they come off a little bit and they can get a short pass to J-Matt or something. If you have those guys, he is currently in motion. And they hand it off.
And running the ball down a bunch.
So it looks like there's a flag. So it looks like they're packing it in for the first half. Again, though, let's go back to this lineup right before halftime just to take a look at Blitzburg. And I don't want to jinx anything, but he's 9 points down. And again, he'll be 6 points down after the 100-yard bonus.
Well, 5, because Julio will have to have a catch to get there.
Yeah, okay. So it'll be 5 points down. And then Matt Ryan only has 97 yards for he gets the bonus. So that's 2 points down. So I think it's pretty much a lock that he's going like 50 yards passing and 1 catch from Julio is going to put him into first place. So one more final. Oh, hey, we got another flag. One more final run, though, by the Eagles, and this has just been a miserable half for people thinking that the Eagles. I mean, you look at what they did in the preseason, the expectations coming in. This is a team that people thought would have a lot of points tonight, Vegas included.
Yeah, and it's tough. That third preseason game, the one that is the dress rehearsal for the regular season, the Eagles offense looked so good, just lighting up the Packers up and down the field, Sam Bradford moving around all these wide receivers. And tonight, the offensive line hasn't really held up, and they're struggling to get guys open in the secondary, and Bradford's not making a lot of good throws. So very frustrating half for Eagles fans or fantasy owners that have exposure to the Eagles. And, they're tucking it in right now and wrapping up the first half by just handing it off and moving on.
Yeah, Bradford 17.9% owned in the Millie Maker. That's a lot of people that are being disappointed right now. And Julio Jones just absolutely
somewhere around 100,000 people.
Yes,
that are pretty disappointed right now in this first half performance from the Eagles quarterback.
Meanwhile, on the flip side of things, you had over 100,000 people that are absolutely excited. 29.7 points out of Julio Jones. He is that guy, and just absolutely tearing it up. And now you look at the standings. And whereas first we kind of thought this might happen in this game, there'd be something that happened, whether it be on the Eagles side or on the Falcons side, where one player and everyone kind of came out of hiding. Well, now you're seeing that all these people that have Julio Jones, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th.
You're not going to win this thing without Julio Jones.
Yeah,
I think and it's unusual at the wide receiver position. Usually you get multiple big wide receiver performances each week, and you need exposure to a few of them. But this is the big wide receiver performance this week. Keenan Allen had a very nice game, obviously, but didn't find the end zone. I think Julio Jones, especially with how highly owned he is going to be not only on the winning lineup, but I would assume on most of the top 10 lineups at the end of the day.
And that's really what's brutal about this is because, we took a look at Indy and everything was going right for him.
Yep.
And then right before we went off, might have jinxed him a little bit, where just Julio just started taking over, and they're going to throw. Oh no, it's a replay. I'm sorry, I was like way out of it. I saw him like, what are they doing? This replays got to me yesterday at the War Room. Happened to me so many times because there were 8 games, then 5 games going on, all these TVs, and I'm thinking, oh, I think scored another one.
I think that experience right there is a signature of dad life.
Yeah.
Because I know my father often will say, "Oh, that guy hit another home run. Oh, that guy scored another touchdown." Nope, Dad, that's just the replay.
Back to my original thought, though. We had a guy who everything was going right for him, and first, he might not finish top 20.
And that's the really tough thing about sweating these 2 games that have such highly owned players, because if one of those really highly owned players goes bonkers, it's moving so many people up the standings really fast. And, it's just, that's the challenge of fading a game that has such high projected ownership. And obviously last night it worked out with the Giants and the Cowboys and not having any individual players really go nuts in that game other than Jason Witten. But tonight, Julio Jones, one of the highest owned players in the entire field, is having a field day.
Nice use of field twice. We have DBoyNY23, who also has Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, so he's now blocked. But again, if they do well enough, he could still win $1 million.
Yeah.
So he is 5 points, I think, behind the Blitzburg, who we just talked about. But you take a look at his lineup, and the guy that really disappointed him, 41.3% owned, Davante Adams.
Yeah.
As someone that we talked about before, we knew that he would probably be the heaviest owned player in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's interesting because he obviously hurt lineups in the fact that he didn't have a really big game, but then the wide receiver position as a whole was so bad yesterday that it's not really preventing you from a potentially high finish as long as you had Julio. Because really the other wide receivers that you could have gone away from Davante Adams. I mean, John Brown, he had like 15, 16 points, something along those lines. Des Bryant, Odell Beckham did nothing. AJ Green did nothing. Demaryius Thomas really didn't have a very good game. So Davante Adams, it looked like in the 1 o'clock games, it looked like that was really going to hurt you and that was going to sink lineups. But then all the other wide receivers struggling around the position made it so that you could still have that Davante Adams bullet, and you're probably not winning, but you could still have a really good finish. Just because the position as a whole just didn't perform very well yesterday.
Looking at some of those other percentages, it seems to go directly correlated with Sam Bradford, 17.8%, Jordan Matthews, 17.1%.
Yeah.
So right there, he has 6.1, which is not going to get it done. But again, in this offense, he could get 5 or 6 catches, a touchdown, maybe even 2
on a drive.
Get the bonus. And
you could get a few catches and a touchdown on a drive really quickly. With the pace that this offense plays, now they haven't shown they had really one good drive in the entire first half.
Right.
So the consistency hasn't been there, but obviously with how quickly this team plays, there's potential upside.
And taking a look, 10 targets for Julio Jones, 8 catches on.
That's a good game.
8 catches on 10 targets.
That's a good game.
Yeah,
that's an incredible half. If you're out there and you don't have Julio Jones, I think coming into tonight, you're hoping, okay, maybe he finishes around 11, 12 targets. I can kind of deal with that. A pace of 20 targets is probably around your worst case scenario if you're fading Julio Jones.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he was in their game plan for tonight. On the other side, you've got Zach Ertz, 6 targets, and Jordan Matthews with 5 targets. But we have OMG Luckbox here with us, ready to join us, Jacob Weidman, and he is from, I think, Canada, BC, Canada. But he also is, for some reason, because I saw a post that he posted in Reddit, but for some reason he's a Titans and Predators fan, and he's from Canada. So I definitely want to see with that. And I think he's got a Titans jersey on now. Jacob, Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
So first of all, congratulations on a great score. You had 2 lineups. It looks like it's not going your way right now with all the Julio Jones, but still, for having 2 lineups, seeing all those games that you're winning, like, you're still gonna have a pretty nice weekend, all considered.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I still got a bunch of other sweats, not just the Millie Maker. I still am first in I got 19 other events I'm still in first in. So I got a big sweat still going on. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, this Julio Jones situation is probably like your worst case scenario going into it. A guy who's highly owned and just absolutely going nuts.
I think I had like 1 hour sleep last night, and I think that was I had a nightmare in 1 hour, and it was just Julio Jones going off. So
I feel like I just had that same nightmare over the course of the last hour and a half here.
We're having that nightmare in front of the camera. All right, before we start talking about your lineup, though, I want to know. I'm from Nashville. I'm a Titans and Preds fan. You're from Canada. You're a Titans and Preds fan. What's up with that?
Well, I was born in 1990, so like coming up, I was like 10 years old. Titans are getting big. Aaron McNair, all those guys. I love those guys when I was growing up, so I stuck with them. They've been my team ever since. I got the Jarrell Casey jersey on today.
I see it.
Looking for some defense today, but been looking good on the Falcons side, but not so much with the Eagles.
Yeah, Casey, I think an Auburn guy, and the Alabama guy is the one that's going off.
Now I can understand being a Titans fan in Canada. The Predators, I mean, that must be blasphemy up in the Couve area.
Yeah,
so how does that one go?
Yeah, I'm like 5 minutes away from the stadium too, so I get kind of grief too. I got my Predators hat right here. Got my Predators jersey in my room. Ever since I went to Nashville, I love the city. They're actually huge hockey fans there, which is just mind blast me. And I can't believe I don't like our fans here. They're kind of wishy-washy hockey fans. So I hopped on the Preds bandwagon in probably 2005. Ever since, I've been a Preds fan too.
Have you played daily fantasy hockey yet? And if not, will you?
I will in the future. This is actually my first week playing daily fantasy sports. I've played like fantasy football for 7-8 years. And I'm a poker player too, so I was watching one of a guy streaming on Twitch, and he said to come on DraftKings and check it out. So I loaded it up, and this is more than I expected for week 1. So
wow, it's pretty awesome. So because I did read about the Twitch stream, so you were watching a Twitch stream, saw it, decided to sign up, and now look at you.
Yeah, I signed up last year, but I never played last year, and then the guy reminded me of it, and then I watched another video of a YouTuber talking about daily fantasy sports, so I came on here and gave it a shot.
So obviously the results have been great for this first weekend, but what's been the experience of playing daily fantasy sports for the first weekend? And what's your takeaway?
It's been crazy. Like, I never expected anything like this. Obviously, you can't expect that week 1, but eventually you hope for a big score. But right off the bat, it's kind of been a whirlwind. Not a lot of sleep after yesterday. Big long sweat. I had the $1.4 million currently winning sign, so it was a little bit of a sweat. I had to sleep on that for a little bit. Actually, Jason Witten and Romo knocked me down a couple spots, but it's been great so far. I can't complain. It's pretty fun.
Have you already started looking ahead to week 2 contests and week 2 pricing?
Yeah, we'll see. I haven't done it at all yet. I've been sweating this way too hard. Been sitting in the lab here where I concocted the lineup, and haven't left since. I've just been sweating it out.
And I saw on the Reddit thread where on your screen cap there was actually a beginner contest. And I think the top prize in that is 10K. 10K,
yeah. I got a 10K. I got a 12-point lead on there so far. It's a $27 beginner contest. I got a first right now. I'm only like a point up on in the beginner 250K. So we got a little bit more sweat in us. So.
Yeah. And you're from the poker industry, so you understand the beginner contests are important, because it just encourages people to play. I want to go back to the whole Twitch angle. Was that Jason Somerville's channel that you were watching?
Yeah, that was Jason Somerville's channel. I was sweating him. He was playing the W Coop on PokerStars, and watching him.
Have you sent him a tweet or anything to tell him thanks? Maybe.
No, yeah. I talked to another guy on YouTube that he kind of I saw his YouTube video too, and it just kind of pushed me there as well. So I sent him a tweet. Nothing against Jason Somerville. I don't know. He might be too big time.
I mean, he probably is big time, but he'd appreciate a tip, because that's what you do on Twitch, right? You tip him. So
definitely. Hopefully, we hold on to a couple of these and get a nice Twitch tip there. So
Yeah.
So what was the biggest change? You said you've been playing season long for a long time. What was the biggest difference between season long and daily fantasy for your first week playing daily fantasy here?
I really liked it because like we have an auction draft and we have a 16-team 2 QB league. We have auction draft, so you don't get a lot of the guys that you want, and it's nice to just be able to put together a lineup of guys that you think can do well. Like I really wanted Austin Severian Jenkins this week because I know the Titans safeties. It's hard to say, but they're not very good. And I thought he was going to torch us, but it happened, and he kind of put us to the top there. So it's nice having like anyone that you want essentially within your salary cap. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, for sure. Jacob, really appreciate you joining us. It's halftime of the game right now. I know you're just wanting like the games to end, but it sounds like it's been a fun experience for you. And that's kind of what daily fantasy is all about, is the experience. And for hockey, I'm guessing with DraftKings that they're going to have like some experiences to come to Nashville for the All-Star game, because that's where it's going to be. So that's something cool that you could play for hockey.
That'll be sweet. I'm looking forward to that for sure.
And if you just come to Nashville regularly, let me know. I know the main ticket guy there for the Preds, so I'll hook you up. So a little fang fingers, and we'll get that going. But Jacob, I really appreciate you joining us. We're about to start the second half, so we'll let you go enjoy that and sweat. And congratulations on a big first week.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
All right, thanks. So that was pretty awesome.
My first week playing daily fantasy didn't go quite as well.
No, my first week. Actually, my first week was when Matthew Berry was with Draft Street, who DraftKings acquired, and so I was like, "Oh, I got this." I did not have it.
Yeah. Took me a little bit of time as well to kind of figure out the daily fantasy landscape. I didn't transition quite as smoothly there.
Yeah. I remember when I first started playing, and again on Draft Street, because DraftKings wasn't around at the time, there was this guy. He was such a jerk, and he was in the chat. His name was Thinkpiece.
I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah, no, this guy, there was chat back then, and he was a jerk. Would you like to apologize to me?
I'd like to apologize to everyone in the Draft Street chat.
What was your logo? Wasn't it like a rainbow?
A rainbow?
Yeah, wasn't your draft? What was your DraftKings logo or your Draft Street logo?
I don't think it was a rainbow.
It had to have been a rainbow. It was a rainbow.
I feel like if it was a rainbow, I would have been a much happier, nicer person.
It was something like it was something really colorful. That's all I remember. How can you not remember what your Draft Street logo was?
That feels like an eternity ago. Unfortunately,
it is an eternity ago. With the guy, I don't know if you read about the Jason Somerville deal for Twitch, but he is also a huge MMA fan. And so he has the Twitch channel that he has poker stuff on, but he's also doing some stuff with DraftKings, and he does a lot of stuff with MMA because he was a big fan. So that was one of those situations where it paid off.
Yeah, getting some new players acclimated with daily fantasy, and obviously some players that are having some life-changing experiences in their first week playing.
Yeah, let's get to a question on Twitter again. If you haven't already, make sure that you interact with us on Twitter, hashtag DKTV. We'll get to some of your questions. From ZRich529. How tough is it to decipher a trend the rest of the season versus what might be a mirage from a player or team's week one performance? So basically, overreacting, is this going to be something legit?
So I think the most important thing is to not confuse opportunity with production. Some players, we had this a few years ago, the Dallas wide receiver, Kevin Ogletree, who had 2 touchdowns on the first Thursday night game of the year. but did it on like 4 or 5 targets, right? He didn't have a lot of opportunities. He was just very productive with the ones he got. I think the key is trying to figure out where players fit in their offense in terms of who's the pecking order, who's the top dog that's going to eat first around the goal line and kind of work down from there. And so I like to look at opportunities early in the year, both inside the red zone and outside the red zone, targets, touches, different things like that. And if the players are checking out and they're getting a lot of opportunities outside the red zone, getting a lot of opportunities inside the red zone, I think those are more trends, whereas the mirages of the players that aren't getting a lot of opportunities.
Speaking of opportunities in the red zone, interception, now 1st and goal for the Eagles, and a lot of times right after the interception, you go for the jugular. So let's see if they go for a touchdown right off the bat, and they go for, DeMarco Murray, and he dropped it. That's not good if you're...
I feel like that was very symbolic of this Eagles offense tonight.
Yeah.
They're just dropping the ball.
Yeah, and he did have time. But yeah, going back to the question about season long versus daily, and the trends, you take a look at that Andre Ellington situation, and you have this week they said Bruce Arians said Chris Johnson was going to be quote unquote the top dog, whereas in seasonal you probably want to have David Johnson as your guy. So that's going to be an interesting scenario this week of what do you do when you talk about
a DeMarco Murray touchdown.
Yeah, we got a DeMarco Murray touchdown. So so we will see what that does. Is there going to be a flag? Nope, no flag. All right, so we got a DeMarco Murray touchdown. They're back in the game, 2 minutes in. But yeah, going back to the Arizona situation.
Yeah, and that's the big difference between season long. You mentioned in season long, you're probably playing for multiple weeks at a time. So you're thinking about the guy long term who can get acclimated to the offense. But in daily fantasy, you want that guy right now. And so if the coaching staff is saying that guy right now is going to be Chris Johnson, that's probably the guy you want to focus your attention on, unless that news flow changes and then they say it's going to be a split or a timeshare or whatnot. But if they're staunch in their belief that one guy is going to lead the workload, that's going to be the primary target, as opposed to in season long, you might want to play for future weeks in advance and try to get the more talented younger player overall, as opposed to the veteran.
We talked to Ryan Hunter, our Hunter 05. That TD moved him from 88th to 26. When we talked to him, he was 279. So you're talking about a guy who just moved up significantly, and now it might be a thing where it's Ryan versus DeMarco for that battle. So he's got to be feeling good about himself in 26th place with 199. And again, looking at the guy that had Blitzburg, he's at 204. So you're talking about a 5-point difference, but you also have Matt Ryan, who's definitely going to get the bonus. So maybe we'll put it at an 8-point difference because so far it doesn't look like DeMarco is going to get that.
Is he even in positive rushing yards?
No, I don't know if he is or not. But again, if you just want to see points scored when you're that guy, and DeMarco Murray has 4 rushing yards. He has 10 points and 4 rushing yards.
That's hard to do.
What's going on?
That's hard to do.
He's got 3 catches for 6 yards. This guy
point per yard.
He has 10 points and 10 yards. What is going on?
Point per yard scoring.
Unreal. It's like, who was the fullback? Allstott?
Allstott used to do that a lot. I remember Jerome Bettis had a game where he had 4 carries for -1 yards and 3 touchdowns. And I think that's the most unusual box score that filled a fantasy box score in a much different way than the real life box score.
Yeah. Oh man, just craziness stuff where stuff in fantasy does not translate to stuff in real life, but that's also why we love it. So, and keep in mind, there might be some other people that have Ryan, Julio, DeMarco that also have Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, and that's the thing we talked about when we first got on the air tonight, was the fact that there could be teams from way, way back. And it was a little bit different then, and it will be a little bit different the rest of the season when you have just one Monday night game and the combinations are a little bit more limited. You can sort of figure things out. But this week with, potentially rosters that had 4 or 5, even 6 players left yet to go, very difficult to figure out who the final contenders are. And the board keeps moving in all directions. So we won't have a clear idea of who the final contenders for the top prize are going to be until probably into the second game.
I have a new question from @KevPackers. When making multiple lineups in a large field GPP, how many different quarterbacks do you typically target for exposure?
So that's a really good question, and I think the quarterback position is the hardest position to narrow down your list of players, because a lot of times when you have a top wide receiver that you want to use, you want to pair them with a quarterback. And so I try to essentially use, I would say, one quarterback for every or two quarterbacks or so for every 10 lineups that I'm using. So I'm trying to narrow that down to maybe 5 different quarterbacks if I'm going to use 10 lineups, and kind of work it that way. But it's hard to narrow down. I know this week I made 54 lineups in the Millionaire Maker, and I started the week with my list was 14 quarterbacks, and I worked that down to like 6 or 7. So I think it's a challenge to narrow it down, but I do think by narrowing it down, you give yourself more opportunities that if you're right, you can kind of funnel up to the top.
Yeah, and you have a situation where it also depends on how many lineups you have in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're talking about multiple as in 3, you might want to use 3 different quarterbacks.
Yep.
If you have a multiple as in like 30, you might want to use 6 or 7 quarterbacks and have multiple variations of those 5 or 6 guys or 7 guys that you really like. I know typically that's what I like to do is get what we call our core group of guys and then diversify those other positions. A lot of times tight end is one of those positions. Flex is one of those positions that you want to at least leave open for the later games to see kind of what's happening with your game. And we can basically see what's happening right now in this game. They're starting to run the ball 20-10. And
that was something we wondered,
Yeah.
coming into the half. Would Atlanta keep their foot on the pedal, or would they start to try to incorporate the run game, playing from ahead a little bit more here? I think it's still too early to tell in this, really their first, second drive. They had the interception to start, but their second drive of the half. I also think an interception kind of shifts your attention back. Hey, maybe we should run the ball a little bit more. So I think there's some recency bias there, but they're back in shotgun again here, and I'm sure they're going to start flinging it around a little bit more.
A new Twitter question from @Cal, and I'm not sure if there's like 6 or 7 Fs as we watch Julio just go nuts. I mean, the guy is just so good, just tiptoeing down the sideline. A new Twitter question from @Cal FFFFFF. So Dink and Dave, are you all in on Johnny Football week 2, right?
I've been there. I've done that with Johnny Football. It did not work out very well for me last year when I was there and I did that. So I don't think I will be all in on Johnny Football again this year.
That pass complete to Julio Jones is called back because of holding or because of pass interference. It's another pass interference call. And I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like Julio is limping on the sideline.
I think he's just a little winded.
Maybe.
I think he's just, too many yards, too many catches, just taking a little break.
Maybe. And if you're those guys that have him and like just need like 1 or 2 points, you're like, okay, just get on the field. I just need 3 yards out of you. In fact, he might actually already have the bonus. Remind people watching, if you submit a question and we do talk about it on the air, you get a free ticket to the Millie Maker. So make sure that you're using hashtag DKTV or we can't read your question. So if you read it on air, then you'll get a free ticket. So make sure to keep those questions coming. Let's take a look at the standings right now. We've got Peters, Mr. 40 with 210. And again, he has Julio. Julio that catch did not count. So again, he's still stuck at 97. That's like the situation. Who was it? Keenan Allen? It looks like
he dropped that pick. But another. It looks like the Eagles are starting to get a little bit of pressure on Matt Ryan.
Yeah,
which we saw a very clean pocket during the course of the first half. So that could change things there. Dropped interception, but that was another play. Consecutive plays. I did not see Julio Jones on the field there. So catching his breath, limping on the sidelines, not really sure, but no Julio Jones on the last 2 plays.
For me, it looked like he had a hitch in the giddy up. So we'll see.
Hitch in the giddy up.
Yeah, it's a good Southern expression. So we're about to punt, and the Eagles are about to take over. And we'll see if maybe they have anything better than what they after that touchdown, they have anything better on the offensive side of the ball. You've got Sproles back there returning kicks. So we'll make sure that we're getting to a lot of questions. As far as the Johnny football question, I feel like it really depends on salaries. And like,
have you peeked at salaries yet?
I have not.
I have not
at salaries. I don't know if they're even out yet. If they are out, we'll have to peek at them later.
I got pinged earlier from some of our good buddies that they were out on Monday, and people were excited looking ahead to week 2. But I have not started looking ahead to week 2. I've been so focused on week 1 and hopefully wrapping up a good week here that I have not looked ahead to Johnny Manziel's matchup or price for week 2.
And as far as like unreliable quarterbacks, he's definitely one of those.
He did
guys.
have a moment yesterday that I thought, oh, maybe the Johnny Manziel I thought was going to come out of college and make an impact in the pros. He had that touchdown when he came in relief of McCown, but then it was old Johnny Manziel taking lots of sacks, loose with the ball.
And then the one where he had a nice run that was called back because of penalty, and the next one, I think it was the pick 6.
Yeah.
So it was not good for Johnny Manziel, but the Jets defense very heavily owned, and when he came in, everybody kind of cheered because they knew that meant there was probably going to be at least one pick 6, a few turnovers.
I was a little nervous though because Josh McCown's not exactly, a quarterback that you're scared of, right? And so I have a lot of Jets defense this week, and I was a little bit concerned, but it ended up working out just fine. Jets defense ended up being a great play this week.
At T Chalmers 8 says, is it more efficient salary wise to use a tight end as a flex? I really think this is one of those things where there are so many different strategies. It's just one strategy. I wouldn't say that it's more efficient at all, but you have to kind of take into account the big picture.
So I would say that on a price point basis, you're usually going to get tight ends cheaper than wide receivers. So in that sense of the word efficient, in terms of building a roster, you're probably going to have a little bit more cap to spend on the other areas. And when tight ends do have really big games, it tends to come via touchdowns. So in tournaments, I think it is a very viable way to attack it. But I think this week was very unusual in the separation and the performance between the tight ends and the wide receivers. We had so many more tight ends having big games and multiple touchdown games, and I think that is a little bit of an anomaly going forward. So I think you'll see over the course of the season there will be some weeks that pays off like it did this week, but I think on for the most part the wide receivers are priced up because they're a little bit more consistent week to week.
And I also think that injuries played a big part in how well that the tight ends did. You take a look. Dez was out, so Jason Witten got to play. You had Mike Evans who was out, so Safarian Jenkins became an option.
You had AJ Green who played like he was out.
Right.
So Tyler Eifert went nuts.
Right. And who was another tight end that did well? Kelsey, but that wasn't really because of an injury. It was Washington. Deshaun Jackson went out.
Oh yeah, and Jordan Reed had a big game.
Yeah, which opened the door for Jordan Reed, and it looks like Deshaun Jackson's going to be out for a while as well. So really feel like I haven't peaked at the week 2 salaries. I have a feeling that the same kind of thing that was for week 1 as far as who's out, who were their backups, that sort of thing is going to come into play as well for week 2 for these week 1
It looks like another big Murray run, and it's on that same play. There's a flag that might pull it back, but it's that same play that they ran for the touchdown, and it was an outside run. And you see a lot of times in Chip Kelly's offense, a lot of quick kind of power hitting runs. They were struggling with that in the first half, so it looks like they've made this adjustment to try to work the outside. And those are boom or bust runs, because if you get to be able to turn the corner, usually you're piling up yards, but if you're not able to, it's a big loss. And so interesting to see Philadelphia starting to try some different things offensively.
Yeah, you had 2 penalties, an offensive face mask and then a holding on Selleck. A lot of penalties in this game.
Yeah, the referees are very excited for their airtime as well on Monday Night Football.
This is prime time for them. So that was a very ticky-tack call on Selleck, I felt like, for a holding call. But yeah, so if you're the guy that we talked to earlier, not Sam,
Ryan
Hunter, and you see that, I mean, that just wiped away 2 whole points for him and like positive rushing yards towards that.
Yep. Towards the bonus, another first down to keep the offense moving. Now they're back inside their own 10-yard line, running a screen to J-Matt, our guy, and he's breaking off some tackles. Big play for J-Matt.
Yeah, he's got 20 yards on that. So got 3 points, and this is what we were talking about.
And he's down.
Yeah, he's down. So he's hurt, and that looks like a shoulder. He can't even get his arm around. So maybe he comes back. Telling you what, I watched Jordan Matthews for 3 years at Vanderbilt, and he's like, you don't play at Vanderbilt and not be tough, like going like Jay Cutler, same thing, because you take a lot of hits. You take a lot of hits when you're Vanderbilt. So he's got his helmet off, 5 catches for 56 yards, and they're holding his shoulder, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just said he's fine. So,
yeah, he looks like he's in okay spirits.
Okay. Well,
let's hope.
We'll see.
Because we won't be in okay spirits if he's not.
We'll see. Cash games are definitely depending on that. So you got Bradford, who's now going to the next option. And
I think that was Miles Austin.
Yeah.
Who's made a comeback.
Yeah, he's got a few targets. Peters, Mr. 40, has Julio Jones. Elephant also has Julio Jones. And looking at Hot Tub Tony, we talked about his play with Matt Ryan.
I really hope we get to interview Elephant.
That's just his name.
So there's an elephant in the room.
Oh, Drew, that was so good. I'm so jealous. I didn't think of it. Pittsburgh down to 10th. And just the next guy is Ryan, who we interviewed with 2 players, and I don't see anybody else, but they're moving the ball. So if you had Bradford, there's another penalty.
Looked like a little unnecessary roughness at the end of the play. Oh, maybe not based on Bradford's reaction.
Yeah. So man, the Eagles just shooting themselves in the foot. All right, new Twitter question. At Matt Gamby, how much do you diversify between your cash game and GPP lineups? Do some of your core plays in both? And that's kind of what you do. You talked about yesterday, one of the options was Davante Adams, and you talked about you made a conscious decision to play him in your tournament lineups where he was in the industry.
Yeah, and I was trying to target my allocations to be similar to the industry.
Jordan Matthews back on the field.
That's good news for all of us. That keeps us in good spirits, keeps us moving here on the show. But between cash games and GPPs, I agree that you want to have kind of a common core of players. If you really like them enough to put them in your cash game lineups, you should like them enough to play them in some tournaments as well. Now, the question is, with a guy like Davante Adams that was 40% owned, how much do you want to have? I chose a market neutral approach, which was a little bit off yesterday. You probably want to be underweight given the way he performed. But I think you want to have exposure in both your cash games and your GPP lineups to similar players. And then you kind of want to mix and match players around those guys to build out your GPP lineup, potentially with some guys that are maybe a little bit off the radar, potentially lower owned guys. So if you're right on those guys, and this week, Tyler Eifert, DeAndre Hopkins, are those lower owned guys, whereas Julio Jones was a guy that's probably a staple of a lot of cash games and tournament lineups.
Right. And you have a situation where Davante Adams was going to be heavily owned. And so people say kind of like different things. Like if you have Davante Adams, if you have someone that high on, like don't play the guy who's going to be heavily owned, because then if he does bad, which he kind of did yesterday, you've got the edge over. But let's say he did good, or let's say that you want to use that same kind of thinking with Julio Jones.
Wouldn't have worked out so well.
Right. It's just a matter of how they perform. Like you can have them as a part of your core play, or you can fade them. There's many ways. I'm not even going to say the saying that we say in the South. It has something to do.
Ryan Matthews getting loose on a screenplay here.
Well, I think he's caught like 3 in a row.
Yeah, they're starting to move the ball a little bit more effectively. You can see Bradford's confidence growing with kind of each step back in the pocket. And unfortunately, every time we see a play, there's that little yellow highlight at the bottom right of the screen indicating another flag. Seemingly every play. It's really frustrating and disruptive to the flow of the game here.
Yeah, Jason Kelsey got called for holding on that. Again, I don't see all these holding calls. They just seem like really okay. I did see that one. It came later on in the shot, but definitely disrupts the flow. So now instead of a first down, you've got a 2nd and 12, but they target Sproles. Like they are going to these running backs out of the backfield. So we'll see. We'll see what's up with that. I want to check on the Jordan Matthews situation because right after he came back in, I saw him go out. So I wasn't sure if maybe they used him for a decoy with his shoulder because I do not see him out there currently right now. So
he's at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, yep, he just came out.
Yep.
So we're hoping for some Jordan Matthews, and honestly, if you faded last night, if you faded Eagles tonight, you're feeling pretty good. 2 situations where, other than Witten, you're feeling pretty good about fading teams that were expected to do more than they have done.
Yeah, Witten and Julio, the 2 guys that are going off, and it's one of those things. I think it gets back to the decision on whether you want to fade a potentially highly owned game or you want to attack it. This week it looks like it's panned out where attacking it with solo plays is what's worked out so far. But some weeks you'll see. I remember, I'm not sure if it was last year or 2 years ago. There was a Denver-Dallas game 2 years ago that just went nuts on both sides. Peyton Manning and Tony Romo and Terrence Williams had big days, and the winning lineups in those tournaments that week were just game stacks of that whole game. It was like 5-6 guys from that game. So each week is unique in daily fantasy. That's the great thing about it. But certainly this week it looks like taking individual plays from these highly targeted games was the way to go.
Jason Peters just walked off, and that's not something you want to see as
a Bradford owner.
As an Eagles fan or Bradford owner. Don't be selfish, Drew. Alex Munoz. Now that we see what Julio will be like this year, is he cheap at $8,900 next week? I mean, his price tag came down $400. And we have seen
there's that outside run play again, another big hole for Sproles.
Oh, and it looks like he got taken down via.
Yeah, so they're going to have 1st and goal here.
And they did call a face mask on it, and Sproles is talking to him. So that was a thing as far as we talked about DeMarco Murray. I was actually surprised at how high owned he was, considering all the different running back options that they had.
Well, I think the interesting thing is a lot of people take if a lot of people are on Julio Jones, they kind of want the running back on the other side of the equation. So I think there's probably a lot of combinations. I know we talked to Ryan Hunter who had that combination, but I'm guessing even below Ryan in the standings, there's a lot of combinations with those 2 players that they wanted to get exposure to the game. And sometimes you want to play it on one side of the game with the running back and then on the other side with the wide receiver, that if you get the game script right, it kind of benefits both players. Hasn't worked out the game script that way in this one, but both players are doing well enough for DeMarco and another red zone opportunity here for the Eagles running game.
And it seems like they are content with running it. 2nd down and 4, it looks like. So I feel like that's a pretty good down for a passing situation.
Maybe a play action,
but you don't have to run the ball. Let's go with 2 straight passes and selfishly get some Bradford points. And the thing we talked about, it's like not too late for like just a big quarter. Talk about what Witten did last night. There were some big quarters yesterday. Safarian Jenkins there, even like Jameis had a few garbage time touchdowns, but you can have just one quarter.
There's a Murray catch and a touchdown.
So man, that puts Ryan Hunter up there big time because that is 7 points. 7-point-something points for him. He's currently 199.78, so he'll move up to 206 or 207. So that will put him in 5th, right ahead of Hot Tub Tony, and again has Julio Jones and him. So he's at 207.28. And in 5th place.
And we've got a ball game here again.
Yeah.
20-17 now if they make this extra point. Obviously, the extra points are no longer a gimme in the NFL with the new rule change. But, this one is up and through. So 20-17 now. This game is now right back into a game script situation where all potential opportunities are open.
And we talked about how bad Bradford has looked, but you take a look at his numbers, 208 yards with a touchdown and interception, but he could also potentially get the bonus. And now he has about the same amount of yards as Matt Ryan does, just without Ryan has an extra touchdown and an extra interception. So, yeah, there's still plenty of football left to be played. And again, with these fast-paced offenses, who knows? Like, we've seen a lot of stuff happening. Our Hunter now is in third place. Because the pass, it took a little while for that to register. So, yeah, we'll take a look at our Hunter. He was so calm before.
That's incredible.
When we talked to him again, he was in 279th place.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's in third. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break. We've got the Jay Rayner Beep I'm a Jeep Contenders video. We went up to Canada, interviewed Jay, and Jay is like definitely one of the most interesting guys in the industry. So a pretty fun video with Jay. We'll be right back after this.
I like the name Beep I'm a Jeep because it's kind of, Jeeps kind of take the road less traveled. They're able to go off-road and kind of do stuff that's different. And I think that sort of defines my play style, is that I do things a little more off-road and different. Last year I was the World Baseball Championships at Atlantis, and I was fortunate enough to bring 3 of my friends, and I told them going into it, I probably won't win, so we'll just have fun and we won't worry about winning or losing. Fortunately, ended up getting second. It ended up being like one of the probably the best day of my life. A lot of cool stuff happened that day, and it was pretty exciting. As far as making my brand, I feel like other people kind of made my brand as opposed to me, which is kind of nice because it's more organic. Now I'm kind of pigeonholed into being that guy that wears like cat shirts and stuff, which isn't like super optimal.
Kind of oddly enough, right around the fame started to get to Jay, I mean, he took on this kind of alter ego with these cat shirts and stuff. Unfortunately, for all of us, actually, when we go out, it's a little bit of an issue.
The goal of mine is to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. A lot of times people think that breaking a world record is about, being the best at one thing, but a lot of it is strategy. It's like, I was hoping to break a Guinness Book of World Records thing for eating the most Hershey Kisses in a minute, which is only 15, but surprisingly difficult.
No, I am, but
it
won't get past this one.
Not because I'm a super genius. I'm probably average, maybe slightly above average. I don't know what I am, but either way, I'm gonna join Mensa because I think it would be sweet if I was ever on a reality TV show to be able to say that I'm like a certified genius.
Jay's a very, very competitive person. 2 years ago was the Canadian Board Games champion. All of our group of friends played games pretty seriously, and Jay even more so than most of us. Every sort of 6 months to a year, we change our nickname for Jay.
One time my nickname was the Sugar Man because I was just drinking so many Powerades. Rainlock Holmes, I used to love solving mysteries. Snake Shot was because I went on, we had a foosball table and we were all playing and being kind of competitive with each other. And then
Jay got on YouTube and found out that in professional foosball, people are so much better at goaltending than they are at shooting that basically there's only one shot that they can use to score on each other, and that's called the snake shot. And it's basically you contort your wrist at some weird angle, you slide your wrist weirdly on the ball.
I just stay at home researching how to be really good at foosball.
We were all pretty close, and then all of a sudden, Jay just comes out and is just ransacking us at foosball.
Winning is not always about beating someone else. Sometimes it's just more about doing the best that you can sort of thing. So even with fantasy sports, sometimes you'll win a tournament and then that'll be like, oh, I beat everyone else, and that's exciting. But sometimes winning can be almost intrinsic, sort of. You always gotta be pushing yourself against yourself. Going into this upcoming championship, I think, with one entry, you've got one shot out of a million. You wanna make sure you're, doing the right thing. When you have 5 entries, you can kind of try things that you wouldn't be comfortable trying with one entry. I think it's an ancient Chinese proverb, but if you seek life, then you'll die. But if you accept death, then you'll live. And what that means is that if you're so concerned about living and surviving and cashing, that's going to cause you to play like everyone else and to essentially lose because you're playing like everyone else and you're playing conservative. But if you accept that I'm going to lose, you may as well try whatever you think is best, and that will allow you to live.
A fresh lineup every weekend. Huge tournaments. Real cash prizes. Come on, people, it's not 2007 anymore. Fantasy football has evolved. Your roster should be earning you more than just bragging rights. This is daily fantasy football on DraftKings, where it's like a whole new season every weekend. Build the ultimate fantasy lineup by balancing the big salary stars with diamond-in-the-rough prospects. Decipher the studs from the duds with DraftKings player cards. All the stats you need to make the right call are at your fingertips. Consider pairing teammates on your lineup. A passing touchdown can earn you points for both the QB and receiver. When you're set, click submit and watch your handcrafted lineup rack up points. Touchdown! Track your lineup on the couch or on the go. Talk trash, win cash, and bask in your own drafting genius, all in a day's work. Daily fantasy sports glory. Make it your reality.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen, subscribe to DKTV for all the best fantasy picks, entertainment, and strategy. We've got a whole roster of proven winners to help you gain an edge. Plus, they bring you behind the scenes with exclusive access to DraftKings VIP experiences and World Championship live events. Don't miss out. Subscribe to DKTV now.
And we're back. We have it's raining pretty hard in Miami, so we lost the TV signal, Drew. Like
a death blow.
What's going on? Does this happen all the time in Florida?
It happens during this time of the year.
Oh yeah.
This time of the year we get, the hurricane season, the tropical weather, and as a result, just flip that behind. that casually.
We did have Julio Jones make a catch, and he got the bonus. So now our Hunter, the guy we talked to in 279th place, is in second place.
That's quite the jump.
Yes, and he still has plenty of time left. And we talked earlier, this is what we're discussing, is that there's a lot of time left. There's a lot of stuff that could happen with these two game scripts. And so, for instance, with Ray of Hope, who needed 20 points, now it looks like he's going to need more than 20 points from AP. And also, one of these teams that has Julio Jones might have AP in front of where he's going to be.
Could see a lot of movement. And this has all happened in a few minutes of actual game action. And the interesting thing, I think, from a fantasy football perspective in this game is seeing DeMarco Murray so involved in the passing game. I think there were concerns, with how they rotate running backs in Philadelphia, that Darren Sproles might be the guy who's only impacted in the passing game, and it hasn't hurt Murray at all. He's catching more passes than he did in Dallas last year.
Yeah, we've got again, it's raining pretty hard here, but we have Andrew Wiggins, Makasupa, who is going to be joining us. Andrew, one of our fellow DK analysts, and I'm anxious to see what he has to say and how much he decides to rub it in the
James Jones
performance yesterday for the Packers.
Yeah, I'm sure he's ready to talk about that. Anxious.
It's probably one of the first things he's ready to talk about.
How do you talk about the Skype monkey emoji dance? Because I think that's what he'd just like to say to us.
He'll probably do it. We can't see him, but I think we might be able to hear him. Andrew, are you there?
I'm here, guys.
All right, so we can hear you, just can't see you. Do you want to say? Oh, there you are. There's
that beautiful hair.
There's that beautiful hair. Oh yeah, that's your dancing emoji. Andrew, it is raining here, but it's been beautiful the rest of the time in Miami. We've missed you. How is it in Chicago?
It's actually really nice here. The weekend it was kind of rainy and cold, but the last 2 days, the days I've sat inside just watching football all day, it's been beautiful.
All right, talk to us a little bit about. Let's go ahead and get out of the way. You and Drew had a whole Julio Jones. Yeah, there's another guy, James Jones, situation where you kind of got ridiculed because of how old he was, and it seems like you won that round.
Yeah, it's one of those things you almost feel bad about being right about it because it's not like I had any exposure to James Jones, and I definitely had a lot of exposure to Devontae. But going into it just felt like one of those situations where I thought he could come in. He knows the playbook. Rodgers is always big about being comfortable with his receivers, and clearly, I mean, James Jones, I think, was in Green Bay for 6 years or something, so they have a lot of reps together, especially when Rodgers was coming up. And so I just felt like that comfort would be there. I'm not that surprised that he came in and just disrupted the flow as far as getting the ball to Cobb and Devontae, and with Cobb being hurt, maybe all the more reason to lean on Jones. But I didn't profit a cent from it. It actually hurt me. So it's one of those things you kind of get upset about.
What were your other takeaways from week one, Andrew?
My takeaways were mostly the week one is really difficult to predict what's going to happen. Defense has changed. Like the Atlanta defense tonight has looked quite good after being really bad last year. Just, I got some things right, but I got a lot of things wrong. So just trying not to get too caught up into what happened and look forward to next week, really.
Julio Jones, I guess, had that catch taken away. Either that, it was called incomplete. So he did not get the bonus for that. We've got the NFL game channel up here. So
yeah, it was a little screen pass, but there was a hole behind the line, so they called it back.
Yeah, a lot of penalties in this game. It's been very ugly, not how we expected at all.
Yeah, it's like last night and tonight, they're the two games that were supposed to go off, and I had a lot of Beckham and Dez last night, so that was a painful one to be watching. And then tonight I have some Julio, but I certainly thought Bradford and Matthews would be doing more than they're doing right now. But the Philly offense is just, there's a lot of weapons there. And I'm not that surprised that they're spreading around. Of course, Bradford was struggling early. He's looking better now. But yeah, a little bit frustrating for both the last two games.
In terms of the Millie Maker tournament here and seeing some of the big players that have kind of pushed people up the leaderboard, who's the player that you were most surprised went off in week one and contributed to some of these winning lineups?
That's a great question. Well, it was really. It wasn't completely went off. I mean, Eifert, of course, had a good game, but I wouldn't say that was super surprising. I don't think there's anyone that I've looked at and said, like, okay, that was a really bad play to play him, or like I'm super shocked that he went off. It was more that I was surprised at some of the guys that didn't perform. Like I was really heavy on all the elite receivers, really. And then some of the ownerships threw me off a little bit. Like I thought Demaryius was going to be a really good play because I had him not quite at the top with the other guys, but awfully close. And I thought that people would gravitate towards Dez in particular because he was cheap, and then Julio and ODB. To me, those are the three top guys. So I thought if I could go down to Demaryius, I could get similar production at a much lower ownership. But he came in pretty close. He was like 7%. I think Beckham was just under 10%, and Dez was like 14%. But had I known it was going to play out like that, probably would have had less Demaryius.
Yeah, why didn't you know?
That game as a whole was one that we spent a lot of time talking about on the Hangout show last night. Just the concerns about Peyton Manning, what that means going forward for the offense, both in the short term and in the long term. Do you expect to see people overreact to week one?
Yes, I do. And also, even how it played out, I still thought it was an under-owned game. And I know that the line is moving down, and there were some concerns, some reports coming out about Peyton, but they were still projected to score 25 points, give or take a little bit. And Peyton was, like 4% owned? So even though he looked bad, and he did, and the line looked terrible, I don't really have a ton of regrets there. Maybe Peyton's coming to the end of the road. I don't know. But I think he'll probably still be able to do really well against weak defenses. I mean, look, there was a lot of pressure. I think I probably saw Peyton take maybe the hardest hit I've ever seen him take. He's not a guy that gets sacked very often. Not only was he getting sacked, but he was taking some hard hits. So that was probably in his head a little bit. And, he made some bad passes, but he's still going to have big games this year for sure.
So the thing I'm interested there is they play the Thursday night game this week. And obviously, a lot of times what you see with Thursday night games is you tend to see inflated ownerships because people that are playing those Thursday contests are usually playing them because they want to play those players. But the reaction to watching Denver's offense in week one would kind of drive the ownership in the other direction. So I'm really interested to see how that settles. What's your take going into that Thursday night game on how the ownership will be on the Broncos?
That's a really interesting point. It'll probably balance out just to where it should be because there'll be an overreaction of people getting off, and then it'll be balanced out by people wanting to have action on Thursday night. So that's probably, and you know what, I'm not going to touch him this week. It's a short week, and I didn't like what I saw last week, so I'll give it another week and see how they come out this week. And it might be a good opportunity. I don't know who they play week 3, but assuming they don't really click all that well this week, then a week 3 might be able to look to get some GPP action there. But for cash games right now, all those guys, CJ included, I'm probably going to shy away. And at least, you know, if Demaryius's price comes down, I haven't looked. But to me right now, with the way they're looking, he's probably a cut below the other top receivers.
How awesome was it for football to happen yesterday? Like, what was your emotions like, Andrew? Because I know you wanted to stay back and be focused, make sure that you had all your lineup set there in Chicago. So how was it for you?
Tons of lineups, and usually I don't play GPPs, and I ended up playing a lot of GPPs this week, so it was a ton of work. And if I had gone to Miami, I probably wouldn't have gotten that done, which maybe wouldn't have been a terrible thing because I didn't have a particularly good weekend. But it's fun, man. I'm looking forward to next week. I kind of hate, because NBA is my favorite sport, and it's like you have a bad day, you can get right in there the next day. And I kind of hate this wait for a week, but it was fun just sitting around and watching some football yesterday.
You know, tomorrow you can become a millionaire with the DraftKings Millionaire Maker for baseball. So you don't have to wait. You don't have. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, guy, that you can become a millionaire next week. So we definitely need you to enter that. $20, you can be a millionaire. That's all you, and that's it's a cool thing though about this time of year. These next, like this month and then the month of November, is overlapping seasons with baseball and football, and then basketball and football in November.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the good one, November, when basketball overlaps. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Baseball, man, I hope I don't get sucked in tomorrow, but I probably will.
We were talking earlier. I had a choice before the game to go Bradford, Matthews, and AP versus Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, and then Charles Johnson. I decided to diversify with the second one that's looking like a good option. But as far as your take from this Eagles offense, did you kind of expect this at all?
I'm not shocked, but they've certainly force-fed the ball to Julio, and they've done that in the past, of course. But some of that last year when Julio really had the huge totals, I think, was when Roddy was out. So I'm a little bit surprised, but not really. I'm interested to see where AP's ownership comes in tonight. He was a guy I wasn't really on this weekend, and I get the whole narrative and everything, but just thought his price was a little high relative to some of the other people. So I have zero exposure to him. I'm a little bit concerned. He could easily have a monster game. So but then you mentioned Charles Johnson, big Charles Johnson guy. So I expect big things out of him tonight. So excited to see where those ownerships come out, and just to see that game, the second game, it's supposed to be not a very high scoring game, but the Vegas lines haven't been so accurate, so maybe it'll be a complete shootout.
So we've talked a lot about ownership in this segment here, and it sounds like, for new players out there, for people getting acclimated, that we talk a lot about the plays and the individual players and analyzing the games and who the right plays are. But there's a second layer to this in terms of attacking tournaments and analyzing ownership. And so talk about, Andrew, how at this point in the evening, you kind of understand where your week one has gone, maybe not in the ideal direction that you were hoping for. I know I feel that way a little bit, but there's still more to learn from it. And I hear you talking about ways to learn about it by focusing on the ownership. So what are the types of things that you're looking at, and how does that impact your thoughts for the next week ahead?
Yeah, so that's a big thing that I look at. The players coming over from season long, it's like they're usually used to start-sit questions, which is really just who's going to score more points. And that's pretty easy. But then when you're playing daily fantasy, there's a couple layers, like you said. First of all, there's the price, which is by far the most important thing. You'll find guys maybe who are in terrible matchups, but their prices come down. They can become good plays. And then really you don't worry about ownership much for cash games. You're just trying to put out the best team. But when you're playing tournaments, ownership's really huge. And I know you guys have talked about Devontae Adams a lot. And you find these spots where, like, he was the best play, and I smashed him in cash games, but I pulled back a little bit in tournaments because his floor is pretty low. I think he about hit his floor. Maybe could have done a little bit worse. But when 40% of people have him, you really need a big game out of him to win. It's like you're not really gaining much if he has a monster game, if 40% of the people own him, like then you're just on par with the other 40% of the people. And that's not really how you win a tournament with 600,000 people. So what I do after the games start, when they start getting revealed, is I go through and I look and I say, hey, is this guy what I thought he would be owned? And I talked a little bit about Demarius. I liked him because I thought he would he'd come in at a lower ownership at the same projection, so I could kind of separate myself there, and it didn't play out that way. But there were some other plays I liked that came in really low. Like I had a good amount of Woodhead and Amir Abdullah. Those are guys that I had projected as high values and even cash game considerations that were like 3% and 5% owned, I think, respectively. So that's what I'm trying to find, the guys that are still going to have a solid output, but they might get overlooked because there's a guy like Chris Ivory that everyone gravitates towards, or Doug Martin. So you can kind of find those guys that are maybe just like a slight cut below. So you're not giving up those projected points, but you're gaining so much, because when Doug Martin has 6 points and you have Amir Abdullah with 20 points, now you've just jumped a big portion of the field.
So it's interesting. One of the things you mentioned there is talking about evaluating the ownership relative to sort of price tiers and ranges of players. Do you also evaluate it in the context of just, offenses that people might not be as excited about and trying to evaluate them? Like an Adrian Peterson, individual as a player is someone that people are very excited about, but maybe not the Minnesota offense as a whole compared to some of those other top flight offenses. Do you consider how that impacts ownership as well when you're looking at these numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if it applied to Peterson so much. And there's been a lot of talk of guys coming over from season long, so they're just going to take the guy who's the number one pick, that type of stuff. And I'm interested to see how that plays out, because we get caught in this bubble. And I'm sure pretty much anyone watching this show is pretty hardcore DFS player. So you're listening to all these shows and reading all the Todd articles, and you can kind of get this mindset that like, oh, this is what everyone's going to do. And then when the games are flipped over, it's totally different because people aren't listening to the same shows. So I'll be interested to see where Peterson comes in. But the Eagles are a good example. So they're projected to score a lot of points, high-powered offense. But there's a lot of people involved that could potentially get the ball. Like Matthews is playing the slot, so yeah, maybe he's going to catch a bunch of passes. But he hasn't really established himself as like the go-to wide receiver one there. So I did play some Matthews, but I didn't play him in cash games on DraftKings because I thought the price was a little high, even though I liked him. And with the running backs, it's like, I was asking Levitan, there were two things I was asking about this week. So the James Jones thing that we already hit on, he was talking crap to me about that. And then late, I don't know if it must have been Friday, and I was like, hey, Sproles seems like he might be a sneaky play for GPP. What do you think? And he's like, yeah, I don't think he'll touch the ball. I think he said, I'll take the under on 6. And so Sproles has got 8 touches for 80, almost 80 yards. So you don't know what they're going to do with all those weapons. All
right, Andrew, I'm going to have you take a look at the leaderboard for this Millie Maker.
Okay.
And ask you one question before we go to the guy,
R.
Hunter, who is in 6th place, it looks like, but has 2 players left, DeMarco Murray and Julio Jones. So if you could be Indy 597, who is just in 1st place without anybody left, Peters, Mr. 40, who has Julio Jones left, who's 4 points behind our Hunter, we talked about with Murray or Jones, or Blitzberg, who has Matt Ryan and Jones. Who would you want if that was you?
As Sproles catches a long pass.
Yeah, as Sproles almost busted one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I just saw that. Man, that Sproles, man, he's sneaky, especially these when they're in the dome. Anyway, I didn't play any Sproles, so I think I would take Murray. Now, I haven't watched the game for the last 10 minutes, but it seemed like they were starting to get him the ball. And, man, I'll tell you what, the guy I wouldn't want to be is Indy, for sure. It's just not very fun sitting in there, especially when the game is starting to click like this and you're trying to fade all these people behind you. Like, that's a horrible feeling. So I'm gonna go with the DeMarco Murray team. Who's at Ryan? I know you guys were talking to him like an hour ago and it wasn't looking so good, but man, things have certainly turned in his favor here.
Yeah, we still have that whole other game, so he might be the guy that's sweating after this. We've got the Eagles just moving down the ball. So, Andrew, we're going to get off with you, and then we're going to go right to Ryan, Hunter, and maybe we get a Drew Dinkmeyer type moment. I'll get my fist pumps ready. But Andrew Wiggins, Makasupa, at Andrew Wiggins. How could I forget that? At Andrew Wiggins on Twitter, one of the DK analysts with us, the guy with the best hair show.
Oof. All right, guys. Well, I'll probably catch you later then. Good work. Keep it up.
Thank you.
J
Jordan
Matt,
Matthews.
J
looking
Matt,
like he
find that
might
end zone.
score. Did he get in? No. And
Down at the 1. So this could be a DeMarco Murray moment.
This potentially sets up a situation where DeMarco Murray comes in and scores. Will they review it? Who knows? We'll see if we can get Ryan
That
Hunter
looks like
on
a
it.
touchdown.
It looks like they might.
Will they review it though? They're not.
Yeah, it looks like they might review it.
They didn't review
it. And who gets the ball?
Murray touchdown.
Sproles.
No, Ryan Matthews.
Number
Ryan
3.
Matthews.
Oh,
our production
man.
team leading us astray there.
Oh, gosh.
Ryan Matthews impacts nobody.
Yeah.
And if you're a Jordan Matthews owner, that's a heartbreaking moment right there.
Yeah. So is Ryan with us right now? Ryan, can you hear us?
I'm here.
Talk about that last series of events. Like, what are you feeling right now? Potentially with Ryan Matthews taking that ball at the 1 yard line.
That was brutal. I thought Matthews scored there, but I guess it was Matthews' series because I didn't see Murray in there at all.
Yeah, Matthews and Sproles maybe giving Murray some time off, but there's actually a guy down there. Man, it sure did look like Jordan Matthews scored on that, but that might actually be good for you because there is a guy who had Julio Jones, Matt Ryan, and Jordan Matthews who is catching up. So maybe that's good that he did not get those 6 points. But when we talked to you, you were in 269th place. The sweat is now real. You're in 6th place. You've got a potential, you need just a few yards out of Julio Jones to get that bonus. It looks like you're a little more nervous than you were when we talked earlier.
Yeah, things have changed quite a bit. My wife's holding the kids back because I've been yelling a lot. So,
how many kids do you have?
I've got 2 daughters.
Okay. I will actually have my second daughter in November, so I know that they can be, especially if they're little. They just want daddy's attention. Right now, your attention is focused on this screen. Taking a look at your lineup, you're in 6th. I think at one point you were in 3rd. They had a pass that was to Julio Jones that got called back because of a holding call. But really, if you get a catch in 3 yards, you essentially get 4.3 points out of that. Which would put you in 2nd place, and you would currently be winning $1 million.
That's unbelievable. Is this real? I don't even know.
You're smiling. Let's take a look though, if you don't mind. Just tell us a little bit about yourself that people watching this might not know.
Sure. I'm just a normal guy. I played fantasy for many years, seasonal leagues, and I've just started doing this daily stuff the past couple of years. I live in Arkansas, so there's not much going on here.
But football is very big in Arkansas, though.
Big, so we love our Hogs, and we love football, so I'm excited for the season to start. And this will be a good way to start the year.
All right. Talk to us a little bit about, let's say that you do get a point and you do climb up, even top 3, top 4, when all is said and done. You still have a whole nother game after this. How are you going to handle this?
Might have to go outside with the so, we'll see how it goes. I've actually stubbed my toe on that last Murray touchdown, and I'm bleeding here. Got to call the tow truck, so.
But you're still playing as they're going to Julio Jones. He just
Julio
caught
for a long pass.
And if we can get him full screen, we can see him celebrating. Ryan, you just hit that long pass. I think that's going to put you potentially it might even put you in 1st place, depending on how long the pass was, which means that you are now seeing 2 commas Those commas in your My Contest page.
And I've also I've got my ESPN league. I actually got pulled into that from some guys at work, and I think I was the last entrant in that league. So I think there might be another bonus for that, I believe.
Are they aware? Are your league mates aware? Are they sweating this alongside you?
I don't think they're aware.
So they have no idea you're potentially winning the league $1 million right now.
And I maybe know one or two people in the league, honestly. So.
Oh my gosh!
You only know 2 guys in the league, and you might be winning them a lot of money. Wow. Well, they will definitely be good friends of yours. You're in 4th place. Not quite there. Blitzburg actually passed you because of Matt Ryan, and he might, if he gets another 9 yards passing, he'll get the bonus. So you definitely need some Murray in this second time, and you probably are looking. You probably want a field goal at this point because you want Murray to come in. You don't want to have them playing from behind.
Right.
So as far as when you thought about this, did you think this might have been a possibility, or are you trying to not let yourself earlier today think this far ahead?
I didn't even think about it. I was just like, I'm so far behind. It would take a perfect scenario with Julio and DeMarco scoring 2 touchdowns each, which look at there, it's happened. So I just playing it by ear, and here we are.
And again, a good chunk of change from where you were to where you are now, from like a couple thousand to now. You're talking about 6 figures. What's your wife been doing while you've been sweating this game? And you said she's holding the kids back. Is she also celebrating with you?
Yeah, she's doing a little dancing right now. She's actually right over there, making faces at me. So
that's good. Actually, I think what we talked about earlier is might be in your best benefit. They are kicking a field goal now, so. Matt Ryan is 2 yards short of that bonus, and you'll have DeMarco Murray potentially getting the ball back. So as far as this game goes, it's been back and forth. And do you think that DeMarco Murray will get a possession here since he kind of had the last one off?
I think this is his series. They're gonna grind it out to try to not let Matt Ryan have the ball back, and they're gonna win the game here at the end. That's what I'm hoping.
Now, when you're sitting there rooting for Julio and you've got a team that has Matt Ryan, at this point in the game, do you stop kind of rooting for Julio because you don't want the Matt Ryan points to push you ahead, or do you just want all the Julio points you can get to stay as far ahead of the rest of the field as you can?
Right. I've kind of written off Julio because everybody else has him, but whatever he gets, I'll take the points. But I'm more on the DeMarco train right now.
So when the Falcons have the ball, you're rooting for 3 and outs now. No more rooting for Julio to get his action. You want Philadelphia to have the ball as soon as possible.
Or maybe an end around action.
And we have lots of DraftKings commercials playing in the background of this. As far as you said, you've been playing for a while. Talk about just if you've been playing for a couple of years, it wasn't really big a couple of years ago. Now it's huge.
Everywhere now.
Talk about just the media explosion. And were you the only one of your friends into it, and now you have other people that are getting into it?
Yeah, I just was the only person I knew when I started. I was just curious, just trying it out, and I kind of liked it. And the only person I knew that was doing it around me, unless other people were that weren't doing so hot and didn't want to talk about it. But it's definitely picking up steam, and it's on every other commercial. So
I'm guessing you have some league mates that might want to try it out after this weekend, is my guess as well.
Probably so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going up right now with text messages. Some asking, what the heck is this thing? And
How many random numbers are coming in from that league that you're in? Since you only knew a few guys, you got a set of text messages from new numbers, new friends that are excited about this.
Best friends, so interesting.
Well, we have the Eagles taking on the field, and really the one thing you want to see is who is in the backfield, and it looks like he is in the game.
out there.
So this is his series. This could be your shot. You're hoping for just lots of first downs right here, and lots of touches. And it looks like they kind of have established this Jordan Matthews, Sam Bradford connection finally in the second half, and they're going no huddle. You said you don't like that, Ryan?
Y'all do like the Jordan Matthews. I've been.
We have our own interests.
But obviously, as long as they can keep continuing to have this, was that. I don't know who that was.
No, that was
Matthews again. Wow. Yeah. But they do have the first down again. Like a touchdown would be huge for you right here with DeMarco Murray, and it seems like they're going quick. So that's good for you. That means he doesn't get off the field. They just keep on going to Jordan Matthews right here.
3-4 yards at a time.
They just keep hammering him. So feel like, though, as long as they just keep him on the field, your guy's on there. No,
and
they
then
just Sproles in.
Yeah.
So
that's got to be a frustrating start there to this drive. Obviously, Ryan, you figure, just a few minutes left in the game. They've been running the ball really well, and he's out there, and then you don't get the opportunity. So, kind of what's going through your head here? As you watch each play, are you just kind of hoping the chains move, but the no big plays, so you keep getting more opportunities?
Hoping for first downs, and no big plays. If they get across the 50, I think they'll start trying to milk the clock a little bit. I don't think they want the Falcons to have the ball, but
yeah, this feels like a game where the team with the ball at the end is going to be the one that's going to get the win, because it feels like at this point that the two defenses just haven't been able to really get stops.
Yeah, and you had a flag on that last play.
I think it was an offsides.
Oh, defensive offsides.
Yeah.
So that does count. I guess the good thing for you is that they are moving the ball. The bad thing is that J-Mac just got he's got 10 catches now, 102 yards. That means he got the bonus. And they have Sproles out there, which fumbled, but it was out of bounds.
Maybe they'll dock him for that fumble.
Maybe
they'll like to see coaches do that
get,
sometimes. It looked like he was heading to the sideline there.
Yeah, and get DeMarco in there.
So what do you think is the easiest path to first place here? Do you think it's a DeMarco catch? Do you think it's a DeMarco goal line opportunity? When you're sitting here watching this drive go, what do you think is the quickest path to first place?
I was hoping for some dump off passes to just like this, except it's not my guy.
Yeah, but tackled inside the 10. So
and there's a flag is holding, so it's probably coming back.
Now I'm hoping for a goal line DeMarco, but we'll see if this is coming back here.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's not happy. That means it is probably coming back. Holding call. Man, Kelsey not having a good game at all, costing fantasy owners a lot, but maybe that's a good thing for you, especially with Sproles and Matthews getting hit. Maybe they'll bring in Murray. Is that something you're conscious of as far as you still have Matthews in the game? As far as using Murray, because you knew that they were going to use so many backs, but you were just counting on so many plays that he was like any other back because of the volume of plays that they ran.
Right, that's exactly what I was thinking, and I was hoping it would actually drive his ownership a little lower, but it was a little higher than I thought it was going to be. But that's probably just because it's on Monday night. But I knew that'd be a risk having the 3-back trio, but we'll see if it pays off here shortly.
Yeah. So, Ryan, we'll see what happens here, and we don't want to keep you too long. But regardless of what happens, you've gone from 267 to now potential top 10 finish. So just an incredible jump for you, and I know you still have a lot of the game left to sweat. And you've got. It looks like that he's not going to be in the series anymore. I'm not sure what's happening there, but is he in the game now?
That was Matthews again.
Oh yeah, see that was Matthews. So it looks like they'll probably kick a field goal now.
I think they might have gotten the first down.
4th and 1. They're deciding what to do. It looks like they're going to go for it and see if.
No, the kicker's coming.
Oh no, they're bringing the kicker. All right. Well, Ryan, really appreciate you being on with us as long as you have. You've been a trooper. I'm glad that you've been such a good sport. And again, hopefully in your case things will work out, and you'll still have a big score. And he missed it. So yeah, definitely interesting. And that actually might be better for you. I'm not sure. But Ryan, again, we've appreciated getting to sweat with you and getting to know you more on here. So hey, that's been a benefit for us, if anything.
Hey, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
Good luck, Ryan.
So that was Ryan there. Man, that was brutal, man. That was just absolutely brutal because he
started out the series.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been up there at the top.
And then someone who suffers from
That was frustrating to see him not get the opportunity when DeMarco Murray comes out on the field, starts the series. The Eagles are moving the ball in the way that Ryan would hope there, that they're going to get an opportunity to potentially milk some clock, get that field goal attempt, keep Atlanta's offense off the field, or maybe even drive down and get some goal line attempts. And just frustrating that third back in the equation, Ryan Matthews, with the goal line touchdown and then getting those carries there in the dump off. Just frustrating for Ryan there. But obviously, a huge move up as we've been covering throughout the first game.
You talk about the My Contest page, and let's just talk about the team in first right now had Sproles and Matthews and has a defense left.
Wow.
Look at what the Matthews-Sproles combo did, 23.4 or 23.2, 18.4, and this is Beisel, 90, Marcus Mariota, Benny Cunningham, Forte, Keenan Allen, Julio Jones, Jordan Matthews, Eifert, and Sproles. And I wonder if Sproles was there the whole time.
Yeah, that's an interesting combination of players because you look in the high end, Forte and Julio and Jordan Matthews, sort of a stars and scrubs lineup in terms of pricing. It's a lineup filled with players that kind of played like stars this week, but definitely interesting. The benefit of having a wide receiver and a flex spot leaves you flexibility there. Interesting to see if the player took advantage of that down the stretch. But the defense, that lineup is coming closer to when we talked about all week, maybe a perfect type lineup would win this thing. That lineup is looking a little bit more like closer to a perfect lineup because all the players that really went off are kind of in that lineup.
Yeah. So just taking a look at it, Beisel is in first. Eddie Savage is in second. Kine, 1997, in third. Peters in fourth. Tespinosa in fifth. So like that last drive was a huge shakeup in the scoreboard and the standings. Also, that missed field goal was huge for people that had Ryan.
Slowed down this game.
Yeah, it's gonna because all they're gonna be doing is milking the clock.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ryan so close to the bonus.
Yeah.
That's another one where we looked, almost 200 yards at half, and you thought the bonus was a shoo-in, and now the game's getting slowed down here. If they get a few first downs, he could potentially not even hit the bonus, which we were sort of counting as almost in the bag.
Yeah, you look at what he had. He had like 200 around halftime. Just has not really done much in the second half. but enough for them to win. Philly takes another timeout. This is when the game gets really slow. Reminder, we still have another game after this. A whole other game after this. Talking about San Francisco hosting the Vikings, and how many Adrian Peterson shares are going to be out there. How many Charles Johnson shares are going to be out there? Obviously, one of the things, like, one of these two defenses are in the team that has first place.
Right.
And if you're this guy, you're just hoping no negative points. Like,
that would be a worst case scenario.
Get a couple of sacks. And make sure you're staying positive and that the other team doesn't score 42 on you. So third and one, and they got cut down quick. And you know what? This sets up well for this team in first, because they are probably going to have Sproles and Matthews
on the field.
A lot of dink and dump passes, and
dink and dunk. That could be our show.
Yeah.
I mean, back to your high school days when you were getting that hang time.
I could dunk a volleyball back in my high school days.
They play with the basketball still,
They
right?
do, but I could dunk a volleyball back in my high school
Dink
days.
and dunk.
Oh, I don't have a problem with dunk. Let's see. All these teams at the top are like have minutes remaining. Like very, very few of these teams.
That's the Julio effect, I think.
Not just Julio. Look at Jordan Matthews, has 23.2.
And if you're a Jordan Matthews owner, you're thinking, why on earth did they not let that review take place or go for the review? It looked very clear to everyone in our room that Matthews had crossed the pylon before his knee was down. As someone who's a Matthews owner himself, I'm a little bit frustrated. And then Ryan Matthews, got the touchdown there. And unfortunately at DraftKings, you only get one Matthews per slot.
None of his spelled last name the same.
Nope, you lost a T with Ryan. So unfortunately,
you lost a TD with Jordan,
and you lost a
T with Ryan.
Very disappointing.
Just looking. So, still though, the top score, going into it, it was 214. Now the top score 220. It still leaves room open for that Adrian Peterson, Corey Albertson, or Ray of Hope team, and with Ray Coburn and. I'm imagining though there are some teams ahead of him with Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, we'll recollect and recalibrate after this game to kind of see where we're at with things. But I think the interesting thing is, if you followed the Millionaire Maker series last season, a lot of the winning scores were right in this area.
Yeah,
220 to 230. We thought with the extra entries, it might go even higher, 240, 250, 260, which would be close to the absolute perfect lineup. I'm finding it a little bit interesting that we're in that same ballpark right now. Of course, we've moved up 10 points the threshold just in that first game. It'll be interesting to see if we move up even higher in that second game.
There is a team that has Julio Jones and Jordan Matthews that's in 255th with a flex spot left. I'm not sure who is in that flex spot, but 199, that means they would need 21 or 22 points. Something just happened. Was that a turnover?
No, that was the punt.
Oh, okay. I saw Falcons fans celebrating. So I can't find anybody else. Here's another one. Another flex situation. They had Eric Ebron, 0.4% owned. John Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, Julio Jones. So it's going to be hard, though, for Julio Jones teams to also have Adrian Peterson because of how
expensive.
Yeah, how expensive. So this team has Julio Jones, Hopkins, and Forte.
They're not going to have Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, no way. So
yeah, you could reasonably afford, I would say, 2 players above the 7,500 mark. 3, you'd have to have almost all punts to do it. And there's a Sproles catch.
Yeah.
So the Sproles team just adding on to their lead there. And, as soon as that second game starts, they're going to get 10 points right off the bat with the defensive scoring. So that's got to be a great feeling right now that you're able to add to your lead potentially with a low-owned player in Sproles, and you still got a defense left in play.
Also, Sam Bradford, now serviceable, 334 yards, almost got picked off there. 334 yards, a touchdown.
Could have had a second.
What's that?
Could have had a second touchdown.
Yeah.
I'm still bitter.
Should have had a second touchdown. Would have put him at 24 points, and would have been good enough for him. But this Matthews, like, how many points did he have on that last drive? I felt so bad because we were talking to Ryan.
Yeah.
It was like just
Jordan Matthews.
Jordan. I mean, he might have had 4 or 5 catches on that one drive.
There's an
pick,
interception. Or did it hit the ground? I think that's a pick to end the game effectively there.
That does in the game, and so that Bradford team actually gets some negative points for that. Jordan Matthews, I'm not sure. Usually the ball doesn't slip in between his hands. It definitely did that
was
time,
a bad
though.
drop by Jordan Matthews.
That was on Matthews. Let's see if it hit the ground.
Nope. Secured it.
Nope. So that is game over. I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break and go to a video. Like you said, we're going to recollect. We're going to see kind of what is happening, and we have a little bit of time before the next game. We'll be back. I'm seeing Kyle Cannon, Sean, some other guys back there, so maybe we can get some interviews coming up here. But thanks for tuning in to this first game. Again, have a whole another second game. So the end of this game has definitely been exciting. Who knows what's going to happen in the second game.
Yeah, so stick with us. This was the main course, and we'll bring in Dessert Life.
Yeah, we'll be right back after this.
Everyone knows DraftKings makes more millionaires than anyone else. And this NFL season, we'll be handing out a whole lot more big checks. Start planning your epic victory celebration by checking out some of the guys who set the bar on $1 million celebrations last NFL season. Eitan Jankowicz. The sweat for the top spot in the $2.5 million King of the Beach tournament was tense, but Kobe for MVP played it cool, watching his team, led by Russell Wilson and CJ Anderson, work its way up the leaderboard. But it was Doug Baldwin and his fourth quarter TD that cemented Kobe as the one true king of the beach. Drew Dinkmeyer, DKTV's own Dink Piece, found himself in contention to win the Week 15 Millionaire Maker thanks to huge performances from Jeremy Hill, Des Bryant, and ODB. But it was during Monday night's Saints-Bears game, when Dink was live on DKTV's Sweat Show, that Marquise Wilson's fourth quarter TD catapulted Dink into first. Infamous celebrations ensued. Dave and Rob Gomes. Now they're the faces of a national TV commercial. But back in Week 11 in 2014, the Gomes brothers were just 2 guys in the middle of one epic sweat. Thanks to strong Sundays from Aaron Rodgers and A.J. Green, they were in contention in the Millie Maker heading into Monday night. That's when Jonas Gray of their hometown New England Patriots went absolutely nuts, scoring 4 TDs, launching the $1 million celebration that would soon live on in infamy. How will you celebrate your big win this season? Share in the comments below. And for more, subscribe to DKTV.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here, and I'm going to be giving you my top 5 receivers for the NFL in the 2015 season at DraftKings. Starting off the list, I have Jordy Nelson, who has the luxury of playing with the best quarterback in the league in Aaron Rodgers. I think he has another huge year. They have unbelievable chemistry, and he's going to continue to put up the fantasy points. At number 4, I have Odell Beckham, who I think a lot of people are going to have at number 1. I'm absolutely convinced of his talent. I think he's going to have an incredible year, but I certainly want to see more of a sample on him before I crown him as the number 1 receiver. Still love him, think he's going to be a great play all year. At number 3, I have Demaryius Thomas, obviously another Bronco, repping my favorite number, 88. He is an incredible talent. Would have him number 1 easily. I just think the Broncos are going to run the football a lot this year. A little bit worried about Peyton Manning throwing the long ball to him as well, but he's still an amazing yard after catch guy, and I think he has a huge season. At number 2, I have Calvin Johnson, who's been number 1 for a long time. Still think he's right there. He's playing in a dome. He has Matthew Stafford throwing him the deep ball. Think he's an elite play, and he's definitely going to have a big season. He's just not number 1. Number 1 for me is Antonio Brown, who was the guy last year, and I think that continues. Love him in point per reception formats. He is the absolute man. Catches so many passes. Think he's going to get a lot of touchdowns, and he's just an elite talent. Make sure to check us out here at DKTV, subscribe, and good luck in all your contests. Hey guys, Peter Jennings here with my top 5 NFL defenses of fantasy football at DraftKings.com. At number 5, I have the St. Louis Rams. They're one of 3 teams in the NFC West that made my list. I love what they've done with the defensive line. They added Nick Fairley to the already stacked defenses of first-round picks. I think Greg Williams is going to have a lot of options here, and they should be one of the best defenses in all of football. Moving to number 4, I have the Miami Dolphins. They made a huge splash with Ndamukong Suh on a $114 million contract. I think he's the difference maker, and I think they could be the best defense in the AFC. At number 3, I have the Arizona Cardinals. I absolutely love this team. They're another NFC West team on my list, and I think Patrick Peterson and the Honey Badger make an incredible secondary. Patrick Peterson's one of my favorite guys. I think he'll score a ton of fantasy points for you this year on the defensive side, and I also got to play golf with him this year. At number 2, I have the Jets. New York Jets, I know they're not a great offensive team, but they will make up for it with an incredible defense. They brought in a lot of guys, including Darrelle Revis and their first-round pick, Leonard Williams. They could be the best defense in football, and they definitely have a chance to compete in every game with this defense. At number 1, no surprise here, the Seattle Seahawks make the top of my list. They have so much talent in that secondary. Richard Sherman is an elite shutdown corner, and they play an incredible style of play, which should lead to a lot of fantasy points. So those are my top 5 defenses of the 2015 NFL season. Let me hear yours in the comments below. For more, subscribe to DKTV.
I feel like I went into the basketball and nobody knew who I was or anything, and it was, I'm gonna make the best lineup I can, and I made that and came down and, I had a couple cocktails and watch basketball go on. And
honestly, it was probably the last 20 minutes. We kept moving on up from 10th to 7th to 4th, and it was like, wait a second, I think we might have this.
It was unreal, it was a dream. I met my beautiful wife in the kitchen here. Her brothers were my first bosses.
I didn't even know it at the time, but he was giving my brother a lot of crap.
As I told my wife, persistence wears down resistance. I called him to say, hey, can I ask Nikki out on a date?
But my brothers were totally against it.
His exact verbatim was F no. And then I totally wore him down, and
7.5 years later, he's here and we're married. Big family, 3 brothers, 2 sisters. Everybody has kids. It is an Italian family ritual that every Sunday, my mother is cooking, the family comes after church, we're here.
Every Sunday, I would always not come over to her parents' house because I was watching NFL football.
Well, yeah, it used to be my other brother-in-law that got all the crap, but now that Adam's in the picture and that Adam, is actually good at his hobby, they give him a little bit more respect and giving him time to watch and research. Now they get it. They understand. They have always given Adam a really hard time, always. But now that he's won, it was kind of like, bring home the belt, bring home the check. We want to see it. They were so ecstatic.
They're putting on a weight belt on him. Oh, he loves it. Oh, that's awesome.
Since I've won the million, things have changed where they have a lot more respect for me. Almost at the respect level. So you'll have to ask them about that. My nieces and nephews love hanging out with them. They're great. I mean, I treat them like they're my own kids. I love them.
I'm just a little jealous because a couple of my nephews have kind of drawn towards Adam instead of me. I used to be Nene, who was number 1, and now it's, where's Uncle Adam? Where's Uncle Adam? But he's a good guy. He's good with the kids.
I'm playing for the same reason everybody else is. I want to win as much money as possible to take care of my family.
Winning another $1 million, I think that our whole dynamic, we had a lot of stuff we had to get in order, and houses, paying off things, debt, whatever, spending money on fun stuff too. But the second $1 million would be like, you know what, now we can actually really have fun with it. We can buy a house sooner than we were planning instead of saving for another year or 2. And we can start Baby Factory.
As I told my beautiful fiance when we came into it, I was like, I'm either winning or or I'm finishing last. And we have one shot at another $1 million, which, you know, I'll back it up there and swing for the fences, you know? It's the only way to do it.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen, subscribe to DKTV for all the best fantasy picks, entertainment, and strategy. We've got a whole roster of proven winners to help you gain an edge. Plus, they bring you behind the scenes with exclusive access to DraftKings VIP experiences and World Championship live events. Don't miss out. Subscribe to DKTV now.
We are live. We have started the first play of the game here at the DraftKings Sweat Show Week 1. Look at this guy. Look who it is. It's Kyle Cannon. Kate Cannon, a guy that you might know from Twitter, one of the original guys in Dessert Life, hashtag Dessert Life.
Brothers.
Yeah, you got some shirts for us. And you know what else is pretty sweet is this team in first has the Vikings D at 3.4%. So they are right now 12 points ahead because of the Vikings D. So they don't want to see the 49ers advancing at all. So we'll take a look at some of these other teams. Adrian Peterson, 17% owned in the Million Maker. Is that around what you thought it might be, Drew?
I thought, it's hard to say with AP because as Andrew Wiggins talked about before when we had him on the show, the number one pick in seasonal fantasy drafts, you figure that the convergence from seasonal players playing daily fantasy was going to push that ownership up. But the price being a little bit higher than Eddie Lacy, a little bit higher than CJ Anderson, I thought might bring it back down. So I was thinking somewhere around 13, 14. So 17 is a little bit higher.
Kyle, as far as how this week has gone for you, you started with the King of the Beach tournament where you got to go to Boston.
Yep, it was a lot of fun going to Boston. So a lot of screaming this week. But
yeah. So you went to Boston for the game,
Patriots game,
the Patriots game, and you got to stay at a nice hotel. Did you get to go in the field?
I did not go on the field because it was raining.
Oh,
the dessert life was upstairs.
Yeah. So you stayed with the dessert life, and then, oh man, who is that?
Who is that?
Someone who's very fast.
He's wearing Frank Gore's number too.
Is that the Oregon kid?
Well, Michael James? No,
he hasn't been with them for a while.
Yeah, he's on the Dolphins.
Carlos Hyde, Reggie Bush.
Maybe Carlos.
Oh, Reggie Bush.
Oh, it is
Reggie Bush.
He's the USC guy.
Or former. They don't really like to.
Yeah, they don't associate
with him anymore.
Yeah, it's true because of the scandal about them buying his mom, all that stuff. All right, so let's go back to the experience, Boston. How was the private jet? That was pretty cool.
That's the first time I've been on a private jet, so to say, but it was really cool. We actually saw Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth in the airport, the private airport. They were getting ready to go to Dallas. We tried to fanboy. They walked right by.
Oh, what do you mean try to fanboy?
Well,
Did Peter Jennings try to strike up a relationship with them?
Is that a serious question? Of course he did. But we tried. Al Michaels had his sunglasses on, wasn't really looking to talk to anyone. Some pictures were snapped, no selfies though.
Okay. Very nice. As far as the Miami experience, this has been pretty cool. We got to fly down here, and then the War Room, everything. We hung out yesterday.
First class experience for sure.
Yeah, and you get to kind of be with other weirdos like us that love daily fantasy.
Yeah, I literally couldn't ask for more. I mean, that was a massive room with every TV you could ask for. I don't think DraftKings could have done it any better.
Yeah, it was top notch, and got to interact with people. Had all the different games going on as we watch, and it looks like pass interference. So already it looks like they are in scoring territory. So we'll see we'll see what happens there. If, as an Adrian Peterson owner, do you want them to get on the board? Do you want them to score points because that means more passes potentially? Does it depend on how far you are behind? Drew, what would you want as an AP owner?
I'd want a field goal here. I probably wouldn't want a touchdown, but I think in general, they'd have to be down like 3 touchdowns before AP was, even considered outside of the playbook. So, Kyle, the question that I think every viewer has on their mind is evaluating the dessert life here in Miami, specifically with the DraftKings event, because we know, the War Room's great, private jet, all right, that's great too, but
it was pretty good.
Dessert life.
The dessert life was top notch, I must say. They had a few selections just yesterday that I saw. They had mini apple pies. They had massive chocolate cake. They had
the
some
cake
tiramisu.
pops,
The cake pops.
They had like the
strawberry
the
shortcake.
the donut.
I didn't have. Oh, the donuts. Those were good. I didn't have the strawberry shortcake though.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people raving about the strawberry shortcake late last night.
Well, I just think
they're good. They're good for sad.
I think that was
that's for sure.
I think that was because the open bar, like, this strawberry shortcake is amazing. So you look, they got a first down, but there is a flag.
Story of the night.
Yeah, lots of flags. We talked about like plays coming back. And in this Millie Maker, everything is up front. But now you look at it, it's just a bunch of, other than this team in first, it's just a bunch of zeros. You have another team in 21st with the Vikings. But all those teams that had Julio Jones, Jordan Matthews, Sproles, Matt Ryan, no longer there. So we can kind of weed out to see.
Lots of exposure in the last game compared to this game for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting that the first 3 teams we scrolled through have Vikings D, and I guess that's the 10-point bump, right?
Right.
That has kind of funneled them up the standings right away.
Yeah, and because presumably those points will fall as they score a touchdown. So even with
what if they don't score a touchdown
or a field goal? But you look at
Colin Kaepernick is their quarterback.
Yes. So maybe there's a Kaepernick team. That team in first though has Mariota. And he was definitely one of the pleasant surprises. Mariota, Benny Cunningham. I know you had some Benny Cunningham. I was kind of surprised. Only 3.5% owned in the Millie Maker.
I think that had a lot to do with his the late news that who was out?
Trey Mason.
That a lot of people just didn't project him, so to say, that he was even going to play and be in consideration.
Yeah, I mean, because for me, he was even a cash game option. And maybe people didn't think a cash game option because of this, but you had a minimum salary guy that
catches passes.
Yeah, catches passes. For he and Chris Ivory were the 2 cheap options that did really well.
Oh, yes, that did well.
Doug Martin was another guy at 4,500, paying him another.
Danny Woodhead did well. So another pass catching.
Yeah, and he actually might have been in one of the top few teams I saw. Had a Woodhead team with maybe even with Rivers.
With Mariota.
Yeah, with Mariota, Sproles. So this strategy was pass catchers.
Yeah, pass catchers.
Sproles, Woodhead, Jones, Matthews, Kendall Wright is a PPR guy.
Yeah.
Bennett and Forte is a PPR guy.
Let me guess, this is not Davis Maddox's team.
No, because he is definitely not a Kendall Wright fan. Kendall Wright, I feel like, is going to be higher owned next week because
chasing the points.
Yeah, because people will be chasing the points,
especially Mariota too. After his week 1,
and it's now kind of a thing, especially with seeing what happens with Delaney Walker. If I haven't even checked to see what happened with him if he's out for an extended period of time, but they were holding his hand very gingerly as he walked off the field.
I don't think he broke any bones. So,
but as a tight end, you kind of need your hand.
I think he was week to week, is what I saw.
Okay, so but if he's gone, that would bode well, I think, for Kendall Wright because that is his safety option. And scrolling down some of these teams, a lot of teams around the same. That's the thing with 500,000 teams. We thought about minimum points. So we're talking about a couple yards are separating people from 100th place to 10th place.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Another Millionaire Maker event tomorrow for baseball. Kyle, are you gonna like you're a pretty big baseball guy. So are you going to play heavily tomorrow? Like get that taste out of your mouth. You said it wasn't a great week, so
we'll see. If AP has a good game, it could be a good week. But I'm definitely going to play heavy tomorrow. I fly home early enough that I have enough time to do everything. And usually, Free Money Tuesdays are good after football.
You're someone who everybody kind of interacts with on Twitter, and as far as your Twitter game, you're out there. Sometimes you're trolling people, but how has it been like getting to actually meet people that you've trolled in the past or just interacted with in the past here? I mean, because there's 200 people here, so there's a very good chance that
I've trolled someone.
Trolled.
It's a very high percentage because I've trolled most people, but it's been great meeting a lot of people. I've met some people before at some finals, but most people understood my trolling and were appreciative of it. There's a few that didn't appreciate it, I guess.
Gave you the cold shoulder. We have a lot of time left in this game. Is it raining or is that guy sweating?
I'm going to guess it's sweat.
Yeah.
It doesn't really rain very often there.
Good.
There was some rain in the forecast.
Oh, because of baseball. I do remember that.
There was some rain in the forecast tonight, but
you're right.
Hard to tell on the screen
Though,
from here.
That was in San Francisco. They're in Santa Clara.
Close enough, right?
It's like an hour away. It's not as close as you would think.
Kyle, the World Traveler, they've got, looks like they're going to have a field goal coming up. So at least there's points on the board if you're the guy
if you're chasing the Vikings D.
Yeah. You're the guy in second. And it did take off 5 minutes, so now you've got the AP behind. Kyle, with these big games, you're also like is there one sport where you do not play?
NASCAR and MMA.
Okay.
Other than that,
you play everything. Yeah.
We do it all.
And you are one of the
blocked field goal. This could be big for the Vikings D. It's really big for the Vikings D.
He's gone. Dave.
Pushed out. Somebody caught him.
Wow.
So that could be AP scoring territory.
Let's
go.
Wow.
Huge turn of events right there.
All right. So yeah.
I mean, you started with the jinxing, saying how many field goals and touchdowns are they going to score?
Yeah. But they
just thinking they're getting a field goal at least on that drive.
I do think you get points for the block, though.
An extra 2.
So we'll see. We're gonna cut to break. We're gonna see what happens after this with AP. We're actually gonna cut to Peter Jennings' Contenders video, and then after that we'll have Peter Jennings live in studio. So we'll have CSU Ram 88 with us. CSU, he's just shaking his head, but
he doesn't look very pleased.
No, he doesn't. But
that's how he normally looks.
We'll get him. He's shooting death stares to you guys. So we'll get him back here, and
we'll let you get back to dessert life.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. We'll be right back after this.
It's a good life to be.
It would be a big win, financially to take home another $1 million. But I think even more important than that would be what it does for my brand, for me as CSU Ram 88 across the daily fantasy industry. I think that's something I've worked really hard for over the past 3-4 years, and being able to build that brand even further would be great. So my life right now versus last year is actually really similar. I was doing the same thing, playing fantasy sports full time. It's been awesome. I've been traveling more. There's a lot more media opportunities. So in that regard, it's changed, but still pretty much the same guy doing the same things.
That's the first time I've seen him in the last 6 months, probably. He doesn't call me anymore. It's awful. No, he's been great. What's been most impressive is the grind. He's probably worked harder since he won the $1 million.
I think that I am working more because there's more opportunities. So I'm trying to tackle as many of those as I can, and certainly there's more stuff outside of playing daily fantasy that's taking up my time. I get pictures of, hey, I just saw you in a magazine, or I saw you on a subway. That's exciting and that's a lot of fun, and certainly I'm relishing it now. This is my time to shine, I guess, and it's definitely been a fun ride. The coolest thing by far for me, because of Daily Fantasy this year, was going out to the Tiger Jam, Tiger Woods Foundation event out in Vegas. And then the pinnacle of the event was drawing the seat right next to Tiger Woods and Mark Cuban playing in the charity poker tournament. You know, it was great meeting Tiger, and Mark Cuban and I really hit it off talking basketball, and we now have a relationship because of that. So that's been hands down the coolest experience. Golf has been my biggest passion over the last year and a half. I really got into it last year. Started off as a terrible golfer. I was a complete embarrassment, and I've worked really hard to at least get competent.
When we first started golfing 5 years ago, which really brought us together, I kick his ass every time. And now he takes my money. So he doesn't like to be beat in anything. It translates to daily fantasy, it translates to golf. Even when I'm playing horse with him, like, it doesn't matter. He definitely always wants to win.
I love winning. I mean, I really do love winning more than anything. That's something that drives me, and it's not always about beating the other person, although sometimes it is if you have like a rivalry, but it's more just like trying to get the best out of yourself. I'm hyper aware of guys in the industry, and it's definitely something that's pushing me to get better and better, and there's so many great players in the industry now. So I'm definitely keeping tabs, seeing how they're doing in certain tournaments, and you know, while it's fun to see them there, I oftentimes think, hey, I wish I was there, and it pushes me to get better. That's probably my favorite thing about Daily Fantasy, honestly, is getting to these live events and getting to talk with you know, my biggest competitors, because we share a lot of the same interests. Obviously, we're doing the same thing for a living, so it's fun to be with them, and like, you know, obviously we're competitive, but those are the times we can laugh about funny situations, you know, talk about the industry. Those are just the best times. So many elite players have multiple seats. Some of the best players already have 5. I know like some of the guys that told me, like Jay Rayner, who I think is probably the favorite going into this thing with 5 seats. He took second last year. You know, he's jabbed at me on Twitter like, I want to work really hard to make sure I can take away that title from you. And I know other people, you know, that's the nature of competition. They say, hey, you won it last year, I want to take that guy down. So if I'm not fortunate enough to win again, I'll certainly welcome the next DraftKings Daily Fantasy Baseball Championship winner.
Oh man, I cannot wait to go over there and get, what? We're still going here? Are you serious? Oh man, what else do you want? We've gone about 4,000 miles. We've talked to team after team. By the way, how cool is this DraftKings Lounge? Check this out here in the Cowboys Stadium. All right, if you want to know, guys, we have interviewed player after player, coach after coach. I had the best time on this tour, I really did. But check out some of the other highlights of some of the biggest names in the NFL. Stop by the Glaze Across America DraftKings Tour Bus.
You've got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh.
Holy Toledo, man.
Who gave you permission?
What?
To put my picture on the side of this bus.
Dude, are you serious with a fireplace right now?
Are you serious?
Wow, I'm so serious.
Yeah, I don't think you're licensed to handle this vehicle. You like the bus?
Welcome
What do you
to my
think?
bus. Oh,
Welcome to your bus, that's it. TVs, right?
Good setup.
All right, sit your butt down with me, man. Why are you still doing this?
Because I love it. I love it. I love it. The competitive part of it. You know, I love that part of it. In the back of your mind, there's always the idea of, you know, being a champion once again.
Yeah, I think it's a completely like fresh start. You know, obviously, you know, a change of scenery, completely different system. It's just exciting to be in an offense that gives the quarterback so many options.
You don't turn on until you start getting your butt kicked a little bit.
But you kind of want to take that first hit because it's been since January, February since I've been hit last.
Johnny's done a great job. I think he's in a great place personally, which has allowed him to be in a much better place professionally.
Where have you taken the biggest jump when you came into now?
You learn a lot of football. You really do. Every year, especially that rookie year, second year, third, you learn a lot.
Last year's team wasn't good enough relative to the standard we've set and our expectations. And all of us, starting with me as the head coach, need to be better.
I think the year 3 is a big deal. You know, that we've had the stability, coaches in place, a lot of the key players in place here now for 3 years.
You want your receivers, they're all competitive, and they want the ball because they feel like if they get the ball, they can make plays, and they're gonna help out the team.
So Jimmy was my guy. I mean, Jimmy was like a younger brother to me, but it's not like we have to go out and find the next Jimmy Graham. No, we have to evolve.
I felt for Ray. I think we all felt for Ray. And we all do a pretty good job of kind of compartmentalizing everything and going out there and doing our job.
You know, he's confident in what he believes in, and he tells us all the time, trust me, I know what I'm doing, trust the process.
He just challenging us to be the absolute best.
One thing about being wise is seeing what other people do and using it yourself.
I've seen terrible leaders win, and I've seen great leaders lose. Right. But what are we saying? The determining factor of all is what? If you win.
We went 4-12 last year, so I mean, we can be worse, but how much worse can we get? We can only go up. So that's how I look at it.
Worst part of training camp?
The time here.
You mean the entire thing?
Yes.
That's it. How great is that? Finishing off in style here in the Cowboys Stadium. Folks, that's it. Jay Glazer, I am taking off. DraftKings, thank you so much for everything. Make sure you play DraftKings all year long. Fox, thank you so much as well. You guys know I absolutely hate flying. I terrorized America in our DraftKings bus. Thanks a lot, folks. Hey, can we change that, by the way, to just say Glaze across America? Where's Jerry and Stephen Jones?
A fresh lineup every weekend. Huge tournaments. Real cash prizes. Come on, people, it's not 2007 anymore. Fantasy football has evolved. Your roster should be earning you more than just bragging rights. This is daily fantasy football on DraftKings, where it's like a whole new season every weekend. Build the ultimate fantasy lineup by balancing the big salary stars with diamond-in-the-rough prospects. Decipher the studs from the duds with DraftKings player cards. All the stats you need to make the right call are at your fingertips. Consider pairing teammates on your lineup. A passing touchdown can earn you points for both the QB and receiver. When you're set, click submit and watch your handcrafted lineup rack up points. Touchdown! Track your lineup on the couch or on the go. Talk trash, win cash, and bask in your own drafting genius, all in a day's work. Daily fantasy sports glory. Make it your reality.
Everyone knows DraftKings makes more millionaires than anyone else. And this NFL season, we'll be handing out a whole lot more big checks. Start planning your epic victory celebration by checking out some of the guys who set the bar on $1 million celebrations last NFL season. Eitan Jankowicz. The sweat for the top spot in the $2.5 million King of the Beach tournament was tense, but Kobe for MVP played it cool, watching his team, led by Russell Wilson and CJ Anderson, work its way up the leaderboard. But it was Doug Baldwin and his fourth quarter TD that cemented Kobe as the one true king of the beach. Drew Dinkmeyer, DKTV's own Dink Piece, found himself in contention to win the Week 15 Millionaire Maker thanks to huge performances from Jeremy Hill, Des Bryant, and ODB. But it was during Monday night's Saints-Bears game, when Dink was live on DKTV's Sweat Show, that Marquise Wilson's fourth quarter TD catapulted Dink into first. Infamous celebrations ensued. Dave and Rob Gomes. Now they're the faces of a national TV commercial. But back in Week 11 in 2014, the Gomes brothers were just two guys in the middle of one epic sweat. Thanks to strong Sundays from Aaron Rodgers and AJ Green, they were in contention in the Millie Maker heading into Monday night. That's when Jonas Gray of their hometown New England Patriots went absolutely nuts, scoring 4 TDs, launching the $1 million celebration that would soon live on in infamy. How will you celebrate your big win this season? Share in the comments below. And for more, subscribe to DKTV.
I think we're back. I don't know if they heard my chocolate-covered almonds
request.
Shocker, Dave talking about food.
I really hope
during the break.
I hope that was our lead-in. We should lead in with a different item that you're requesting.
As people are just like, there's like a spread. There was sushi back there. I probably don't want to touch your sushi now. Cheese sticks, all sorts of stuff. But listen, it's not about that. It's about this guy right here, Peter Jennings, CSU Ram 88, with us. Peter, You look disappointed. Like you look like you had Jordan Matthews and he didn't score a touchdown when obviously he did score a touchdown.
Yeah, he did score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Jordan Matthews, Sam Bradford, my most owned guys on the week.
Yeah, because that's another 10 points there, right there as far as
that salt you're pouring in the wound. Feels good.
No, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you as far as guys you want to have. Sorry, I've got this cord right here. Much better. All right, Peter, your thoughts about that game?
I mean, it's going to be fantasy goodness with the Eagles all year. I mean, even in the first quarter where it was pretty much worst case scenario. I mean, they punted the ball 4 times, but still being able to get 4 drives in a full quarter. I mean, that's incredible. So we saw why they're a great team to play players from and against, just because they play at such a fast pace. So, other than that, Jordan Matthews non-challenge, I guess. It was interesting, and it was kind of everything I expected. So Julio, that guy's pretty good at football, huh?
Yeah, first half, a tell 2 stories. Julio went nuts. Matt Ryan went nuts. Matt Ryan didn't do anything in the second half. Jordan Matthews didn't do anything the first half, and obviously most of his points came in the last couple possessions for him.
Yeah.
What was your take on the running back situation with Philadelphia? Because I think a lot of people were concerned coming in how they'd split the 3 snaps, and obviously you saw Sproles involved in the passing game, but that Matthews last goal line carry kind of
that was the extra tilt. I mean, obviously had a lot of Bradford and Matthews, but also had some DeMarco Murray shares as well. So went from great best case scenario to then, who scored that touchdown? Oh, it's Matthews. So that was pretty frustrating and definitely something we're gonna have to pay attention to all year. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see that kind of rotation all year. I mean, Sproles is elite out of the backfield as a pass catcher. I think they'll use him a lot in those situations, and they're obviously going to use Matthews to spell Murray as well. So it's going to be tough to kind of pinpoint who to take. I do think that Murray is going to get the bulk of the red zone carries, but it's still a challenge there.
The one thing that I thought was interesting tonight in particular, a guy that you liked, you've obviously followed college football very closely, Nelson Aguilar, coming out of USC, didn't seem very heavily involved in the game plan in terms of opportunities today. And obviously it looked like they were funneling a lot of opportunities towards the middle of the field, with the tight ends and the running backs and stuff. Was that something that surprised you in terms of his impact in the game?
Yeah, I expected him to get a lot more. He was up against Trufant, right? Yeah, their number one corner most of the game, which I guess he's going to see a lot this year. He was on the field most of the game, but yeah, not that many targets for him. I think only a couple, and that was surprising to me. I definitely think he'll be utilized a little bit more, but it's going to be tough to kind of figure out who to use on the Eagles outside of, I think, Bradford and Matthews will kind of be staples throughout the year.
We'll see in this game, Reggie Bush limped off. He is on the sideline.
Adrian Peterson get a carry yet?
He had 2 carries with not much for them, 5 yards total.
That's a sack.
And they just did a jailbreak. So, no sort of offensive line. And that was kind of the worry about using Adrian Peterson tonight, was this Vikings offensive line, and that was just atrocious. 2 guys came at AP, and he didn't know really who to block. He had 2 coming his way. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this game script. It seems like San Francisco is just running the clock, a lot of possession time, and right now there's nothing. We're talking about 2 3-and-outs for the Vikings. So nothing right there for them. And Adrian Peterson, someone has him at 199, so they need like 21. Maybe.
Man, that would be tough sitting there watching the beginning of this game.
It looks like they just recovered a fumble, so another turnover. Well, not a first turnover, but the block kick.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big play for the Vikings defense. Yeah, making a lot of plays already. The player in first with the Vikings T. This is your dream start to the game.
Yeah.
You're racking up points.
That's the rugby player, too. I think that just fumbled right there.
Jared Haynes.
Yeah, Haynes.
Yeah.
Who I like a lot,
I really like him, too. Did you see the off-season video? Pete, you're like the guy that watches all the off-season
Oh, of course.
videos.
I've watched like every one of his rugby videos, too. I mean, the guy is a special athlete.
Yeah, and wanted to turn down, you're talking about one of the top guys there for rugby, and has all of Australia cheering for him during this game, and I'm sure that they didn't like what they saw there. But if you're an Adrian Peterson owner, you do like what you see, and that's what they want. Of course, now
play action.
Play action gets out of it, and
Charles Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh no, not Charles Johnson. Number 11,
Mike Wallace.
Yeah.
Yep, it is Wallace. And
That's 11 and 12 as the two receivers is a little bit annoying. I was having this problem with the Chargers yesterday.
Yeah,
with Keenan Allen at 13
and
Stevie Johnson at 11. Kind of similar size guys as well, kind of run around the field. So I'd like more separation in numbers from teammates. I'd like to follow that request.
That's a nice,
along with your chocolate covered almonds.
No,
if we could have like Robbie on
hashtag
that as well.
things that tilt dink.
Yeah.
People leaning back in their seats.
That's a good hashtag to get going.
We've
the seat recliner.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that.
Gosh, those people.
But it seems like, though, if they're having such a hard time with their offensive line, that they would maybe try to establish a run. As you see Reggie Bush being carted off.
That doesn't look good. Head down.
Yeah, and not even looking up at the fans. First game, new team, definitely going to be tough for him. So as far as Bridgewater goes, this is a guy that, if you're a Vikings fan, Pete, you think is going to be your franchise quarterback for a while.
Oh, absolutely. I thought he was amazing at the end of last year, but you need to be able to block if you're going to get anything. And AP bottled up yet again. You need to block. I mean, this is the same problem the Broncos had yesterday. And I think something that people don't think about enough, just in general with fantasy football, is the line of scrimmage is so critical. And for your offense, you need a good offensive line. And I was kind of worried a little bit with the Eagles to start the game. They're still playing super fast, but they weren't blocking that well. And then the second half, they kind of got going and seemed like they were getting that sweet play where they pull out the guard, and that was working well. But that's a big thing in fantasy, and certainly the Vikings offensive line looks terrible. And we were hopeful going in this week against San Francisco. It literally lost like their entire front seven. So hopefully,
Teddy's scrambling, but taking the dive before the first down marker. So
he does not want to have any contact there.
It's already taken a few hits at charging linebackers coming through. So it'll be interesting to see if they take the field goal opportunity here. Kind of a long kick, but 4th and 3 or 4.
This is the yardage where you should probably go for it. If I was a coach, what do you guys think about it? I mean, obviously we're biased fantasy players. We're always rooting for them to go for it.
I think the numbers as far as like the analytics go are
especially right here. I mean,
are in favor of the 4th down try. I mean, you have Pete, you're a stats guy, so you just have a much higher chance in 4 downs to get something than in
dump it off to AP.
Downs.
He's right there.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
That's not good.
That guy. Dumping it off to the tight end 2 yards short is usually not going to result in them.
You can tell that was happening
making
before.
the move.
And speaking of 4th down, how about the Eagles not going for it on 4th down, going for the kick? I knew you watched the look on Chip Kelly's face. He wants to go for it, but it was one of those situations to go up one where the numbers probably still say you have to kick it, even though he's more prone to going for it than any other coach in the entire league. And then kicker missed the field goal. So that's tough for the kicker. And I'm sure Kelly's gonna have nightmares about that for a while.
The one thing, speaking about kickers, that I was a little bit surprised by this weekend is we didn't see as many teams aggressively going for the 2-point conversion, with the new rules. And I thought the Eagles especially were a team that you could potentially see them just say, forget this kicker, forget the extra point. We're just going to go for 2-point conversions. You didn't really see that around the league. It seemed like coaches were still coaching according to the same previous scripts that they've used.
That's going to change. I really think that's going to change. I remember I was fortunate to go to this Broncos event, and Kubiak was talking about how that's something they're really considering. Obviously they're big into analytics. They hired the analytics guy to be on the headset during the game, and they talked about it a lot. And I think that people are going to start changing, because we did see a couple misses yesterday. I believe 2. I'm not either 1 or 2. And the 2-point conversion, I mean, if you can even get to 49%, it's probably in correct.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I don't know what percentage of extra points were made, but it's definitely going to go away from the 99 point wherever. It's probably going to be like 98, maybe whatever.
The poor kickers, though. They got taken out of DraftKings last year. My home league, we decided to do away with them this year. It just seems like even the kickoff stuff with the injuries, like they want to remove the kicking game altogether, and it's called football.
All right, Dave, that's enough of that talk. We're getting. I mean, we don't want the kickers in fantasy. I hope that becomes more and more of a trend. And I really don't feel too bad for kickers and or punters. Birdwings and I were talking about how the greatest job in the world might be the punter. No real pressure. Yeah, you get touched, it's a penalty, so you're never getting hit. And obviously there's not much glory, but pretty decent paycheck for kicking the ball a couple times a game.
And the most underrated job is the long snapper, because you just take it for granted. So the only time you get noticed is when something bad happens.
That's true. That is the downside of being a punter and or a long snapper or one of those offensive lineman. You don't get any credit, but you do get all the blame when something goes wrong. But at least the punter versus the kicker. The punter, they shank a kick. It's not the game. You miss a game-winning field goal chance. That's it. The whole blame is on you.
Would we say Ethan Haskell is the long snapper of DraftKings?
Possibly. If he's watching this, he's probably shaking. He's probably shaking his head. Ethan, if you're watching, Drew Dinkmeyer said that, not me, because I appreciate you. All right. As far as being appreciated, let's go with Adrian Peterson. 0.7 points on DraftKings.
That's not getting it done.
Seven rushing yards in the first quarter, because the quarter's about to come to an end without him getting another touch. I
was touting him pretty hard yesterday. Not looking very good right now.
I think, and I was too. I was the all in as far as him running harder because he's mad. I don't think it matters when you can't get past that first line. But I still think, though, if he can break one that gets past the first line, I still think he has the advantage over that linebacking core. So we'll see. It's he's known for these long runs, and that's all you're asking for with him is just a chance. So hopefully he'll continue to get touches. And the big thing for this Vikings offense is Bridgewater needs to step his game up, because if he can't complete some of these passes, then he's not going to get an opportunity.
I think it's all on the offensive line here, and hopefully they can establish some rhythm. And the one nice thing for AP, if you're still an AP owner, they're stacking the box like this. Yes, it's going to make a lot more 1 and 2 yard runs, but something I learned this summer is those type of defenses are also more prone to letting up the big play. And that's what AP's faced his whole career, and that's why we've seen so many big runs from him. So the nice thing with AP, he's still not more than likely, but he's still more than any other running back capable of rushing off that 80-yard run, which will change your fortunes on DraftKings.
Peter, we're talking about tomorrow. They've got the Millie Maker for baseball. I know that you'll be entering, and then college football starts on Thursday, and then the NFL starts on Thursday with the Broncos game. So it's a good time to get back in the swing of things if things didn't go your way this weekend. But I want to know, as far as overreactions, what's your process for research? You've got the podcast that you've got to research for, the Daily Fantasy Edge podcast. So what's your process digesting what happened in week one?
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to try to watch some tape, throughout the week. Definitely the Edge podcast is really helpful. Get to talk to two really smart guys, Adam and Al. And it's just that time of year where you're researching every sport. And luckily I love to do this stuff, so it doesn't really matter too much doing it all day, every day. And I have fun with it. So I definitely will be researching as much as I possibly can. I got a decent plane ride home tomorrow, so it'll be nice to be back home in Colorado. And baseball tomorrow is going to be fun. I know you'll be firing.
I was going to say, were you going to go right to football research tomorrow? Maybe take a day for
I think baseball. I'll be making play against some baseball teams tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same as well.
Yeah, maybe a day off from that. We got a new Twitter question from James Boutros, at James Boutros. Who do you think will be the most owned next week? Obviously, I haven't looked at salaries. You haven't looked at salaries. Pete, have you looked at salaries?
A little bit, not enough. I think we're going to see a lot of people on the Eagles, and I think we're going to see a lot of people on this Dallas guys. But Des Bryant being out, Terrence Williams, Jason Witten, I think will be heavily owned. I think a lot of people will be on Sam Bradford too.
What about Chris Johnson? Because they say he's going to be the starting running back for the Cardinals, but everyone in the offseason thinks that David Johnson
David Johnson.
Yeah, is the better guy. So do you think, though, people, if he's going to be the running back this week, will play Chris Johnson?
Oh, yeah. I mean, people will flock to that. But, I mean, CJ2K has gone away for quite some time.
CJ 2.0 yards per carry.
Yeah, CJ 2.0K is definitely alive and well. And they do have a nice matchup against the Bears.
Yeah, my brutal Bears. But the question is, if there's uncertainty with David Johnson's workload in that game,
it becomes a GPP play only, really.
Yeah, is that the way you think about it? If there's just a lack of clarity around touches?
Yeah, if they name Chris Johnson the starter, it's very hard to throw David Johnson in a cash game.
Yeah, he made that one big play at the end of the game, which I know I had some Carson Palmer teams.
He looked really good.
And
how do you play Chris Johnson over him?
He's a pretty big guy, too.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He looks like an athletic freak.
Yeah, and maybe with Johnson.
Maybe they're bluffing.
Maybe with Chris Johnson, it's just the experience, maybe pass blocking. We don't know, obviously.
Yeah, early in the season, coaches tend to just kind of give the benefit of the doubt to the veteran players. And I think that's something that, you look around kind of week one, the players that had big performances, there are not a lot of rookies that really stand out. I mean, Amir Abdullah had a really, really nice game, didn't have a lot of touches to generate that really nice game.
Spread
We talked about
there.
Nelson Aguilar earlier tonight, just wasn't, a focal point in the offense. And I think it takes a little bit of time into the season for those rookies to kind of earn the trust of the coaching staff and get those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of subtle things that as a fantasy, when you're watching a game from a fantasy perspective, you're not really thinking about. The pass blocking is a great example. A lot of the electric runners really can't see the field. My boy Capri Bibbs, the CSU guy, thought he had a great shot to make the Denver team, and turns out he just can't pass block, and that means you're back to the practice squad. So he got cut and is on the practice squad, and that's stuff that we don't always think about, and that's normally what rookies struggle with more. I mean, a lot of these stud running backs, they've been studs their whole life. They don't have to worry about that stuff. They've been on teams where they just get fed the rock. And, you get to the NFL, there's a lot of subtle things that you have to do well to stay on the field.
Yeah, another guy yesterday, Melvin Gordon, was getting opportunities, but not inside the 20s. Inside the 20s, it was Danny Woodhead.
It's Woodhead all day.
And that has to do with trust factor as well with a young running back and those types of things.
And Woodhead somehow is just an elite red zone guy. I mean, he really is. He is unreal catching the football, and somehow he is extremely effective. I think I saw a stat. I don't want to misquote it, but he is like one of the most efficient running backs in the history of the NFL on touches inside like the 5-yard line of getting into the end zone.
It's crazy. They do get him good looks in terms of usually they're spreading the field out.
Yep.
So he's not kind of running in those crowded sets, right? So then he can kind of use his agility with his body. He's got a very small frame to kind of twist around.
Yeah, he just sneaks into the end zone.
Yeah, I was surprised that rushing touchdown that he had yesterday. He looked good, and again, like you said, like Gordon would thought that he was the guy that would have got the carry inside right there. We've got AP who almost gets a first down, so they've got a third and short situation coming up. You think that he's probably going to get it, but
he just looks so good. Look at that. Just when he walks around,
you want to see him just continue to strut. We have Peter Jennings with us on the DraftKings Sweat Show. Peter, CSU Ram 88. If you have any questions for any of us, make sure to use hashtag DKTV. We'd love to answer questions, especially when things are kind of winding down. We're coming up on, we're just now into hour number 5 for this Sweat Show. So the first Sweat Show marathon is into hour number 5, and we are just now into the second quarter. So we got plenty of times. That means we can answer plenty of questions. So we'll probably have a video coming up here soon. In the meantime, Peter, as far as taking today, like what'd you do during the day? Just kind of unwind, go to the beach? Yeah,
for the first time in like a week.
Like how late? I want to know, like how late did you sleep?
I slept till 1:00, and I woke up to an alarm. I made sure that I would not sleep at, and I wanted to sleep a lot longer. It was easily the least amount of sleep I've ever gotten in a week. I've been in 4 cities in the last week, and finally caught up on some of that shut eye. So that was nice.
And you had a nice dinner. I saw Kyle was in here earlier. He had a big piece of dessert. Did you have any dessert?
Yeah. It was a great day. There's not the gambling, but just all the shops, all the great food, and the pool, and it's unbelievable. So I can get used to hanging out down here. Get used to the dink life being down here in Florida.
It's not the only thing. A little bit too much rain this time of the year.
Yeah, the satellite signal going out would really tilt me when the Eagles game went down. It was tough, but
so keep on talking to me because Adrian Peterson just had a pass for 17 yards. So I feel like as soon as you guys took the. As soon as you guys
look at that, he's just a hoss.
And look, they carried him, and
he's moving the pile.
They could not bring him
big
down.
Way.
There's like 4 or 5 guys on him. So you got play action right now.
Probably
this is
Mike Wallace.
Johnson or
Mike
Wallace. Yeah, that is.
Oh man,
was Mike Wallace.
Yeah, every time they're going to throw deep down the field like that, it's going to be Mike Wallace.
And if you're an AP owner, you're hoping for just PI.
Yeah, everyone's throwing the flags in the room. They're trying to be the referee there. But yeah, I mean, what's going to be interesting for this Vikings team is if they can get those plays like that, because that's really going to open it up for AP. If they can get decent offensive line play, I have a lot of confidence in Bridgewater. I think he's a very accurate quarterback. And they now have the playmaker in Mike Wallace to really take the top off the defense and Charles Johnson to run those intermediate routes. And obviously AP, I expect a big year from him. So I think this offense could be dynamic. We just haven't seen it quite yet. hopefully they can connect on one of those big plays. A lot of the
There's
play
no
action
screen
here.
set up for AP.
Oh yeah,
That's what we like to see on DraftKings.
no,
Get
that
full
was a
point per
donkey play
reception.
though.
You got the.
Look at him, hands on
He's
the
a little
legs.
upset with himself.
He is
Yeah,
upset.
you gotta
they
run.
didn't
You gotta
follow
run
the
north
ball.
and south there, buddy.
All right. Well, we will break with a video with Paul Bertini. Paul had a great baseball season. He was actually here for. He's one of the guys that was here for the Miami kickoff bash.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah, so he's a great guy. We'll take a look at his contenders video. We'll come back with Pete, and hopefully we'll answer some of your questions. So make sure you're using hashtag DKTV on Twitter, and we'll have a bunch of questions we'll answer when we come back.
I had a dream about holding the check up before I even had a ticket to Vegas. In Boston, I told my fiance, we're going to Vegas. And a few days later, it happened. So I think that the dream I had is going to come true. I decided to give DraftKings a try last year, probably mid-football season. We were on vacation in Dominican Republic. And actually, I was playing little small pools, $3, $27.
We never really get to spend too much time together. Having the 2-year-old running around the house constantly, we went on vacation just ourselves. So I was like, come on, like, be in love. And he just wanted to be on the phone all day. And then he was like, oh, well, I just won $10,000. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just go to the beach and you stay here, keep winning.
Spent just a little bit of it and then kind of carried that bankroll into baseball. It got me where I am now. It was my first live event going to Boston, my first time in Boston. It was a great time. I really didn't play any live finals before then because I didn't really even think about it. You know, I was just doing it for fun, make a little money. And then once we got to Boston, I told my fiance when we were up there, we're going to Vegas. And then a few days later, qualified for Vegas. My family, I mean, at first, they really didn't understand, especially my father. He thought I was making this up and it was fake Monopoly money. But after seeing the things I got, and now he's also going to Vegas, he definitely understands it, and they follow along, especially my fiance. She'll watch SportsCenter, see somebody hit a home run, yell at me if I don't have him in my lineup.
It's honestly what we do. He comes home and I'm like, okay, so what games are on? What are we watching? Oh, did you have this guy? Do you have this guy?
I'm a police officer. I'm not rich, I'm not poor. It's basically my success is almost a supplemental income. I mean, it just makes my life overall just better for me, for my fiance and my son. As far as my job, I mean, I don't think anything's gonna change. Might live in a little nicer house, put some money away for my kids' college fund. But basically, I'll just go to work doing the same thing I do now, just with a couple extra dollars in the bank account, really.
He's a down-to-earth guy. I don't think he'll leave his job because he loves what he does in his work. I mean, he's very good at what he does. So, I mean, he's just making a better life for his family, his kid.
Being a police officer is stressful, especially in the times we're in now. Just being able to come home, hang out with my son, hang with my fiance, that's nice. And then when they go to bed, then I can just watch sports and relax and check my DraftKings lineup and see how I did.
His family's everything to him. There's always a smile on his face when he's around his family. He goes to the park all the time. Always see him taking pictures of playing sports with him, starting him early.
Right now we're working on base percentage. Then after that, we're gonna go with potty training. He mainly he's a swing man. He loves the swings. He runs.
Paul's relationship with Tristan is amazing. He's an amazing father. Everything he does, every thought he has revolves around Tristan, and it makes me love him as a person even more.
A lot of these guys, especially some of the ones I met in Boston, I mean, they do this full time. So I would say definitely I'm one of the big underdogs in coming into Vegas. If I get famous, I get famous. I mean, it's not something I'm in it for. I have a full-time job, and it's not like I'm gonna be quitting. I have a little son, so I'm dedicated to him. But I love sports. It's literally what I do. When I wake up until I go to bed is read and watch sports. So the fame really has nothing to do with anything.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here, and I'm going to give you my top 5 running backs for the 2015 NFL season at DraftKings. Starting off the list, I have a Bronco. Probably my favorite player this year to watch is going to be C.J. Anderson. I think he has an absolutely monster year in Gary Kubiak's offense. Offensive line should be good. They're going to obviously be able to run the ball, and Peyton Manning should help him get in the end zone. At number 4, I have Jamal Charles, who I think is an elite upside play. Always can break the big play, and he's really good in the passing game, should catch a lot of passes. Andy Reid's always got a lot of fantasy points for his running backs, and I think Charles has another great year. At number 3, I have Le'Veon Bell, who would be number 1, but he's going to miss a couple games to start the season. I think he is an absolute monster. I don't think last year's a fluke at all. Excellent pass catcher, does it all, and I expect him to have a huge end of the season. Number 2, I have Eddie Lacy, who I think is going to be on the best offense in all the NFL. Packers should be incredible. Aaron Rodgers is going to move the ball. Lacy's going to benefit dramatically because he's going to face less people in the box, and he's going to get a lot of touchdowns. At number 1, I have Adrian Peterson. He barely played last year, and I think that's going to be great for him coming into the year fresh. He's an absolute freak of nature, most talented running back I've ever seen. And I think with this offense, Bridgewater is going to actually move the ball really well, and I think Peterson will be hands down the number 1 running back. Make sure to check us out here at DKTV, subscribe, and good luck in all your contests.
All right, we're watching right now Jared Hayne in the backfield. I just was talking off camera with...
He's not showing very good Hayne.
Nice.
It's late.
Yeah, it's late. Hopefully people are not watching that much. They're showing rugby highlights, what we were just talking about earlier. But that Reggie Bush injury, he might this might be his opportunity to really shine. You saw that Vine that was circulating, I think, week 4 of the preseason, where he just decked a linebacker and just kind of walked all over him. But Pete, we have someone on the line who has the Vikings D, and they are 3 points behind being.
Ooh, look at that shake!
Yeah, being in the second millionaire spot. So we'll pull up the lineup here. DJM 225. And he's in 8th place right now. But these numbers are so tight between second and really second and like 20th, 213.
Hundredths of a point are separating teams. It's incredible.
Yeah. So we just I think they can still hear us, but we had to get connected into us. So as far as the DJM lineup, though, Vikings D. He basically has to make sure that they don't have any points scored against them, and that they get like a pick 6 interception. You see, the special team just think down the ball inside the 5 somewhere. It looked like
AP 90-yard run coming up,
or maybe just knock. I think it's just that he knocked the snot out of the guy. Again, it's late, so we'll have him on any second. Taking a look at his lineup, though: Carson Palmer, Jeremy Hill, Danny Woodhead, John Brown, Julio Jones, Jordan Matthews, Tyler Eifert, Kendall Wright.
A nasty note.
Yeah, there's two Jordan Matthews.
4. No, there's 4.
Oh, there's 4?
There's
okay.
4 in front of him. But still, he could have been, I mean, even if you go up to 5th, the top 4 have him. I mean, even if you go up to 5th, that's 100. That's double where he's at right now. With the Vikings D, would be in much better position. So, as far as his lineup right now,
AP not in on the first play.
Well, we'll have to monitor that situation. Who is in?
Believe McKinnon's in.
Jarek?
That looks like AP's stance, but 31? It's not. You're right. It's McKinnon.
Well, it's because McKinnon is a beast. They think McKinnon's the
he kind of goes down a little bit quicker than AP. You saw that
just a little bit.
Field, look at him. He's just chomping at the bit to get on the field. So, but yeah, for fantasy purposes, you've you've got Charles Johnson, AP, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, we didn't-
Vikings D, which I didn't expect Vikings D to be a factor in this.
We didn't see very much any representation from San Francisco 49ers offensive players when just scrolling through. So I think, pretty much it's all on the Vikings side of the ball, whether offensively or defensively, how these are going to be decided. And certainly for a lot of people, it's about positioning now, as opposed to, the dream of $2 million on opening weekend. It's more about positioning at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think San Francisco is going to be a team we'll have to see a lot more from this year, but I just don't see many weapons that you're going to take on a consistent basis. Maybe Kaepernick gets hot and you can take a Torrey Smith or a Vernon Davis, but it's going to be challenging. And Hyde, I don't know. I mean, I guess with Reggie Bush going down, that's
what I was thinking.
I don't want to predict any injury, but that doesn't look, his head's down.
That's what I was thinking for Hyde. The knock on Hyde coming into this year from a fantasy perspective was the fact that playing on an offense that isn't that great, and if you're not the third down back in an offense that's not that great, maybe you're not on the field a lot. And if he can take that role and become kind of a feature back, and he was a decent pass catcher at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't, a complete non-entity in the passing game. But as we talked about earlier with rookie running backs or young running backs, the ability to contribute in the blocking area and aspect
Rudolph
of the game is really key.
Devastating drop.
Rudolph with the drop. Let's go Ellison. Let's go right now to DJM 225 has the Vikings D currently in 8th place. Dominic, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Dominic, you are in 8th place, and you are feeling good, I'm guessing. I mean, because comparing to with that Vikings D, they're looking pretty good right now. Talk to us about kind of how tonight has gone for you.
I'm going to be honest. I came home tonight, and I was just like, oh, maybe I win like a couple $100. But then, Julio just went off like no other tonight, and I thought Jordan Matthews just wasn't even in the lineup because I didn't see him make any contribution until at least the second quarter, maybe even after the first half. And then once I saw where I was at, I was like, oh, my God, something could happen tonight. I've always been a fan of the Vikings defense. I know there's been a lot of changes, but, Colin Kaepernick is the ultimate boom or bust. This guy can go either way. I'm looking for at least a pick six or at least a couple more sacks in this game. This game can really – especially the game's still 0-0 right now, so defense can be very aggressive. I only need a few more points.
Just a couple more.
He's fired up, and honestly, I would be too. Dominic, where are you from?
New Rochelle, New York, in Westchester.
Okay, I was going to say it sounded like a New York accent. So that didn't affect, though, how you were the guys that you were playing tonight, though, obviously, or this weekend.
No, not at all. No, this weekend, not really. No.
Yeah. So talk us through a little bit about your team here. We were talking before how it's kind of more of a chalky team. All the plays definitely were plays that kind of made sense. Talk us through your process in making this roster.
Well, honestly, the way it worked out, this is my first time doing DraftKings, so now I'm hooked for life now.
Good. We like hearing that.
Second person we've talked to tonight. That's first time on DraftKings.
Quite honestly, I figured the way it's going to go is, wide receivers. I love wide receivers. Tyler Eifert, somebody that I've been looking at all summer long. I thought I was all in on him last year, but he got hurt. And Danny Woodhead, I've had a man crush on Danny Woodhead since he was on the Jets. So, that's where that came from there. And
oh, my gosh, we've got a long kick return touchdown. Is a hold? I'm getting a hold signal.
Yeah, kick return touchdown, but it looks like a hold.
Looks like a hold here. Looks like a hold.
Dominic's doing the finger wag.
He's doing this the finger wag.
Not happening.
No points.
No points for that.
No points.
No, he's a man who looks like he knows it's coming back.
Back. Oh my God. But yeah, quite honestly, the one guy that I felt really good about putting in there, other than one of my lower ranked guys like Kendall Wright, I just thought was gonna have a really big week this week.
Yeah, he looks great with Marcus Mariota. That's a great combo right there. And I think he can have some big games, especially in a PPR format.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And my other man crush of the summer is Mr. Brown out of Arizona. Who needs Michael Floyd?
Yeah, a lot of DFS players feel the same way, Dominic. And I know John Brown. I had a lot of John Brown. I had some Carson Palmer as well. The start to that game was exceptional for John Brown, and then nothing in the second half. It was kind of the opposite of Jordan Matthews. It was really frustrating.
Oh my God, you have no idea. I mean, I was jumping up and down because I had him on a few of my other fantasy teams, and then, like you said, it was just a Houdini act in the second half.
Now, Dominic, how do you feel about Chip Kelly's decision making late in the fourth quarter there for the Eagles tonight?
I want to kill him. That's all I have to say about that. I want to kill him.
Yeah,
I had potential in there to get a quick Jordan Matthews garbage time in there, and then after that, it could have gone the other way with a nice Julio bomb too. So I mean, I was still he destroyed everything tonight.
Yeah, that not challenge was. I'm on a pretty big tilt about that as well, and obviously, I think a lot of daily fantasy owners are also upset about Sam Bradford. Doesn't affect your team specifically, but how do you not challenge? That was like one of the most obvious touchdowns. The ref missed it, and then Kelly, of course, just wants to sit there and get a playoff fast. He doesn't even think about it, and it was obvious. Even on TV, they said, hey, this is a touchdown, and I would assume that would get to his mic. But you said this is your first time on DraftKings. Tell us about how you heard about DraftKings and what made you fire a couple teams here in the Millionaire Maker.
DraftKings is just all over the place. It's all over CBS, sports. It's mentioned on NFL, Red Zone. I mean, it's just you can't go anywhere without seeing DraftKings. And I figured, why not? Just give it a shot, see what happens. And apparently, pretty good shot.
Yeah, I think you've taken to it pretty well. So that's great. So this Minnesota defense, what we're looking for a pick six here. That's what we really need, or maybe a sack fumble touchdown recovery. And let's see here, which is it. And then outside of that, with Minnesota, is there anyone that let's see, the top guy has Minnesota defense as well, correct?
Yeah. So he's hoping to be a millionaire.
Yep.
Just for a meager $1 million, not the $2 million. I'm guessing you would just settle, Dominic, for just $1 million.
At this point, I'll settle for anything.
Have you told your friends or family that you got this major sweat going on? Oh,
you just friend right here.
What's his name?
Chris Bowers.
What's up? What's up? Got all his friends. I hear your dog in the background. You could tell your family that you're winning a lot of money right now playing sports. As far as like something, Dominic, that people might not know about you, like if they're just now tuning in, like how would you describe yourself?
How would I describe myself?
Yeah. Like what do you do?
I'm a cool, mild-mannered guy. I'm an accountant. I work for a public accounting firm in the city, so I'm just this quiet, regular guy.
It was very good.
Happens to be a sports fan like no other.
Very nice. So one of the miserable things, though, about daily fantasy is cheering on a team defense because really you're hoping that things just go wrong for the other team, and if they go right at all, it's like just taking points away from you. It could be like a slow bleed. So as far as how you're going to be sweating later, do you have you're just going to take it how it comes pretty much?
Yeah, I'm just going to roll with it as it comes. I mean, I swear to God, I will run out in the streets if I can get a pick six right now. It would just be the most feeling in the world. I won't be completely deflated if the Niners score, but I mean, at some point, if I can just get a pick six.
Yeah. A pick six, an interception, anything that would negate some of those points that you would lose if they did score a field goal or touchdown.
What I want to know, Dominic, is that first drive, San Francisco is going right down the field. It's got to be a little bit frustrating. Then you get the field goal block, and it looks like from the camera angle.
That's not even talking.
Yeah.
it looked like the guy was gone, and you rarely see guys get caught from behind. There's so many big guys on the field.
So
take us through that moment of kind of seeing start off with the drive, which has got to be frustrating, and then the finish to that drive, exhilarating but disappointing, I assume.
Oh my God! I see them just marching down the field, and then at that point, I'm just looking at the standings, going, "All right, well, maybe I could win like 5,000 or whatever." I'm sitting there, I'm trying to make peace with myself, and then all of a sudden, I see them get stopped, and I say, okay, maybe we still got a fighting chance. And then I saw the block, and I was like, oh, all right, we got a block. And then when I saw him go pick it up, I was like, oh my God, I just dropped that. Oh my God. And then I got this cold sweat coming out over me, and it felt great. And then all of a sudden, the slowest guy possible on the team picked up the ball.
You have Kaepernick, who just got a first down. I'm guessing your hope, and looks like, they are going to flag them for a late hit on the quarterback. So, unfortunately, Dominic, they are in field goal position.
Another block field goal, though. Another block field goal. That's what we're hoping for. And then the faster guy to pick it up. That's what we need to have happen.
That's exactly right.
You're on the East Coast, though. This is obviously the latest Monday Night Football game we're going to have. Are you going to call into work sick tomorrow? Maybe go a couple hours late, or are you going to get up early and go to work like you normally would?
I don't think I'm going tonight.
Sack him.
I'll probably be right. There's no way I'm going to sleep tonight.
Call into work rich. That's what he's going to do, bro.
So you have to diversify your portfolio.
Yes, diversify my portfolio. I'll have many more entries in the DraftKings next week.
Yeah, tomorrow they've got baseball Millionaire Maker, so you can enter some of your baseball teams and just try to double up. But as far as this game goes, you're just rooting for bad play, and sometimes that can be miserable when there is a good play or a pass interference call.
Fumble.
It's very possible.
All right, we've got 2:08. Looks like we're going to go down to the
when Kaepernick got hit going out of bounds.
Yeah, you got your friend there. So we've hit the 2-minute warning. We'll let you go. Maybe they'll have like an intentional grounding or something, or holding call to get them out.
He's getting prepared for an interception right here. That's what we're thinking. They're drawing up the pick six.
They're going to get inside the 5. They're going to get inside the 5. They're going to pull a Seahawk from Super Bowl. They're going to be a pick, and it's going to go all the way back to the other end zone, and I'm going to be singing in the street. That's what's going to happen.
We'll be listening for you.
Well, Dominic,
right here.
Don't make sure you just stay in your living room, because if that does happen, we're going to come right.
We're going to come right back. Yeah, and Dominic's going to be on the street running through, and we're just going to have the dog.
Dominic, DJEM 225. Thanks for joining us. And again, like if something big happens, we'll make sure to come back. But regardless, solid score tonight. Congratulations on a big first week of DraftKings.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck, man.
Awesome.
Thank
you. He actually infused some energy into me. I got some energy just from listening to him.
That was great. That Dominic is the type of personality that we need at this hour of our coverage.
We had a little bit of a connection issue, but you could definitely get the gist that he was excited.
He had some great one-liners in there. And it's really cool. I mean, the best part about that, first time playing DraftKings, I mean, top 10 out of 500-some thousand people. I'd say that's a pretty big success right there off the bat. So good for him. Great team. Love it. And it's really cool, too. I mean, he talked about the guys that he's drafted in season-long leagues. Obviously, he's been a big football fan, watching, observing. And I think that's what a lot of people can take away. Even if you haven't played DraftKings for years and years, the sport, you can set yourself up. And, I mean, he has a great shot to win $1 million.
And we talked to Ryan Hunter a few times, and you talk about DJM is in 8th, Ryan Hunter's in 9th. That's a $25,000 difference. So even these lower prizes, as far as that's still a lot of money to most people. Getting another $25K out of it. So they're definitely going to be tuning in. I'm guessing Ryan's still tuning in. But as far as the range of emotions, those people we talked to earlier, the 214, he's down to 17th now, Indy.
Yeah.
And that
entered the night with the lead.
Yeah. When you're sweating for $1 million and then you're entering 17th, that's just, there's 500,000 people in this tournament.
And that's tough because 17th, we're looking at the prize pool now, $20,000. I guarantee you, when you enter the contest, if you said, I'm getting out $20,000 for this $20 entry, you think this is an amazing, amazing accomplishment. But it does feel a little bit different when you
go to sleep sitting on $2 million, and that's the tough part. I mean, you want to be coming from behind. You don't want to be trying to hold people off, especially when you're going into 2 Monday night games. But kudos on a huge score regardless, and it is cool to see your name at the top of the leaderboard. But obviously a lot can change in these Monday night. Just so much fantasy goodness.
Yeah. Peter, do you want to talk about the emotional free roll and what that means?
Yeah, so that's what I do all the time. You basically admit that whatever bad that can happen to you, you're at peace with yourself. This is what's going to happen. So that was not good for our guys. So if I had the Vikings defense, I would say, oh, it's inevitable. I know that San Francisco is going to score. It is what it is. And then if they score, you're right. You predicted it, but if they don't score, you win money. So it's a win-win.
Carlos Hyde with a 10-yard touchdown.
Nice spin move there by Carlos Hyde to free himself up, get Kaepernick out in front there.
Yeah. Ohio State guys with all the spin moves.
Yeah, Braxton Miller-esque. They're really nice spin moves. You're going to see that on some vines, I guarantee you. But that did DJM move back down to 18th now.
Pretty quick on that live scoring update there, DraftKings.
Yeah, so if he gets a pick six, though, you're talking about the 6 points plus the plus the points for interception, which would put him right back up.
I'm rooting for that guy. Really,
number 2.
A lot of fun. Fun.
Yeah. A great guy, and now our Hunter is in 8th place. Talking about Basil, I don't know how you say it. Still has the Vikings D, lost some points of there, but it's basically his to lose right now. Like, you don't want to call anything too early, but at 229, it would take an enormous second half performance out of somebody.
Yeah, most likely Adrian Peterson.
Yeah,
that'd be it. Well, not it, but that's I imagine the majority of the guys who are in fighting chance of him.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys that we're seeing up there have 49ers or Vikings D because they get the points. There is a Carlos Hyde
at 5%
and 130 and 135th. He's got 14.3 points.
How many back is he
at halftime? He's in 135th with 202.
How about that for Carlos Hyde though? 83 rushing yards.
Yeah.
Already.
So if he gets 17, he'll get 1.7 plus the bonus. That's 4 points. So that would put him. What did I say? He was in 135th. All right. So 4.5 points would bump him up significantly. He would be around the top 50.
It's incredible how quickly you can move at this stage of the game because so many people are out of.
And 53rd, Bala
with
no
Carlos
R,
Hyde.
no R, but he is in 53rd place with 207. So we talk about that 17 yards with the bonus.
So he has Carlos Hyde 217 versus 229.
207 versus 229.
That's possible
with the defense.
Hey, another touchdown plus the bonus plus top
Taking
goes
them
down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely live. That's
if
live.
If he does the same thing he did this first half, he would essentially have 17 points.
And plus, he'd go down
in the second half.
Yeah.
So you'd have 224, and like you said, the top team would potentially go down. So that would be a sweat.
Have to go down if he scores another touchdown.
Right.
Assuming there's no defensive touchdowns. Or whatever.
But how far? Like if it's 229 versus 224, like how far is he going to get in -5 points?
Well,
because he still could get a point for a sack.
Of course, and it's all relative to how many points they give up. I mean, the tiers. Right. So definitely live.
Yeah,
and he could score more than that, or he couldn't. But
so we'd been waiting a little bit for one of these teams that's a little bit further to kind of emerge to contend with the top spot with Basil, and we've now got it with this Carlos Hyde team. So
47 seconds left. The score is 7-0. You think the Vikings just kind of pack it in and get ready for the second half because they do have the ball.
With the way that their offensive line has played, I would imagine that this is going to be some very conservative play calling.
Yeah, which might be good for Adrian Peterson.
Could be a draw play.
Sometimes you get those cheap yards when everybody's dropped back, just preventing the big plays.
Sounds like a biased AP owner right there.
I would say like a hopeful AP owner getting some points. When Carlos Hyde is outperforming AP, it's in the first half
by a wide margin.
It's not a good half for AP owners. So and that's the thing as far as like Eddie Lacy around that same price point as AP. So people that had AP just that was a potential switch. CJ Anderson also in that realm. Jeremy Hill. Those four guys were all
no big running back games really outside of Forte.
Right.
Yeah.
Out of the studs, anyways.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of, especially if they fall behind even more, a lot of potential passes. Who knows really do in the second half when to start the ball or start the half off, but a lot of long drives. I mean, this game has gone by quick.
Yeah. It's from a play perspective, it's a slow-paced game. From a actual time perspective, it's a very fast-paced game that's kind of moving along here. And for fantasy owners, you want the exact opposite. You want slow game time, fast number of plays in terms of the way that they're playing.
David Kitchen here, Drew Dinkmeyer, Peter Jennings. We're here on the DraftKings Sweat Show here on Monday nights. $10 million Millie Maker going on. Let's not forget, there's lots of other tournaments going on and queues. I wonder what the biggest score is. In fact, if you can find what the highest score is in one of the guaranteed tournaments, we'll give you a ticket to next week's Millie Maker. So use hashtag DKTV and find out what the highest score is. Is it this 229 right now? Or is there a team? I know it's like kind of mean.
Oh man,
I know it's kind of mean. But is there a team like in the $3 that if they would have ponied up another 24, they could be a multi-millionaire? So we got drop back, and who is? Oh, it's Mike
Wallace.
Yeah,
Charles Johnson, not so hot,
non-existent.
Yes,
my guy.
And AP is with his helmet off.
AP looks pissed, rightfully so. I'm pissed.
He's not a happy camper. A peanut is, I think, what he said. An orange peanut. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't get that reference at all.
You know the lip syncing,
the NFL lip syncing.
The bad.
Oh yeah. That's funny.
That's what he was saying over there on the sideline. All right, Twitter question. Justin Katzman 16. Do you like the play guys next week who didn't perform up to standards this week? Kind of the contrarian play.
Love that play. I think it's all about the bounce backs, and there's so much that can affect why a player did poorly one week to the other, and especially after week one, there's a ton of guys in great bounce back spots. A guy that I look to is Andrew Luck. Not necessarily the best matchup again, but going into Buffalo, that's about as tough of a spot you can go, and he had great stats at home last year, and it is the Jets still, but I think that's a great bounce back opportunity potentially there. And certainly there's going to be other guys. Brandon Cooks, I think, is another guy that I could definitely see having a big bounce back week. So especially when people have such a big recency bias, going off what they see all through the week on SportsCenter and what else, people really get focused on the guys that have those big games, and you can gain a lot of value going a little more contrarian and getting guys at a cheaper price that may not be, as popular because they didn't have a great first week. So I love with the bounce back. What do you think, Drew?
Yeah, I like that approach as well. I had a follow-up question for Andrew Luck. Do you need T.Y. Hilton on the field to have that confidence in Andrew Luck, or you just...
Andrew Luck, I mean, it's obviously not ideal. I don't think that Andrew Luck is like a must-play by any stretch. He's a guy I expect to have a huge year, and I think he'll bounce back. Definitely, he's going to be hurting without T.Y. Hilton, but he still can get it done. He did pretty well Hilton got injured, and he still did a little bit better in the second half there in Buffalo, which is brutalizing.
Yeah, for me, the key is finding potential bounce back situations where the opportunities were there for the player and they didn't take advantage for whatever reason, or a situation where the opportunities weren't there because of very specific matchup, especially with wide receivers.
Like a Sammy Watkins scenario.
Like, exactly. Going against a top corner, that the targets weren't there and the production wasn't there, and people might think, oh, they're not a big part of the offense. I think those are opportunities to potentially get really low ownership.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot last year. You go on a vacation to Revis Island, it's going to be very hard to perform. Yep. You get off Revis Island, it's a lot easier. So we got Bridgewater taking some time and heaving one down there, and not even close.
at least give a chance.
Underthrew
It looks
the
like there's
entire
a flag.
group.
If that's a flag on the defense, they get another free play on time down. We had 238.04. They're saying is the biggest is the biggest score, but I'm not sure if they're counting that as a Thursday game. We're not counting Thursday scores. We're just counting the games that started yesterday. Someone else, though, said 231 in the safety tournament. I think that's the $2 tournament. So some big scores there. I'm not going to rub the salt in the wounds. Let's just say, though, that is a pretty blatant face mask on Mike Wallace. So they're going to have maybe he can.
What is this? Is this the
try
field goal?
a long field goal?
Wow,
is this the record?
This has got to be pretty freaking far.
Career long is 56 yards.
That it's not the easiest place to kick there too. Got the marine layer.
This is a 62 yarder. It looks like
63,
and that is still the record, right?
I believe so. My boy Matt Prater.
Matt Prater tied Rob Baronis.
There were a bunch of guys who had the 63 mark, right?
I was actually at the Rob Baronis game when he hit it against.
Did they call it the Rob Baronis game?
Against the Colts. Rob Baronis hit the field goal against the Colts to win it. It was at the end.
Okay. Was it a really important game?
Rob Baronis died.
I understand.
Well, don't be making fun of Rob Baronis.
I'm not making fun of Rob Baronis. It's just unusual for fan bases.
11:42 p.m. Eastern time, and things have gotten dark here in Miami, everybody. We've got almost halftime here. It looks like they
gave up on that one pretty quickly.
When they started to do the math, in San Fran, I'm guessing the wind is just all sorts of crazy.
Marine layer is brutal.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to hit a baseball far there, too.
Don't even talk to me about baseball games in San Francisco or Oakland in the summer. They're miserable. It's so cold. I had both times I've been in June and July, and both times I've had to wear really.
Is that Cordell Patterson?
Jerry's right.
Close.
So Teddy Bridgewater, a little stat padding there at the end of the half.
Yeah, he's like,
I'll take that 25 yards.
Didn't even.
Don't worry about that.
I'm not going to lower my QBR with a pick there. I'm going to take the easy yards.
All right, so let's take a look at what is the most points CSU has scored in a DraftKings NFL tourney?
Hopefully a lot. I mean, I think last year, the Trey Mason Rams defense week, I had some 250, 260 teams, I want to say. It was a very, very high scoring week. And that's the interesting thing. People always say, what do you need to win a GPP? And it's so dynamic week to week. This is, I think, a relatively lower scoring week. I mean, obviously, Julio had some big weeks, but I think we'll need to see, 250 plus a lot of times to win this Millionaire Maker, especially with some matchups down the road here that could be pretty juicy.
The guy that has a 231, Z Champ 19, also has a 221. He's in first and second in that $3 qualifier. So don't feel bad for him, even though he's not winning $1 million. He's got another shot at it in the Fantasy Football World Championships in Vegas and Los Angeles. Taking a look at his team, though. He pretty much has it. Matt Ryan, Matt Forte, Chris Ivory, Stevie Johnson, Julio Jones, Jordan Matthews, Tyler Eifert, Danny Woodhead, and the Panthers D.
That's a great team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drew, what did you win when you won the million? What was your score? Do you remember?
I think it was low 220s. I want to say 223.
Not a high score. Oh, it was a pretty high scoring week, I thought.
It was and it wasn't. There was no
tight
end that scored a lot, and so because no tight end scored a lot, my winning team had Dwayne Allen as the tight end. He had 1 touchdown, 34 yards.
Yeah.
There's just no tight end, and if that position doesn't score a lot, it can bring down the overall
same with the
score.
defense not scoring well, which is why we do see some higher scores. And I guess 250 might be a little too high, but I remember that week that I had the big week. That was when absolutely everyone went ham. I mean, Trey Mason had 3 touchdowns, almost 200 yards. Rams defense put up 30 points.
Yeah.
And all the chalk plays went off, which buoys the whole, the entire field. Everyone puts up these monster
Yeah, I had
numbers.
Le'Veon, Jeremy Hill, Odell Beckham, and Dez all had 30-plus points. But it was the bottom parts of the roster that they're, tight end, nobody went nuts. Even Marquise, didn't have a huge game. It was just that 1 touchdown that ended up doing it. So I think it was in the low 220s.
Yeah, no, it was a fluke. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe we can do a little research and find out some higher scores all time in DraftKings history. That'd be fun.
That would be cool.
Yeah, we have some people in the
Our
back.
track staff.
Yeah, not doing anything back there, just crack open a brew and doing their things. And it kind of shows because one of the questions just presented to me was from Rifo18, our good buddy Rifo18. Do you think Gary Busey can win Dancing with the Stars? Hashtag DKTV. I'm not even going to justify that with a response. But
You
no.
did
But
justify
no.
it by putting the question on air there, Dave.
Well, I have to because they put it in Skype chat. No more.
The Ron Burgundy of Skype chat.
Do you think Gary Busey can win Dancing with the Stars? Wait. Shuddy Buddy, which is an awesome name, at Shuddy Buddy. When building lineups, do you make it a priority to have someone from Monday game in your flex spot for flexibility? I don't think you make it a priority, but you definitely, if you have someone from those late games, you definitely make it a priority to put them in your flex spot.
Yeah. Go ahead, Drew.
I was going to say, I don't build teams with specific, getting exposure to the Monday night game necessarily in play. But if I do have exposure to the Monday night game, I want to get in that flex spot for sure.
Yeah, you always want to take advantage of the flex spot. And even if it's not Monday night or Sunday night, just make sure you give yourself maneuverability. And I think something everyone should be aware of is making sure you do have those guys in your flex spot and you're taking a look at the teams right before these locks. So after the 1 o'clock games, it's like 4 o'clock. A lot of times the lock is 4:05 or 4:25. Make sure you're looking around to see if there's a reason you should pivot from who you originally had. And obviously you can do the same thing for Sunday night and Monday night. So really important to take advantage of that flex spot. And I saw a lot of teams out there having Eddie Lacy in the flex or something of that nature.
And even with the mainstream media, we were watching some of the mainstream pregame shows yesterday where some of the guys were showing their lineups and they had the flex spot covered with an early guy and a guy. And so
it's not intuitive.
Yeah. It's something you learn after after being on DraftKings for a while.
And hopefully you don't get burned. And to name drop right here, I was with Adam Schefter. We were talking about
he was one of the guys.
Yeah, he was one of the guys. And I even told him that he made that mistake previously during another fantasy football kind of camp thing. And he had a guy in his flex spot. And I was like, hey, you really should move this guy to the flex because you'll give yourself that ability to change. And hopefully we'll see more of that going forward and more education on just strategies that are black and white decisions where there's an obvious answer that is correct. And you always want to leave your latest starting guy in the flex.
Sure. Here on the DraftKings Sweat Show Monday night and live from Miami, the Fontainebleau Hotel.
Wow.
Sorry.
Blown.
Fontainebleau Hotel.
There you go.
It's a question from @2honor5. We know that David would win the contest, but who would win the field goal kicking contest between Dink or CSU?
Dink.
I don't think so. I have no leg strength.
He really doesn't. I would say Peter.
You're still in your athletic prime.
I'm not in my athletic prime at all. We were playing that football game. I was playing with another DKTV guy, Lendon Diego, over there. My shoulder's hurting bad. Real bad.
After every throw,
Right
you
here.
guys are grabbing your shoulder.
After missing the entire target by itself. Oh, the shoulder, the hamstring, the knee.
And in Vegas for the baseball championship, they had the pitch.
Which I won off you.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I owe you.
Speaking of which,
I owe you some jelly beans.
Oh, Dave brings up a little something he forgot
I owe
about
you some
there.
jelly beans. But they had my arm was sore for the next week straight, where it felt like a strained forearm. I'm okay now.
How hard did you throw to hit that? Because you were confident I wouldn't hit a certain number that.
Yeah,
I did hit Dave.
Yeah, you hit 70. I mean,
I hit 72.
Let's
Come
not
on.
get crazy here.
You thought I couldn't even throw over 60.
Well, you figured out how to hit things. I saw at first you didn't, and then someone said you need to stand right here in front of the machine. So you figured out how to game the system. I'll give you that.
No, Dave. I got it. What was your top speed that led out?
That doesn't even matter.
All
It
right,
doesn't even
all
matter.
right,
I think
all
it was
right.
73.
Yeah, I'm buying that.
@Connor_Fitz. Does Drew put out a lineup with Marcus Wilson each week just for the hell of it?
No comment, but I do want to shout out Marquise. Happy birthday. 23rd birthday to Marquise Wilson.
Oh.
My favorite wide receiver.
And
in
you
all
actually
football.
got him the same thing today as you got him whenever he won you the $1 million. Nothing.
Wow, Dave with a nice little zinger there, buddy.
Nothing. Nuts.
You'd think a guy as rich as Dink could get him something over here.
I mean, yeah. So
He did give him a happy birthday on DKTV. That does mean a lot.
yeah,
I'm sure he's watching.
Sure.
I'm sure that was heartfelt.
He definitely is not watching.
Definitely watch.
His salary last year was more than doubled, I believe, Drew, on that catch for you.
Look, Marquise has a huge career ahead of himself. I'm not concerned about Marquise.
He looked pretty spry on that one long catch.
I was celebrating very hard that long catch.
Did you have any exposure to him?
I did not.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
There's your answer at Connor_Fitz. There's your answer. No, he doesn't. At KCannon DFS, what is your dessert of choice? #dessert life. Peter, start with you.
Wow, that's a good question. There's so many things that are up there. I would have to say, man, the chocolate brownie with some ice cream is right up there. When you order the brownie special at some nice restaurant, that's definitely a top of the line move. I know KCannon DFS might not be a fan of that. One thing I do go to somewhat regularly is mint chocolate chip ice cream or the half baked ice cream as well. Those are two splurges on the dessert life that I go to somewhat regularly.
Drew?
I'm a big fan of ice cream in general, and then if you can add ice cream to another dessert, like you said, the brownie and the ice cream. But I also like the apple pie and some cinnamon ice cream.
Okay,
that's
sure.
a good spot as well.
And Dave's gonna outdo us here with the donut ice cream.
Yes. All right, so you take a donut, you slice it in half, you put it on the grill for 10 seconds, you take it off when it's hot, put some vanilla ice cream in there, and it is a donut ice cream sandwich, and it is delicioso.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Well, you guys said
no, I mean, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'm very.
That's what my dessert of
I am
choice
envious
was.
for sure of that dessert. Never have had it. If I ever come to visit Dave, which I have to do,
Yeah,
you're making a couple of those.
Well,
buddy.
just get someone to do it on the grill. I mean, it's not that.
Doesn't sound too challenging. It just sounds like some work. You got to get the donuts.
Oh, yeah, you got to slice the donut in half and put it on the grill.
That's a lot for us.
This guy. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. Again, we're here in the Fontainebleau Hotel here in Miami. I got it that time on the DraftKings Sweat Show. We're a little bit delirious, and that's just because we've been going for 6 hours. We've got one more half to go. Someone's going to be winning $2 million. Some other poor soul will miss out on that and will only win $1 million. So stay tuned. We have a little bit of sweat with Carlos Hyde coming up, and Vikings deep. So we'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back from this about 8-minute break. So we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen, subscribe to DKTV for all the best fantasy picks, entertainment, and strategy. We've got a whole roster of proven winners to help you gain an edge. Plus, they bring you behind the scenes with exclusive access to DraftKings VIP experiences and World Championship live events. Don't miss out. Subscribe to DKTV now.
Okay, here's what you need to know to start winning real cash prizes playing 1 week fantasy football at DraftKings. Whether you browse on your computer or on the free mobile apps, the game's the same. First, select your contest. Browse the featured lobby or view all NFL contests. Choose from many marquee tournaments, head-to-heads, and beginner-friendly contests. Pick your contest and you're ready to draft. For all NFL contests, you'll draft 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex player, which can either be a running back, wide receiver, or tight end, and a defense. Your goal is to build the best 9-man roster under the $50,000 salary cap. Each eligible NFL player from that week's games is assigned a salary. They'll earn you points for receptions, touchdowns, total yardage, and more. Once your lineup is complete, click submit, and that's it. Track your team online or on our free mobile app to watch your squad rack up points in real time. And when the last game is over, bask in your own drafting genius as your winnings are automatically credited to your account. More sports, more winnings, more millionaires. It's a whole new season every week at DraftKings.
Hey guys, Peter Jennings here with my top 5 NFL defenses of fantasy football at DraftKings.com. At number 5, I have the St. Louis Rams. They're one of 3 teams in the NFC West that made my list. I love what they've done with the defensive line. They added Nick Fairley to the already stacked defenses of first-round picks. I think Greg Williams is going to have a lot of options here, and they should be one of the best defenses in all of football. Moving to number 4, I have the Miami Dolphins. They made a huge splash with Ndamukong Suh on a $114 million contract. I think he's the difference maker, and I think they could be the best defense in the AFC. At number 3, I have the Arizona Cardinals. I absolutely love this team. They're another NFC West team on my list, and I think Patrick Peterson and the Honey Badger make an incredible secondary. Patrick Peterson's one of my favorite guys. I think he'll score a ton of fantasy points for you this year on the defensive side, and I also got to play golf with him this year. At number 2, I have the Jets. New York Jets, I know they're not a great offensive team, but they will make up for it with an incredible defense. They brought in a lot of guys, including Darrelle Revis and their first-round pick, Leonard Williams. They could be the best defense in football, and they definitely have a chance to compete in every game with this defense. At number 1, no surprise here, the Seattle Seahawks make the top of my list. They have so much talent in that secondary. Richard Sherman is an elite shutdown corner, and they play an incredible style of play, which should lead to a lot of fantasy points. So those are my top 5 defenses of the 2015 NFL season. Let me hear yours in the comments below. For more, subscribe to DKTV.
Hey everybody, this is Drew Dinkmeyer, aka Dinkpiece. I'm one of the DraftKings pros, and I'm here today to bring you my top 5 quarterbacks for the 2015 NFL season. These are my top 5 fantasy quarterbacks, so let's start with number 5. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but Tony Romo is going to crack my top 5. Ranked 22nd in the NFL last year in dropbacks. I expect the volume to be back with DeMarco Murray out of the picture. Less reliable running game means more passing attempts for Romo. Also means more opportunities around the red zone for Dez Bryant, one of the best touchdown converters in the league. I think Romo's passing stats take a big tick forward. Top 5 fantasy quarterback season coming from Tony Romo. Number 4, go to New Orleans, Drew Brees. People are going to be concerned about the loss of Jimmy Graham this year. I'm not concerned. Athletic backup tight end Josh Hill will fill that void, and he finally gets that safety net running back in the passing game that he missed last year without Darren Sproles. CJ Spiller is going to make a big impact in the passing game. I think Drew Brees is still going to be a top 5 fantasy quarterback heading into this 2015 season. Number 3 on my list is Russell Wilson from Seattle. He finished number 3 last year in fantasy points at the quarterback position. He's not going to replicate the 850 rushing yards or the 6 rushing touchdowns, but the presence of Jimmy Graham and his offense will allow for more pass play calling around the goal line. That's going to lead to more passing touchdowns to Russell Wilson, and I think it'll mitigate some of that loss in rushing total. He probably won't put up the same overall totals, but I still think he'll be the number 3 overall fantasy quarterback. Number 2 on my list is Aaron Rodgers. He's the number 1 quarterback in all of football, but in fantasy football, he's number 2. They play in so many blowouts in the second half, and he just doesn't get as much volume in his main dropbacks as my number 1 fantasy quarterback. Rodgers is still the best in the game. Jordy Nelson's back. Randall Cobb's back. They brought the whole gang back, added some new pieces. They're going to be great offensively, and Aaron Rodgers is going to lead the way. He's my number 2 fantasy quarterback heading into this 2015 season. Number 1 overall for me is Andrew Luck in Indianapolis. He gets that soft schedule in the AFC South, Tennessee and Jacksonville 4 times a year, easy defenses to pad stats against, has the running component that he makes way in the end zone, gets some bonuses there, and also has more weapons this year than he's ever had before. They didn't invest in the defense in the draft. They invested more offensively. I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts again. Andrew Luck, a lot of volume, still remains the number 1 fantasy quarterback for me. So those are my top 5 fantasy quarterbacks here on DKTV. I want to get your top 5 fantasy quarterbacks heading into the 2015 season. Drop them in the comments. Drop us some notes on Twitter. Hashtag it DKTV with your top 5 quarterbacks for this upcoming season.
Hey everybody, Gronk here. Listen.
And from Gronk to us, both pretty strong guys.
Natural transition.
And yeah, speaking of natural transitions, Drew, you have nice eyelashes.
What is it? What's stealing my thunder right there? Just commenting on that, Dave.
I was seconding your comment.
Gentlemen, no need to fight.
He's mine.
We're a little bit loopy here in the second half. You've got just a very. This is like the game we kind of expect, though, right? Like we didn't expect a pretty game. We expected kind of an ugly game, and
oh, what a terrible way to slide!
I think we expected a little bit more from Adrian Peterson.
Maybe we have a lot of We have a lot of qualifiers, though, to look at. Starting with qualifier number 8, we talked about that Z-Champ guy.
Z-Champ.
Z-Champ. Oh, Z-Champ.
It's a Fontainebleau.
Yes. So hopefully we can get some other links.
Every time you click a link, I'm hoping that my name will just show up at the top.
just randomly.
I know that it's very unlikely, but I keep hoping with every new click that something magical has happened for me.
Tratowski is winning with a 184.84, so considerably lower than we've seen in these. AP just with no room to run at all. So that was the $1,000 queue. Let's take a look at queue number 2, Dandy Don.
Dandy Don.
That guy runs good.
Winning with a 212. Double Oreo, who I was actually making lineups with here in Miami. He's sitting next to me. I actually told him to play this team. It's in second, and
could have done a little bit more.
Yeah.
Good job, Dave. A little better consulting from you.
My bad. All right, so I'll take the blame for that. We've got 8 qualifiers, guys. This is a huge tournament they're putting on. That's why there used to be just one qualifier per week. And that was it.
Qualifiers tonight.
Yeah, there's a qualifier. You're talking about 200 entries into this thing. That's a lot of entries. And so there's going to be qualifiers running all the time. And then 10 out of the 200 are going to be advancing to Los Angeles for the playoffs.
Playoffs?
There you go. Boom. It took you a little bit of a delay there, but you got it. All right. So the final 10, it's going to be on a pretty major network.
DKTV.
Yes, DKTV.
Live broadcast from DKTV.
And ESPN. So that's going to be fun as far as seeing 10 people. You're going to see like lots of backstories, kind of the similar stuff that we've seen in poker with the World Series of Poker. And people are going to be getting to see other people sweating live major money. $5 million to first place. I mean, that's a lot of money.
That's really an unfathomable amount of money for me to think of going to first place in a daily fantasy sports contest.
It's a what amount of money?
Unfathomable.
Unfathomable?
Sorry. My bad. I was a little
Unfathomable.
You guys are definitely a little more happy than me at this stage.
When Drew starts saying words like he just had a Novocaine injection, you know that we're on hour 7. So, anyways, Peter.
Carlos Hyde's walking onto the field. That's that's news.
That's the guy to watch.
He is.
With Dandy Don up at the top, I mean, talk about a guy who's might be at the top of a leaderboard tomorrow in baseball. There's one guy to pick. He's probably one of them. I assume he'll have some entries tomorrow. And congrats, hopefully, to him potentially on taking down a queue here.
Yeah, for sure. And getting a seat early in the queue season always feels really, really good because you kind of can play with free abandonment after that. That you feel like, all right, I've got one seat. I can try for 2 and try to give myself a little bit of an advantage over the field. But I already know, I've got my plans booked. I already know where I'm going to be late in the season.
Yeah, no, and that's what we're all looking for is that chance to go out there and there's going to be at least a 200 tries. Or we've locked off. I think what was queue today? 8.
I think 8 or 9.
The $3.
Yeah.
Titan 1216 leading another qualifier number 4.
Another one with both entries at the top there.
Yeah.
The same entry twice.
I don't want to rub salt in the wounds because I don't know he could get any higher with that Matt Ryan Julio Jones combo. Or actually, he probably could have if he went Bradford instead of Ryan. And you have Ray of Hope with sitting in 4th, and he has AP. And only needs 2 points to pass him. So that looks like Ray of Hope is going to indeed pass him for a qualifier. So
in Ray of Hope, we came into tonight thinking Ray of Hope might have one of these shots if AP had a really good night. And Ray of Hope won a Millionaire Maker last year, was in contention in the Millionaire Maker that I was in last year that I was able to take down. And I mean, just in my opinion, the best daily fantasy player in the game. in my opinion, across all sports. Just an incredible player. And obviously it didn't shake out that first game the way that they needed it to go. But, up here and might have another chance at a qualifier and another chance at, $5 million first place prize.
Would not be shocking to see him take that down.
Just, at every live event.
Ooh, Hyde with the video.
Yeah, I think we're going to see plenty of Hyde. So we're talking about a guy that needed 17 yards coming in here, and
to get that bonus, and
to get the bonus.
The big thing will be a score, because the score, as Pete mentioned earlier, that also takes away points from the Vikings defense as well. So it's a leverage play for the person chasing.
Yeah, and also it's gonna be interesting to see with Reggie Bush out of the game, is he gonna get some catches now?
Yeah.
So definitely something to look out for. And we have just 9.5 minutes left, and this clock is just like.
That's in the third quarter, Dave.
I know.
Yeah, I was going to say
in the third quarter, and the clock is just like going really slow. And for people that are sweating this, it's going really slow. If you have AP, though, you're okay with that. But if you saw him on the sideline, he is visibly frustrated. Like, it doesn't matter how much he wants to do something.
It's weird that, I've heard
extra motivation is not
so
working
much
well.
talk about how it does matter how much a player wants to do something, but I guess sometimes it doesn't.
That's what I was looking for. I was just waiting for the little reverse jinx there by Dink. Thank you, Drew. That was nice. And Carlos Hyde just make a nice little big catch there. That is how he has a chance in this game.
Yeah.
Or that's how he has a chance to take down that. Who has Carlos Hyde?
The team in 56th place.
It's probably up higher now.
So they are
Rugby guy.
16.3. Oh, man. It's Jared Hayne just taking some brutal hits, but he's used to it. DJM is in 26th place. Bala now in 35th place with 209.1.
Baller's the guy.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty baller to take home $2 million.
Oh, there you go, Pete.
Yeah.
Getting in on the action.
I wonder if he's a shot collar.
Wow, Dave. Really, really going for it there.
20-inch blades on the Impala. I won't sing the rest.
Good thing you're working here at DKTV.
Yes.
The raps might not be.
There
were a lot of rapping pre-show.
Yeah, there was.
A lot of singing, a lot of rapping.
Is that Hyde as well?
No. That'd be Anquan Bolton. Yep.
Yeah, that is Anquan. There's
yeah, speaking of rappers, I did see someone in the hotel filming a little rap shoot here. Actually, I had to stop. It kind of delayed me earlier when I was coming down, and they were filming a little rap scene.
Who was it?
No idea.
You didn't ask who it was?
No. I know.
Hello, I'm Peter Jennings. Who is this rap star?
That's exactly what I should have said.
Can I get in the video?
Yeah.
You might have seen me on a commercial.
Let me look at my DraftKings shirt real quick.
Can I hold that check in the background?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been another opportunity for some DraftKings advertising.
That's what I
worked yourself into that video.
I dropped the ball on that one, guys. I'm not going to lie.
All right, guys, let's be serious for once in your life. All right, 209 with Bala and Carlos Hyde. So you're talking about 10 points until he gets into the conversation of a millionaire. And like you said, Drew, if he gets a touchdown and the 3-point bonus, that right there is going to put him up there. So if you're a Bala, that's what you want to see. So
those catches, just seeing that one catch, if you can get a couple more of those, a score in the bonus, I mean, starting to become.
We're talking about a real sweat for first at that point.
Oh yeah, and especially
game flow looks great for him too, with the Niners being up.
Yeah,
and Jared Hayne is just getting a.
He doesn't like Jared Hayne. Baller's not a Jared Hayne.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that for next week, depending on what happens with this Reggie Bush situation, what happens with the game flow, I can't imagine that Jared Hayne's not minimum salary. And that's one of the things about pricing is sometimes it comes out.
I was going to say if they locked off
that's going to be
there.
a hold. It's going to be a hold. So coming back. So yeah, who would have thought? We went into tonight thinking that Adrian Peterson would decide it, and it looks like if anybody, it's going to be Carlos Hyde.
It's incredible
deciding it, and right now he has 16.4 points, and a lot of time left. It's just a matter of them getting the ball.
Looks like a defensive holding right there.
Yeah. So pushing towards that red zone, scoring opportunities for Hyde.
Ed Hockley is like the Jonathan Bales of referees.
He's kind of ripped.
He is so jacked.
Likes himself a breakfast sandwich or 4.
Yes. Definitely. So almost into the red zone. We got a
that was
how is that not a penalty?
Pretty sure that's not legal.
How is that not a penalty? Just got lit up, or as they used to say, he just got
jacked up.
Yeah. Drew, you're with me. Peter wasn't with me.
I'm slow on that one. My bad.
All right. So he just got like nailed in the back of the head. Won't?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I still can't believe there wasn't a flag there. But yeah, we're down to the 22-yard line here. 2nd and 10. I'm assuming Hyde gets another look here. And I think he's at 88 yards now.
That's a good number to be at.
Inching
88.
close.
So here you get Hyde with...
Looks like another hold.
Yeah. And I thought that might have been a horse collar, but it was not. So yeah, now we're just watching every Hyde touch.
Pretty much.
Reminds me of my honeymoon.
He can't hide out there.
Dave, you are really stretching for some puns there.
I mean, it was between the Hyde touch or hide and go seek. So both which happened on the honeymoon. So we can.
It sounds like a fun game to play on the honeymoon.
Yeah, right.
Hide and go seek.
You guys are making Drew blush. All right, so let's get into some of the games. Again, all we're sweating is Carlos Hyde. I don't know if we have any more interviews lined up.
Got the AP sweat for Ray of Hope in the one qualifier that looks 2-3 points not.
Hey,
but
I've seen Ray take some of these down. I'm pretty confident Ray will find a way to get that one done.
All right, and I'm getting word from my producer that we'll probably end the show.
Ooh, Hyde with a nice little run there.
Yeah, hit hard
Got
again.
hit hard again, though.
At the end of the third, but Hyde keeps on getting work. Like this could be. I wonder how close he is to that bonus.
That's going to get him into mid-90s. So we're if he scores,
this could be
here,
a 10-point play.
Yeah, if he scores here, the needle will move pretty significantly.
It shows him at 89 yards, so maybe not.
I think that was the play before.
Okay,
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I don't think it is because it says. Okay, it is.
And immediately, he's up in there and low.
Scrambling to him.
Hit him. Just scrambling.
Kaepernick doesn't care.
No.
Kaepernick was trying to bait them into something there.
So, waiting for us to update. Yep, 94 yards. He needs 6 more yards. He's in 33rd. 6 yards would get him. He'd be at 210.44 plus the 3 points, so 213.
Now when this hit, the interesting thing is the player comes out the field, so obviously he's rooting for him to get closer, but not into the end zone. So this is always one of the interesting things. Is
you're rooting for the flag in the end zone.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what you're rooting for.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, they still might go with Hayne.
You think so? I don't know. They used Hyde around the goal line earlier.
Let's talk about this a little bit more. Dave, you're kind of talking about what's going to look like next week. Let's assume Reggie Bush is out. Would you be willing to take a flyer on Hayne?
I think it depends on. I think you're definitely. I doubt Carlos Hyde's salary is going to be high for next week because again, they come out with the salaries before this game happened, before that Reggie Bush injury took out one of the major running backs. I think I'd much rather take a flyer on Hyde than Jared Hayne, but I haven't really seen what Hayne has done. Like I haven't checked to see what he's done. I can pull up the stats. It looks like 3 for 13 on the ground and catches 1 for 7. So no, I would not take a flyer based on his involvement. But you take a look at Carlos Hyde, he's got a catch, and then all these touches. He's already at 16.
Yeah, so he's clearly the guy.
Through the third.
The reason I think it's interesting is if Hayne, by chance, does get a little more involvement next week, you got another double dip scenario right here.
The punt returns.
Little San Francisco
You
defense.
love mentioning the double dip.
The double dip, I mean, it's a stretch.
It hit 3 times. yesterday.
It's a stretch, but
Landry, Dolphins, Lockett, Seahawks, and Tavon Austin Rams 3 different times.
The double dip was
double
in
dip
play.
worked yesterday. That's probably a high point for the NFL season. 3 times.
We're going to be chasing the double dip now
day.
for a while.
Yeah, probably doesn't get better than that.
But it is at least intriguing, and I think there's a lot of stuff like that. We have a lot of injuries now in play. One thing I will report, it does sound like C.J. Anderson will give it a go versus Kansas City. They expect him. The toe is not as much of a concern, according to the sources for the Broncos, and it really is just a minor ankle turn. But that will be interesting. Thursday night, I hate to say this, I'm probably going to go to the game and not have any exposure really to the Broncos and or the Chiefs.
That would be a rough game to go to because you're a Broncos fan, but obviously
maybe I could have my fanhood trump fantasy.
I know, but
for the first time in a while.
You would have to not play Thursday games though, which for you
no.
would be impossible.
I would play a lot of Thursday games.
That's
and
what I'm
fade
saying.
it.
That's what I'm saying. If you fade the Broncos, you would be there cheering.
I'd be playing the Broncos defense.
Okay.
That might be that. Although against Alex Smith, it's kind of.
But
tough
still,
too.
they score like you have Peyton Manning that hits Demaryius Thomas for like an 80-yard touchdown, and you're cursing because you faded it. I just that's a toughie.
It is a toughie, but I really think that this Thursday night game is more of a fade for me, even as a huge Broncos fan. Used to be so great, living in Colorado. You could talk about the Rockies all the time. The Nuggets used to play at a great pace, and the Broncos were just an offensive machine. I'm really concerned.
Tulo, traded Ty Lawson.
I don't care about Ty Lawson. Although I think in Houston is going to be interesting with Ty Lawson.
He did like to push the pace, though.
Yeah, it's true. But I think that's a fade. What are your guys' thoughts on potentially, playing those Thursday contests and then having a fade on the game?
I like that idea for this week. It's one of the reasons, and I regretted last week I didn't play, Thursday night cash games, and had I would have had Gronk for sure, and I might have had Brady. I wouldn't have had the spare parts, but man, that would have set me up in a different position. I thought Gronk was going to be much higher owned, so I like to play the Thursday night contest when I either have a very clear indication of a player that I like in any game, or when it's a game that I expect to be low scoring and fade it and let other people kind of.
Yeah, I think that's a dream scenario. Obviously, the Gronk is nice, but even so, he's still going to be. He wasn't as owned as I thought. I thought it was like 80, 90%.
That's what I thought, and that's why I regret not having played it. But I the Denver defense is great, but I also think that Kansas City defense is very good too.
Total's 43, so. I'm actually liking this. My favorite Thursday contest to play are when the game has a lower total. I like to fade the game because the ownership's going to be so heavy on the players in that game. People want to watch the game and have the sweat. So I think there's a big advantage there, and this is kind of the perfect spot here. I'm pretty concerned about Denver going into Kansas City.
Yeah.
I just don't see a ton of offense.
We were talking with Andrew Wiggins earlier, and specifically about kind of ownership predictions and looking at that Denver offense and how much they struggled in week 1 and how that would impact the ownership in week 2. But then they get that Thursday night bump that you usually see. So the question is, did they look so bad in week 1 that it'll overwhelm people to not play them in week 2, or is it still going to be most of the people that are signing up and playing games want to have exposure to that Thursday night's island game that they can watch and enjoy and have some rooting interest in?
I think it's going to be the latter there, and I think also people are going to justify the bounce back potentially in their own mind. I think it's a great spot to fade personally, and I'm a huge Broncos fan. It breaks my heart to say it, but I'm worried about it. I want to see them prove it now. I want to see the offensive line play better, and I want to see Peyton Manning make some downfield throws before I feel really comfortable plugging in guys. We'll say maybe Demaryius is worth a flyer there, and obviously I think the Broncos defense is a great play, and potentially even Kansas City's defense, which I don't think I've ever played a defense
against Peyton Manning.
Yeah. It's sick. It's sick.
Talking about some of these games, I just looked at the $3 game that included Thursday's slate. Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback, and Antonio Brown and Gronk were all in that slate. So I was curious to see if that was the case, as far as if Gronk was in the winning
with the Julio Jones. Is that a Julio Antonio Gronk lineup?
Yep,
that's impressive.
Man,
well, you had the cheap guys enough there to do it. With Ivory,
Woodhead,
even
cheap tight end.
Cunningham did enough to
go with a cheap second tight end as your flex.
Yeah,
that would have been fun.
As far as the ESPN Monday Night Double, the football 100K to first. Let's see how ugly the score is.
Quite a bunch of ties.
Yes, 7 ties. But the team in 8th has another extra player. It might be the 49ers defense. No, it's somebody else. I don't know who it is. But Carlos Hyde, 30%, 162.
30% It's not good for my games.
In this contest, Carlos Hyde, 49ers, and I'm not sure who the winning team has, but yeah, I'd say that in those 2-game slates, any little thing can like really shift where 100K was going to first. Taking a look at some of these live contests. Let's take a look at the $1 million blitz. This was a
Balla.
Paul was in
Baller's having a ballin' weekend.
Yeah, with 20 more minutes out of
that's
that
the Carlos Hyde
team. Brandon Adams in 8th with Carlos Hyde as well, but 209 taking down that blitz right now, 150K to first. So
it's a nice weekend for Balla.
Yeah. And you expect him to still be like, I mean, that's all great. 150K is great, but he could potentially be playing for $1 million right
or
now.
two.
We have Adrian Peterson, who is out on the field. One of the frustrating things about this game is that the 49ers are just taking so much time off the clock. And part of that reason is because of the scrambling ability of Kaepernick.
Yeah.
He's using his legs on those second and third downs and just moving the chains. You're talking about a 10-minute drive, it looks like, for that 49ers team. So now you finally have AP on the field, and of course,
play action.
They go to Rudolph. So looks like we'll be sweating the Hyde game, and if you're Hyde or if you're Balla with Hyde, how do you want this game script to go, Peter? 10-0.
You want a turnover, and you want him to fall at the 1-yard line. That's what you want.
AP limping a little?
Yeah, he definitely hurt.
He's a machine. Don't worry about that.
Did miss all of last year.
That
not to do with an injury though.
That little guy. Don't worry about that little guy. All right. So AP just not doing anything except killing people's lineups. Sorry.
You sound a little bitter over there. Dave.
Sorry.
That got aggressive.
That's just
that got aggressive.
No, it is. He is. He's really hampering some lineups. And
Mike Wallace is really the guy now instead of Charles Johnson, which I want to see. Not what I wanted to see either.
Yeah, and he really Bridgewater at least looks like he has calmed down a little bit in this game and is making some pretty good throws. So that's good at least for Vikings fans. And maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll get down there and AP will break a long one. But as far as us, the majority of week 1 is over. And we can talk about just the week in general. How do you think, if you were grading your own performance this week, Drew, how would you grade it?
I would give myself probably a C+ this week. I think I'm going to end up on the negative side of the balances this week in terms of trying to turn a profit. But I think on the whole, my process was, pretty decent, and I was on a lot of the right lower owned guys in tournaments. I just didn't have the right combinations really. So my cash game lineup suffered with the running back spots, specifically paying up for Adrian Peterson and CJ Anderson really hampered the lineups and kind of forced me. And then the expensive wide receivers that weren't Julio. And that's really, one decision here or there. Going Odell Beckham over Julio and stuff like that changes a lot of things. So I would give myself probably a C+ this week. Not the week 1 I had hoped for, but there's still a lot of football left in the season.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd give myself a C. I think I had a lot of preparation for this week. I actually felt very good about the week and my rosters that I made overall. I did make maybe a couple mistakes, maybe a little too much. CJ Anderson, not just being results oriented, but Baltimore was a very good run defense last year, and maybe I was a little too optimistic.
The Jernigan injury is what really got me.
I was on that, and
really got me onto CJ Anderson.
The defense also made me very optimistic. The Broncos defense made me optimistic. I really thought they'd have a great shot shutting down the Ravens, which I thought would lead to great game flow for Anderson. But we'll see how this all ends. The last game did pump me into a pretty decent spot overall on the weekend. Not nothing great, but definitely nothing awful either, which is something you're always fearful of on week one. Just because there was so much out there. But I think my process was pretty good. The one thing that was different was just a lot of the travel. So it'd be nice to get home and get into a good routine. Yeah, that's going to be really, really important. And also, I did have that serious talk with myself yesterday. So
about staying healthy.
Yeah. I've had that talk a couple times, but nothing as serious as yesterday.
This time it's serious.
I already called the fiance. She went and bought a lot of fruit. I have the Vitamix and called a personal trainer who I haven't talked to in a long time already today. So I'm putting this stuff in place to hopefully get into a good routine here.
That's when you've had like
you wake up at 1:00 and immediately call in for the fruit and the
yeah.
Is that a Charles Johnson sighting?
Oh wow! What do you know? He's not dead. That's good.
He did have a target in the end zone earlier, and it wasn't even close.
That's a good route.
Yeah, I thought with the pricing coming out weeks in advance, there was a lot of interesting takes. Yeah. And really, the CJ Eddie Lacy thing for me, like not having more Eddie Lacy, I felt like you had to choose at some point.
I put both. Those are the guys that I was on.
Guys I had the most of.
So it was either because I really like Chris Ivory. So for me, it was one or the other.
Yeah. So normally that was my philosophy as well. I actually used mainly 4 running backs: Lacy, Anderson, Ivory, and Doug Martin. Adrian Peterson I used some, but not nearly as much. Those 4 were critical to kind of making the roster, and I actually thought the flex was pretty obvious to go with a running back because I really didn't love the receivers outside of Jarvis Landry. I liked Allen Robinson a little bit, but not as much for cash games. So the mid-tier wide receivers were tough, and all the guys I wanted to take were super expensive. So if you wanted Julio, who I really thought was borderline must play, you had to really kind of construct your rosters in a way that allowed you to get, to either a cheap wide receiver like Devontae Adams, who was a lock for me, Julio Jones, and then you had the Stevie Johnson option, and then basically 2 expensive running backs to go with the Sam Bradford or Matt Ryan. So a lot of rosters came out kind of similar to me, especially since you could save at tight end. So the big decision was Murray and Anderson. I hedged that a good amount, but not enough.
Yeah, my mistake was not getting Murray into some cash games, and that was the big challenge for me, having almost exclusively in cash games Ivory, Anderson, Lacy, and AP. And had I mixed in a little bit Murray, that probably would have done me right. But and then having just the way it worked out, I was 100 off getting to Julio on the team instead of
what I was going to say.
Odell Beckham.
Not having Julio in cash games, I think.
That was the only good thing for me this week, honestly, was Julio over both receivers last night. I mean, it was very close, but I just thought Julio with the pace, and that's something that I think we're going to see. But what's super interesting for me next week is the Dallas wide receivers. How are you going to handle that? Because they're going to get so many plays.
I thought that pace for Dallas this year would be different. That was the thing. Last night we didn't get to watch much of the game. Obviously, we're doing the Hangout show, but that game flew by, and I thought last year, that's the way they played all the time. They tried to grind clock, and I didn't think they'd be as successful doing that this year. And so I thought it would result in more pass plays for both sides of the ball, and that's why I was optimistic on ODB and Dez Bryant last night, and it just didn't work out that way. It was another, kind of slow-paced games in terms of number of plays, fast-paced games in terms of the time of possession kind of dwindling quickly.
Yeah, Dez was obviously very unlucky with the injury. ODB is an interesting one, and I thought a little bit going to this. I had a couple of shares, and I definitely used him in tournaments, but I'm worried he's going to see bracket coverage so much this year. They're going to try to make Randall beat him, and that's a tape that I definitely want to watch to see what they did specifically against ODB to kind of slow him down. But that was one of my concerns in general with him in the Giants offense.
Yeah, if I had just had that extra 100 that I could have figured out somewhere, going up from ODB to Julio would have been a huge, huge difference in lineups. And I'm sure a lot of other people are feeling that same way as well.
Bennett.
I used mostly Bennett, and then I had
down to Jordan.
That's
Reed.
what I
could have gone down to Jordan Reed.
Yeah, it was Jordan. You could do, I think my most standard lineup was Bradford, Lacey, Anderson, Ivory, and then Julio, Devontae Adams. I can't remember the third. I think it was Stevie Johnson, Reed, and Jets or Miami D.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. And I think there's a lot of people probably sitting at home that, had ODB or Dez, and they sit here and watch Julio tonight, and one decision can, change the course of your outcomes in your games. And that's the way I felt tonight watching Julio go off.
Absolutely. And it's razor thin. I mean, obviously after you see the game, you're like, oh, Julio was clearly the guy to take, but it's razor thin margins between, these guys. And, we're talking about how it's obvious to take Murray, but if you take a step back, really, look at CJ Anderson, obviously Hillman got some carries, but he's the guy. Murray still had a touchdown vultured by Matthews, and Sproles was out there a lot. So, that might be a lot of results-oriented thinking, saying I should have had.
And I would not have thought of Murray would outpace CJ Anderson in catches.
No.
That really surprised me. But
that's where I thought the value in Anderson was.
Yeah, we talked about that last night. The offensive line for the Broncos just made it impossible for them to let him even go out for passes, that he was having to help pick up blitzes and chip and different things like that. And that's a killer to running back value, especially on DraftKings with a full point per reception.
Yeah. What was interesting, too, for me with Murray is they ran a lot of plays where he was kind of running across the field, a lot of east-west starting out runs. I don't know. That's not really what I want to see as a DeMarco Murray guy. But
it looked to me like during the first half they struggled with their inside running game, and that was a halftime adjustment that they tried to do, and then they got that first touchdown on it, and then the next drive they ran at the very next series the same exact play, and they got a big hit on it as well.
Yep.
And I think that was more a game specific thing.
Yeah, you're looking at they just tried to roll no flag on there. Jarius Wright wanted one, but no flag. But they just tried to roll them out with Adrian Peterson, and they've got someone shadowing him, so no dice there. Coming up on 4th and 6, looks like a field goal, and so we'll see a 10-3 game. And if you're a Carlos Hyde owner, you're probably rooting for some OT there.
Yeah.
Rooting for another touchdown if you don't get it, and have a chance for a drive to get some. And if you're an Adrian Peterson owner, you're also probably cheering for some OT as well. So 10-3 with still pretty much a full quarter left. Nothing on that drive. Adrian Peterson, just as frustrated, has been bottled up this whole game. So I think that will do it. We're gonna cut the show off at 5.5 hours. It's a long sweat show. Drew, appreciate you being here, and Peter, appreciate you coming in and helping out with the last half.
Yeah, I'm excited for the show going forward, and obviously we'll have 2 Monday Night Football games going forward. So
regular time is going to be 8:30 Eastern to 11:30 Eastern going forward. On Monday nights, the Sweat Show, and it's going to be a really fun show. So make sure you're tuning in.
Hopefully, I won't chug any hot sauce this year on the shows.
I mean, don't say.
I wouldn't count it out yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see how it goes. Let's play it by ear. But that will do it for the first Sweat Show of the 2015 season. Guys, again, appreciate you being with us, and good week 1, and it was awesome to be together here in Miami at the Fontainebleau.
Do that again, Dave. Hey, restart that one.
It was good to be together at the Fontainebleau Hotel.
Oh, that was even awesome.
I can't say like Fontaine. I keep saying Fontainebleau. I don't know what it is.
Mike Fontenot, former Cub.
I think it is, but different spelling, of course. Fontainebleau. I know. I just have to think it as the Fontainebleau. So here live from the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, that's Peter Jennings, Drew Dinkmeyer. I'm David Kitchen. We'll see you next week, 8:30 Eastern for the DraftKings Live Sweat Show.